All comes out in a wash. It really does. Going to take a turn this morning and talk about what drives people to do. Never heard of the guy until he actually got arrested. 10 million subscribers. 10 million subscribers. It's not a new trend what they're doing on here, but it's a very common trend for people to try to create outrageous videos to get public attention, to get the subscriber base, and to get the AdSense money and so forth. Now, I didn't know a whole lot about this Vitality guy. I knew about Johnny Somali and people like him, and of course some of our local clowns here that decided to get attention on their shows. They would attack somebody and call them child predators and such. What people do out of desperation for money is just never ceased to amaze me. But we're hearing more and more of this stuff all the time. They'll risk doing stupid things to make a couple of bucks, but there's some people that get very successful. But the price they pay for it is generally, in the end, not really worth it. I don't know about Johnny Somali. I haven't followed that anymore. Is he still locked up in a Thailand prison or something? I have no idea. And I don't follow that kind of nonsense anyway. But, the mindset of most people is that they want to hear controversy, they want to hear drama. They want to be entertained in some bizarre ways, to watch somebody make a total asshole of themselves and possibly even hurt people in the process of doing that. That's the new trend. It's really gotten worse, though. We're just hearing a lot more about it now, but since I don't follow that kind of crap anyway, I'm not usually aware of it until somebody actually brings it up. I never heard of this Vitality guy. I never heard of him at all. But yeah, definite asshole. I mean, some of the things he did. Yeah, there we go. YouTube and so forth. It's all worth it to them. I'm not saying they don't make money. A lot of them, they make some good money. And they're willing to take that risk, go to jail or prison or whatever, when they run their mouths too often. Then when they find themselves in that position, oh shit, I guess I did take it too far, didn't I? Yeah, you did. You did take it too far. So these people that come to these countries and do this kind of shit on foreign soil especially are taking chances, as they usually wind up finding out, don't they? So I don't know much about these people, except when it's actually brought up. And I don't follow a channel just to be trendy and say, oh yeah, did you hear about this guy or Mr. Beastie or whatever. Well, Mr. Beastie is, he's tame. He's earning his money the right way. I mean, he's not Mr. Beastie. I am aware of him. What he does is not, it's not harming people. There's a big difference trying to get an audience, where you're trying to do harm on somebody to get the attention, or you're just doing some, good things that a lot of people might find really interesting and want to watch. These are smart people that know how to make the money, and they do it legitimately, without hurting somebody or knocking somebody. But you got a lot of attention-starved YouTubers out there that'll do just about anything to create drama, to further their channel. And the majority of these people, they don't make much money at all. They're not getting rich, but some are getting rich on this. But then they take it to a different level is what happens. Oh, okay, I did this stupid stunt, and okay, maybe I'll do something even more stupid than that, to try to get more attention. And they do, because this is the mindset of people. They want to see people do stupid things. Well, you come to the genre here in the Philippines, you see a lot of stupid things going on, a lot of stupid things being said. Don't have to go far from the tree, Just come here to the Philippines, vlogging genre, and you'll hear a lot of stupid, ridiculous shit on here. And these are like small timers. Maybe they make a couple $100 a month. If they're lucky, they make 1,000. That's pretty good money. No matter how you look at it, $1,000, turns into a lot of pesos. But the price they pay for it at the end is usually not worth it. They wind up getting, well, imprisoned. That's one thing that could happen. And it's something that I don't take in mind. But we have one really strange man on here that decided that even after he committed some crimes, which got him on trial, he's still doing YouTube shows, of course, doing the same thing that got him into trouble. And his big concern in this individual was, well, come on, I want to get my money up, give me some super chats, give me some, the question is, was it worth it, what he did? I mean, that's the whole thing. Whether it's Vitali or Johnny Somalia or whoever it might be, And when you think about it, was it worth it? And that's the question to have to ask themselves. Hello, Pads 46. I made some comments on the Dum Dum show, and he screamed at me, and I was blocked. What a douchebag. Well, you just figured that out. I think that individual, I think what he was trying to do, he's not a person who could pull a show off on himself. I mean, he doesn't possess the grammar, he doesn't possess the intelligence and so forth to really pull off a show of having any kind of a topic matter. He's never been capable of that because he doesn't have any topic matter unless you want to hear, oh, well, or something like that. That's his show. Or arguing with somebody saying, okay, I don't like your comment, I'm going to block you or something. But he figured, well, drama, he kind of figured it all out, Took him a while, but he figured it all out that if I create drama, I'll get more people to, bring more attention to his show. But the unfortunate thing for him is that his drama turned into something that he's now regretting. But during the whole process of this, he never did get a whole shitload of viewers. He didn't make it to the top like he was hoping. When he would meet people, he would, try to find some identity to himself because he didn't have any. I mean, he's never done anything interesting in his life or anything. So he would introduce him. Yeah, I'm a vlogger because other than a pancake waffle flipper, whatever, what could he really put on his resume? But when you have nothing and you never will have nothing and you're just a total fucking loser, you got to bring some validity to who you are somehow. So when he meets a woman, oh yeah, I'm a vlogger. I'm a famous vlogger. Well, everybody's trying to find some identity, so he identifies himself in life as a vlogger, which he's not. He's a YouTuber, but he's not a vlogger. That's not vlogging. It's just stupidity and just total ignorance of what he presents on his live streams. So, you take whatever direction you want to try to get the attention of people on here. That's exactly what people like him do. And this Vitali guy, yeah, I'm definitely impressed with his stupidity. And now that I did actually check out his videos, I never knew who the hell he was. I'm out of the loop with a lot of shit on here. I don't know half of these so-called famous vloggers. Can you imagine? Okay, but wait a minute. It goes to show you about society itself. If Vitali, the Russian guy, has got 10 million subscribers, that people are willing to watch his stupidity, his ignorance, his disrespect for people. What does it say about the 10 million subscribers? This is what's scary about society. What does it tell you about the 10 million subscribers? Well, that the fact that they subscribe to his show and they listen to this shit and they make the guy rich. I don't know how much he's worth. Did he make millions of dollars from his, 10 million viewers? I don't know. I heard he's supposed to have money or whatever. I have no idea. Supposedly. But look how he earned it. Then, something will always happen in the end that kind of puts a abrupt, well, actually, in his case, I know he's going to be deported and this and that, or whatever was going to happen to him, but I don't know if he went back on YouTube to do it again. Okay. But see, that, to people like that, that creates an opportunity. So he got to know, and he's a smart guy. He's dumb in some ways what he does, but he's smart as a businessman because he creates his business model where, okay, I built myself up to do a lot of stupid things to get a lot of attention, and I got 10 million subscribers, and I'm making money. But now the truth is, because of all the controversy and getting arrested and this and that, guess what? He's going to get even more popular, and he knows it. So it was worth it for him to do all this stuff, because now with all the free publicity outside this is brilliant. This is actually brilliant. The free publicity he's gotten outside of his normal shows, being arrested and so forth, he's going to make more money. He certainly will be. Let's see. He was talking about the mushroom song again. He has no case, and I know it's all he ever talks about, the mushroom song. Why don't I just sing it? The mushroom man, the mushroom man, the mushroom man, the mushroom man. Do you know the mushroom man? Wow, that's controversial. That's controversial. Oh, let me see. Is Popeye going to have the guts to simulcast me this morning after this embarrassing display I created of him by exposing what he looks like? Is he running into hiding? Because if he's not doing a simulcast, someone could check for me. If he's not doing a simulcast this morning, then he went into hiding again. And every time Popeye gets embarrassed, historically, he has disappeared for a little bit at a total embarrassment. He doesn't want to be exposed. He just wants to run his mouth too behind the protective environment of his home in Florida and his behind the camera, his safety. But when people first came out and told everybody where he lived and everything, oh yeah, he went into hiding too for a while. Yeah, then when somebody was after him and said they were coming to Florida and they were gonna, oh yeah, he got off YouTube for a while. You didn't hear a hide nor hair of him, did you, for quite a while? No, you didn't. Yeah. That's the way he is. They're all cowards. That's one thing to talk on a computer. I'm a man who takes action. That's who I am, a man who takes action. And I did. Somebody's paying for it right now. So you got to watch what you do on here, because there's some people who will take further steps to remedy, shall I say, a situation. I was one of them. Okay, here we go. Look at that. I bought some new turmeric because I was running out of turmeric. Okay. Right on. Now I'm a happy camper. Doesn't take much for me to be happy, really. I'm a simple guy. I'm not as complicated as you think. I'm actually a very simple guy. Okay, let me get... Oops. Okay, not too much, Frankie. So I listen to these goobers and I say, okay, you got yourself in the spotlight. Okay, what's next? What's next is that they get their asses in trouble and then they regret it later on. But, some people use this as an opportunity. An opportunity. Opportunity for what? To get more popular. To get more controversial. I mean, look what's going on right now. We got this dude on trial, right? Right? It's creating a lot more attention for his show, but he's really not getting any more subs or viewers than ever before. Isn't that interesting in his case? It's not working out for him the way he wanted to. Oh, well. Can't blame him for trying, but look at where it's got him. Imagine you're going to be doing prison time because you want to be popular. You wanted to create some drama. Well, you did. You got your 15 minutes of fame, as they say, but you didn't like how you got it. Yeah, I got up a little later today. No, I don't plan to do a show every morning. I wind up doing so, but it's not right. My really intent to do everything. And if I do shows, I'd rather just do it in the morning anyway. So I like to cut down. If I'm going to be doing YouTube, maybe it's just better to just do it in the morning. This way kind of frees me up for other shit to do. I don't really like doing this intermittent shit. I mean, unless something, spectacular happens or something and I want to do another show, I'll say yeah, but we're just going to keep this to the mornings, I think, if I'm doing anything at all. So everybody pays the price of what they do. That's just kind of the way it works in life. You do something great for people, people appreciate you and people remember you in a good way. But when you start doing some really stupid shit, well, you'll be remembered, but not in a great way. And there's usually repercussions to just about everything you do in life anyway. I mean, it always turns out that way. They either drop dead or someone beats the shit out of them or they go to jail or something. Then they ask themselves, was it worth it? No, it usually wasn't worth it. As they find out in the end anyway. It's never worth it just to get. I mean, look, I have enough subscribers to try to get monetized and all that. I haven't even made an effort on there. And I'm sure I got the view hours, whatever, but I'm not even trying to be monetized. And I don't have a PayPal. That's easy to get a PayPal together. I don't have a. Only thing I have is a Gcash, but I don't even put that on anymore. So it's never been money that would ever drive my show. Well, my channel, my show. Okay, uh, I'm not driven by the money factor on here, like just about every YouTuber is, because they only come on for the reason of making money. It's just unfortunate, though, that they run out of things to talk about, so they repeat, except they put a little sugar coating on it the next time. And it's the same thing. It's not that any vloggers are talking about anything different. They're all talking about the same shit. And all the regular shit on here, meeting Filipinos or Filipino attitude or culture or what not to do in a relationship, how much does it cost to live out here. It's gotten so old. It's gotten so old. I've gave my thoughts about, you know, proper ways of meeting a Filipino or something and how much money you could survive on out here and stuff like that. I just don't elaborate on it. I know that the money I make, I seem to do very well out here. But then again, unlike some people, I had savings too as a backup for a lot of reasons, a backup. So if you're not prepared to live out here, just don't, because something always comes up. And I tell you what, no matter how much money you think you have, it's generally not enough if you live in a foreign country. Because as I said, if you got a medical situation that could wipe you out. That could just totally wipe you out according to what's going on with you. And if you got legal problems, that could wipe you out too. There's a lot of ways you can get wiped out financially. So is anybody ever really financially comfortable out here? I mean, if you have a ton of money, then you'll have a lot more security. But there are ways of taking that money away too, or losing that money too. You got to think, we're not all financially safe out here. It's according to what's going on in your life. Somebody could sue you and take every goddamn dime you ever have out here. I mean, there's so many factors that you got to consider. But really, I've been getting, and it's not just for sake of conversation. I've been getting really bored, and the same local people that you hear, Paul in the Philippines, all these different people. It's just nothing but repeat and rinse and repeat, whatever. That's all it really is. And of course, the famous clickbait, which is practiced by Philly in the Philippines, by Paul, and by a lot of other people. And it's a tactic to get people to come watch your show, not to mention, well, get a woman on your show as a guest, or put your own girlfriend or wife on camera, or have her scantily dressed Don't forget, Paul was a car salesman. Does that tell you anything? If we have to talk about somebody, say Paul is a good example. That's why I'll mention him. Damn guy was a car salesman. A car salesman. This guy knows what he's doing. I got to give him credit, though. I will give credit to people. I got to give Paul credit. Even in his little intros, he knows what he's doing. He knows how to bait people to come to his show. He's very intelligent in that way. But if you've been a car salesman, then you know how to bring in the people. You know how to get their attention in here. He's always, like he's trying to sell a car to you all, but he's not trying to sell a car. He's trying to sell you to come to his channel and bait you to come to his channel, although you might get disappointed at the end because, what does the show have to do with what he tried to bait you with? He does that. It's a tactic that's used very commonly now. Now it's almost like you breathe air. It's just very common. Put the entitlement on your show and then have the person have to listen to your whole show, their whole show, to try to say, okay, what's the catch line? What's the punchline? Am I being baited? I thought his title of the show had to do with this. And sometimes it does have to do with his topic matter, but only in a very minute way. These are clever people. They're clever people. Paul's very clever in what he does, And even Philippines Antics. Look at Philippines Antics. But they go really out of their way. They kind of becoming like clowns, really. And what really gets me, I think, with Philippines Antics with Heidi, to be honest with you, this is a woman, if you don't know her history, she robbed a couple of pharmacies and she went to prison. And how she got into this country, I really don't know. And she had a fake bomb on her. But gossip is what gets people to come to your show. Truthfully, I think, and by the way, George is no innocent either, as I understand, but Heidi especially, because of her felony. And generally, if you're going to be living in the Philippines and you've had a felony behind you, you're not going to want to draw too much attention to yourself that immigration gets word. Because she does a daily show on here, her and her husband, if they're really married, I don't even know. And I certainly wouldn't put myself in that position. He had a felony. I mean, right now, I don't know, unless people have reported her. I don't even know her last name. I knew all that shit. But the fact is that she is taking a hell of a chance. Hell of a chance. Doing a daily show. And of all things, criticizing people for what they do on YouTube. But what did she do back in the States? She walked into some pharmacies with a fucking makeshift bomb to rob them to get her. She was a pillhead. She wanted to get pain meds and so forth. She went to prison. Yeah, okay, they say she paid her price. But maybe not. Somebody can have a heart attack. You walk into, you say you have a bomb or something. It could cause damage or hurt to people. It could harm people. You just don't do that. And she's got a popular show. She's being rewarded with a popular show on here. And she's making a little bit of money. Not a lot, but they're making money. They're making money. And as fate turns out, she turned out to be very obese. And with health problems plaguing her, and could barely walk a distance. So, I don't know, would you call it karma? What would you call that, She knows she's with one foot on a banana peel and one foot in the grave. She's got some diseases, She's got obesity problems, probably diabetic, like some other vloggers are. You ask yourself, is it all worth it? Especially with immigration coming down on, they're really doing some research on people now. if if somebody submits her name and articles and everything else to the Board of Immigration, hint, hint, she could be in a world of hurt. No, I mean I don't particularly like Heidi, but I don't hate her. I just think she's like anybody else. She's just trying to make money and create controversy to make it, and get a viewing audience that she gets the AdSense coming in and whatnot, and other platforms, whatever they're doing. Her and George, just trying to make money like anybody else is on here. Just look, there's nobody. I'm probably one of the only few people that come on here with no money in mind. None. I'm not monetized on any platform. I'm not monetized. I'm just not. I could be. I've got the proper amount of subs, but I'm not in that direction. I mean, I'm lucky I'm even on YouTube in light of everything. Really. It's not that important to me. I'm not starving here. And I got to depend on AdSense and then super chats and all the other monetary platforms to make money. It could easily be done. But it's never been a concern of mine. And I've been on here about a decade of somewhere around there. I've been monetized once. Then I guess I fucked up my channel when I tried to put on hide or something. I don't know. I had like 13,000 subs. But whatever happened, happened. But I wasn't making any money anyway. I was lucky I was making even the minimum of 100 just to get paid 100. You have to make a minimum of $100 before they're going to put that in your account. At best, sometimes I made 200 a month. And I'm like, wow, I'm big time now. I'm really big time. Let's see. Sorry, I've been reading. You missed the good old days when the only Philippines videos, how to survive on 500 a month. Yeah. Along those lines, if you overstayed your visa by 7 years, you might not want to go on YouTube and make a spectacle of yourself, but that's just me thinking, well, no, you are absolutely correct. And you know who did that, right? I mean, if anything, you don't want to put yourself out in public. Did. You want to go into hiding. You don't want it to go public. Because people do find out things easy. But the money, I guess, is more important than the possibility of imprisonment or deportation. People get greedy sometimes. And this guy you're talking about, because he receives such a small Social Security disability pension, or whatever, disability money, he found a platform thinking, well, I could make some money on here and I could supplement what I'm making, or just, date women with a job, whatever came first. Usually the women that had a job. And he figured, well, that's a good way to survive out here. And that's what he did for, 10 years. 10 years. And where is he now? So he has to ask himself this ultimate question: was it worth it? Was it worth it? Apparently not. But oh well, you know. Yeah. Well, reality sometimes catches up to people, and they don't like it when it happens. They want reality. Yeah, it'll hit them sooner or later, whether it's their health or going to prison or getting deported, whatever the situation might be in their case, It happened with the best of them and the worst of them on here, It's just, shit don't always go the way you want it to. But yeah, he took a lot of chances. And like Heidi. I forgot her full name. But immigration is, it's the truth, actually. Immigration has become a lot more harsh, and they've had quite a few embarrassments, immigration, and how many people got in this country, and they had horrible records that makes you wonder, how good is the security on immigration? How are they getting in this country with a background, even a felony background? I always thought that's supposed to be researched, but I guess not. Because if Heidi's in this country, how long she been here? And even goes public on a YouTube show, trying to make money off people. Now, what she did was not cool. She was at the drugs. Have you seen the pictures of her when she was straggly looking, thin, emaciated, like a druggie? And that's what she was. And then what she did, robbing these pharmacies, pretending to have a bomb. That's some serious shit. Well, she did a little time in prison. And, a lot of people will say, okay, well, she committed a crime and she paid for it. She went to prison. Okay, that's one way of looking at it. But she paid her dues. Okay, fine, I'll go with that. But she never should have done that in the first place. But I understand about the drug shit. If she was really needing drugs, if she was actually addicted, I could understand a robbery, because that happens all the time. You got to get money from somewhere. But I guess she paid the price. But the problem is that immigration is going after the wrong people sometimes. Bigger fish to fry, like Heidi. She's a big fish, in the sense that she's a felon, but she was allowed into this country. Like, what the hell? I mean, even our in-house idiot has somewhat of a record in the United States. He did go to jail for 6 months. He has bench warrants on him and all kinds of shit. But he made it into the country. Well, Faith has a way of saying hello. Hello, Faith. Faith has a way of saying hello. How's it been turning out for him so far? Not very well. Not very well. And worse to come. Oh, well. You got to pay the price sometimes. Nobody forces these morons to do the shit that they do on here, but they do it anyway, knowing the consequences. Or maybe they're too stupid to understand the consequences. Maybe that's what it is. It's just total stupidity. Okay. Let's see. AGG says, was it worth it to do stupid shit for attention? I'll always be amazed at the number of people who have that, hey, look at me, mentally, Loser says, Big Brr has not been around for a few days. Maybe they finally got him. He was out of control. There's no doubt about that. Low profile is the way to go. Well, it would be in certain situations. I mean, look at me. If I had something to hide, I would not be on YouTube. And despite a lot of adversity, undeserved, but nevertheless adversity, I'm still here. If I had something to hide or be embarrassed about, I would not be on social media. I'm here. You hear my voice. I'm here. I'm live. One-to-one here. If all the shit they say about me was true, I certainly would not be on social media, of all places. That's the last place I'd be on if I had something to worry about, if I had done something that was so wrong. I got a clean record. I don't have a criminal record at all. Of course, somebody tried to do a civil case against me, but that's civil. It's not criminal. They were in the wrong anyway, but don't matter. That's history. It's civil, not criminal. There's a big difference. But what some people do on here is criminal. Although they're going to say different. I just quoted you a couple of words, man. Chill out, brother. Chill out, brother. No, I don't chill out on certain words, and I don't want to go into that again. You know why it was important to me. You know why what he said was wrong, and there was a lot of damage from that. Okay, so here we are in a court system now, right? This is what happens. It winds up you go to the court system. Now, it's no fun spending money on this shit. No fun getting evidence together and all this other shit. Although for me, the evidence was easy on this guy. Just listen to him and record him. That's it. That's all you had to do. It's not really a lot of effort in that respect. Just let him do his shows. Let him get steamed up, and when he gets steamed up, all the shit comes out. Man, he's attacked everything from government to private individuals. I mean, to cultures, to races, and challenged every legal authority out here in the Philippines. What did he think was going to actually come out of this? Yeah, low profile, if you have a reason to keep a low profile. Can somebody do something for me? Can you check and see if Popeye has a simulcast on right now? I'm just curious. Because he's going to do one of two things. He's going to go into hiding again because he got so embarrassed because he was exposed. Or he's going to try to counteract that, to try to bring people's attention away from the fact that his photo was exposed and people see how ugly he is, not just internally, but externally. I don't have a way of checking at the moment. But I'm curious if he does have a simulcast going right now. He'll try to counteract what I presented. But I'd love to hear what he has to say. He'll just go on the attack of me again. That's what he'll do. No, he's not live. Okay, there you go. I told you what a coward this guy is and how he runs away every time he gets embarrassed. This is not the first time. This is how he reacts to people when he's been discovered, whether they found out where he lived or he knew somebody was tracking him down and he thought he was going to be in danger, and he got off YouTube for quite a while when that happened. There was 2 incidents I know of, maybe more, I don't know. But now that he got exposed, he don't know what to say. Because now people knows what he looks like if he didn't know before, or more closely current what he looks like. See, when you expose a criminal, they get scared and they run away. Region says Popeye isn't on. He's still deciding if he should go into hiding again. Maybe this time longer than 1.5 years like last time. No, he'll find a way to get on, Right now he's just in the stages of embarrassment and, he's been found out stage, But to counteract this to what I'm saying, he'll do a show or something. He'll do a skit. Well, when it all goes wrong with him, he does a skit. Okay, that's how he expresses himself, with these little skits. Like, I'll show you. I'm not going to do a show, but I'm going to create a skit about you, Frank. He's going to hurt my feelings. Apparently my feelings don't get that hurt because I'm still on YouTube. And I've been called every name in a book, and I haven't ran away. I'm here. I'm live. Am I not? Last time I checked, I'm live. A lot of horrible words and accusations have been made against me. Did I run away? No, I faced every single person on here for 10 years. I challenged every individual on here, and I won. And I won. Not that it was a contest, but I'm just making a point. That if you're guilty of something, if you're truly guilty of something, then you won't be posting on YouTube. Am I making sense here? I hope I am. I know I am. You got something to hide, then you're not going to come on public media. For example, if Aloe ever truly got exposed as to who he really is, he would definitely go into hiding. There's no question about it. It's not that he's posting every day either, but My point is that when somebody's identity is discovered, then yeah, they'll go into hiding. I mean, that's kind of how it works. Popeye's no different because this is not the first time. I mean, he's done this before. He's done this before. How many times he went into hiding when he knew somebody was after him. And believe me, he had a lot of people. He doesn't think so, but he had a lot of people, has a lot of people that don't like him at all. But he doesn't have, looking at what he looks like, that last photograph that I presented, I think it said it all. I think it said it all. Now, he's upset, and he's pouting, and he's thinking, how am I going to attack Frank now for this one? Oh, what's the next step? What am I going to do to attack Frank now? The motherfucker actually exposed me for what I look like modern day. Oh, that's hitting him pretty hard. Which is proof of what a coward this guy really actually is. Because it's guilt that prevents him from coming back on. He should be doing a simulcast right now. Right now. But he's not. And this is the pattern that Robert Clausen follows every time. You can set your clock to his actions. I mean, this is what he does. I've become familiar with his pattern of cowardice. It's nothing new to the viewers. He retreats, is what he does. When he's found out, he retreats. That's what he does. Which I'm glad, because he's proven to people what a coward that he really is. So, mark my words, he'll come back sometime with a skit. That's what he'll do. And that's what he's famous for. Well, I'll just create a skit on you, and I'll show you. You ain't showing me nothing but what a stupid coward you are. That's all you're showing. And how he boasts about, I'm far away. I can say anything I want about you, Frank, and I will get away with it. I can call you a pedophile. And he figures he's not going to go to jail like Barry. See, that's how Popeye thinks. That's how he thinks. Yeah, that photo's probably 2 to 3 years old. Probably even looks even worse now. Absolutely. Region 4 says, Popeye, reverse imagine search on your daughter showed me exactly who she is. You come back and, well, you know what happens next. Well, some people say, well, you shouldn't have showed a picture of his daughter. Well, I wasn't attacking his daughter, though. But it's okay for Popeye to use images of either people in my family or make references to my family members, blood or not. It's okay. Well, he thinks it's okay. But seriously, this has actually been Popeye's pattern. So you've been following Popeye, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. He's done a lot of these retreats before. This is not the first. Is he listening right now? I'm sure as hell that he is. He may even decide to do a simulcast just to throw it in my face and say, I didn't run away. But Jesus Christ, if I looked like him, I wouldn't be on. Mr. Hero of YouTube. So I'm going to expose people. Well, you've been exposed. And he don't like it. Well, that's just too bad, Robert. Too bad, too sad, as you always say. Too bad, too sad. No, you don't want to go there. I've been down that road and I've done that shit. Now, that would be wrong. I'll admit when there's a wrong, there's a wrong. I'm the only person who would ever admit to a wrong. I've done that with a couple of people. But it was probably not the right thing to do. But when things get ugly, sometimes you're not thinking. But I know I would not recommend that. But when somebody, tries to contact your children or your girlfriend's children, like the goober did, that was wrong. As far as showing Popeye's daughter's picture, I never said anything bad about it, did I? I said that's his daughter. That's it. How many times has he used pictures of me looking like I'm dead, using my image? How many skits did he make where he utilized my photograph or even my brother or somebody in there? Oh, it's all right for Popeye to do that, huh? He thinks. So when I expose him to what he looks like to the people, and now he's embarrassed as hell, oh well. Pardon me, I am eating. Had some roasted potatoes. I went with our chicken last night, and I kept some of these roasted potatoes purposely for this morning. I wanted to mix it with some eggs. Delish. People find themselves in a little bit of a conundrum. But by all means, yes, he should be doing a simulcast to me, and he's not, which proves my point. You see, Popeye doesn't know what to say when he gets embarrassed. He doesn't know how to counteract. When the tables are turned on him, he doesn't know how to counteract that. I can't believe this guy was in the armed services, though. It's hard to believe. Would you want that coward to be defending our country? I don't think so. His glory in the military was fucking doing some cooking and being a security guard. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I always thought he tried to overplay his role in the Navy. All right, so what's the big buzz on Discord? Any new buzzes on Discord? I'm sure they must be talking about Popeye's picture on Discord. They must be. As I said, I don't go on Discord. Trial time coming up, boys. Is he going to show up or go on camera? We'll see. Boy, he came on yesterday, and people caught him in so many lies. This is a man who say everybody else is a liar but him. He didn't go to no damn immigration office. They don't let him out of there. And he, excuse me, gotta drink something here. He would have to pay for the transportation anyway, and he didn't want to do that. So, story changed though. Oh no, they came to him to visit him, but he first said that he went to immigration to present paperwork to them, as if they don't have that. The paralegal now. He's a paralegal now, or a lawyer now. Breakfast of champions, oatmeal and fruit. No, not this morning. I'm just having, I had some leftover roasted potatoes from last night. She decided to make some roasted chicken and my favorite, which is roasted potatoes. So I purposely kept some of them because I knew I was going to look for something in the morning. I don't got any good cereals here other than oatmeal, but I don't have oatmeal every day. I'll have it if there's nothing else, but I'm out of blueberries, and that's a big sin right there. That's horrible. So I had to use my strawberries, which are fine. I don't eat oatmeal every day. No, I had made a couple of eggs, and I already had the roasted potatoes. I purposely saved for this morning. I was looking forward to that, which I just finished eating. Just made a couple of eggs, mixed it up with the roasted potatoes. It's different. Roasted potatoes are just so excellent. Nice chunks of potatoes, you know, instead of like, you know, French fry shape or whatever. There's nothing like roasted potatoes because when you roast it with the chicken, because it takes on the flavor of the chicken. So it's really good. I wouldn't call it a breakfast of champions, not one bit, but it's edible. And by the way, I don't take all these vitamins every day. For example, today I'm skipping everything except for maybe vitamin C or something, but I don't take these every single day. I may not take it for 3 days, but always have vitamin C in there and also the D3 and K2. So I might be just taking vitamin C and the D3 with the K2 today. So I'm not, you know, you see all those vitamins I got, but a lot of people think that, you know, that's all the vitamins I'm taking every single day. No. I actually don't. The breakfast of champions? Nah. I can understand where people get unhealthy sometimes and they get fat and obese because, you know, if you're living on a small income out here, and whether you're a local Filipino or you're a foreigner, you may go by your budget, or maybe you just didn't do any shopping, whatever it might be, or both. But if you're going to eat, I mean, my girlfriend does most of the cooking around here. I don't always know what she's going to make, but I might be sitting in the living room. She comes up with a plate. Oh, what do you got? Okay. Oh, thank you. You know, she goes out of her way. I got to give her a lot of credit because she does go out of her way. She does do all the cooking for us, but the kids cook for themselves sometimes. It doesn't take much for them, you know, a can of sardines mixed with something, their rice or something. They're really happy with that shit. But God, imagine being in prison. You have to eat rice and fish heads all the time, or they may give you rice and a few vegetables, and that's your meal. That's it. That's it. That's it. Unless you could get food on an outside source, of course. Hello, Robert. I know you're watching. Did I embarrass you, Robert? Touche. Because, you know, Robert can't think of what Robert would, of today, he would have put on a simulcast. He would have. But where he normally gives his little speech afterwards, the reason he ain't doing a simulcast is because he don't know what to say. He's already been embarrassed to death. And that's why he's not doing a simulcast. He'll normally would say something after it. But now he's going to be faced by everybody attacking him, saying, that's what you look like, dude? Shit, you shouldn't be on here talking about anybody if that's what you look like. I mean, damn, I know what my age is, but... And whether or not I use Just for Men in my hair, and I don't have white hair, I've seen my hair falling to the ground when it was getting cut. And I'm going to tell you something. There is some white in there, or silver. but predominantly is my normal hair color, actually. I mean, he's like silver white, and I think he's maybe 2 years younger than me or somewhere around there. But he looks like he's about 85 years old. Well, at least 80 anyway. I don't know about 85. Some people think about 85, but he looks about 80. Regent says, I always eat a big breakfast and I skip lunch. Early dinner helps keep the weight off. Yeah, eat an early dinner, because when you eat late at night, your body's saying, what am I going to do with this food? I have no activity, and it turns to fat. So yeah, we do eat early too. We eat like 5 o'clock on an average. And if I get hungry for something overnight or something, I may have something to snack on, but it's usually not anything totally unhealthy, really. But yeah, I mean, 2 meals is all you really need a day. I don't need 3, but you get spoiled, and you don't need. You got to do fat. You know what your best thing is to skip breakfast, because when you go to bed at night, your fasting is what you're doing for 8 hours or however long you sleep till you get up for breakfast, right? So if you don't eat a breakfast, then that's a good fast, because you went 8 hours already. Then maybe another 4 hours to lunch or something. That's 12 hours of fasting. That's actually a good idea. And in fact, I may decide to at least skip lunch or something. I don't know. I kind of look forward to eating something in the morning, but I generally don't have anything to eat around here really all the time, unless I go to S&R. And there's certain types of cereals I will get. They're not totally healthy, these cereals, but they're not bad, and it's edible. I can't eat flakes of any sort. You know, years and years and years and years, I used to always eat Cheerios, until I really realized that, you know, maybe you're getting a little bit of fiber or something out of there, but that thing is just jam-packed with sugar and crap in there. So I haven't eaten Cheerios for a long time. Cheerios was my standby when you were hungry in the morning. Sometimes I used to, as a snack, I'd grab a handful of Cheerios, put it in my stomach in the morning or something, or you mix it with other nuts or whatever you want to do with it, you know. But no, Cheerios is not healthy for you. It's really not. But the cereals I eat have a lot more health value to it. They're not perfect at all. Everything has sugar in it, or some added something, or some crap in there. But oatmeal is probably the best thing you could do as far as a cereal. But you get the rolled oats or the steel cut. That's the one you want. Don't go buying these mixed things that have, got the strawberry flavored oatmeal, banana flavored. That's just not nutritious. It's jam packed with artificial flavors and sugar and all that. It's not worth it. You could buy Quaker brand. Quaker's fine. You think it's all shit, but it's not. If it's rolled oats, it's pretty good. I have whole wheat rolled oats. That's what I got. Whole wheat rolled oats, which is the best thing I get my hands on, actually. Ben Cunningham says, Frisbee the Hobogoblin Mantis Goober isn't skipping any meals. He's obese now. Yeah, he definitely is. Regent says, I can't skip breakfast. I sit down with my kids and I eat breakfast every morning. It's our thing. Yeah, family talk time and gathering and get ready for the day and all that. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. No, but we as humans, we do eat too much. We indulge ourselves a little bit too much. I do, Yeah. And one of the things I always did to curb my appetite during the day, I just haven't bought any, peanuts or cashews. Because every time, it's expensive to buy, but we go to S&R or something. I always buy a tub of that stuff, a plastic, but it's a good pound, or I don't know what it is in there. And Gilda uses it too. Every now and then she gets hungry, she'll take a few not as much as I do. I'll grab a small handful of cashews, and it satiates you. It has the effect of doing that, but it has good protein and has a different kind of. It's not like a saturated fat. Yeah, so peanuts are good to have a handful a day. Absolutely, I would suggest it. No question on it. Walnuts are more expensive, seems these days too. Prices of nuts went really up the past 10 years. It's enormous. But walnuts are very healthy for you too. But I'm an almond person. I eat a lot of almonds and when I could buy them. But I usually get the almonds through almond milk. But generally, we're at the store. We'll buy a whole thing of cashews because we like cashews. If not, just regular peanuts. Because I notice I really yearn for these things when I run out. Because it's just a way of, and you never want to eat peanuts, by the way, before you go to bed. I will tell you that too. Your body, it has to work hard to break down the peanuts, and that could disturb your sleep or give you an upset stomach or something. Peanut butter's okay if you ever really had that before bed, but the rule is don't eat anything at least 4 hours before you go to bed. Because that's when it's just the obvious thing to get into a speech about. It's just the obvious thing. If you're not going to have any activity, whatever calories you're putting in your body is going to turn to fat. You got to move around, exercise, or whatever. But that's why these people are becoming obese, increasingly. I told you, last time I've ever been over in Seattle, and that was quite a while back, to visit my daughter and grandkids. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing when I was walking around town, or I was in supermarkets here and there, and I noticed, I said, what a big difference since the last time I was living in Seattle area. I've seen obesity around me like I've never seen it before. And all these good-looking women I used to have, they used to be very apparent in Seattle, very abundant. Now they're replaced by overweight and obese women. Karens, more Karens now too. Good morning, sir. Regis says, I actually don't think Bummer rats that much. It's his choice. Oh, it's his choice in food. Yeah, eats. Okay, it's his choice in food. Well, it's his choice in food, and it's an activity. That's what it is. Parabola says, I try to do 5 major activities per day: walk, elastic bands, billiards, weed my garden, fish, auto or motorcycle maintenance. So sounds like you keep busy, a lot busier than I do. How old are you, by the way? It does upset me when I hear that, like recently, we know of somebody that died sitting down watching TV. And he wasn't ancient, he was 61. I thought he was in his 50s, but apparently he was 61. It's kind of an eye-opener to me. My house is big. Even when I walk in this hallway here, it's a very long hallway, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, because I'm always in and out of the rooms. Long hallway, I mean, look at my hallway. I'm always running around this house back and forth. That's activity, but I go out too. Sometimes we do go to the beach. I don't always put it on camera. When I'm downtown, like yesterday, we went to go downtown. We didn't take a trike. No, we walked downtown. And that's what we try to do. Instead of, unless the weather was so goddamn hot or rainy or something like that, you take a trike or something. But, we've been changing things off on that, so we've been, usually toward the end of the day, it's better, and you don't mind walking down there. So, it's a couple of miles walk downtown, a couple of miles back. Although yesterday we did take the trike back, but we did walk downtown instead of getting a tricycle to get us downtown. It's these little things that add up. And if you're just totally sedentary, well, yeah, you're an accident waiting to happen. There's no doubt about that. There's no question about it. You're 64, 5'10", 180. Well, that's a good height and a good weight. Good height, good weight, 64. You're a youngster. Can't believe I'm saying that. You're a youngster. Because I'm old. Getting older is not necessarily a death sentence. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later. But the thing is, you can think about your mortality, but here's the secret. Don't dwell on it. Live your life no matter what it is. Whatever you do every day, as mundane as it might be, or as exciting and active, but you have to have a little bit of activity. I don't care. You have to have something. The truth is, what I should be doing every morning, and I know people around here that do that. While it's cool in the morning, you take a walk on the beach. Now they're gonna be building some kind of a boardwalk thing out here. That might take years to happen. But the best thing to do in the morning is and you just got to get the habit of forcing yourself to do it. I might have to grab Gilda and say, I need company. Why don't you, for both of us, our sake, for heart's sake, you know, let's go take a walk on the beach. We could take a trike back if we want to, but that should be done every morning. I know this Arab guy, or whatever, but he walks his shepherds, his German shepherds, and he goes out and takes his dogs. He goes for these long walks. He's out of shape if you look at him. He's kind of overweight, but he doesn't look the healthiest. But plus, he has some kind of a heart arrhythmia problem or something. I don't know going on, but I got to give him credit because he goes out because the dogs need the exercise. They're big dogs. He's got like 5 German shepherds, big ass fucking German shepherds. He's not my favorite person, but for good reason. But he goes out and does it. So I will give credit to people when it's due. And I will. I have no problem giving somebody credit if they have a good show on YouTube, good topic matter, they're not troublemakers. I'll even promote their channel if I think they're good enough to have other people want to join in and watch. Everything turns on people, though. They want to create controversy to get popular, but then they reach that plateau and they say, yeah, I got more popular now about being controversial. That's how I did it, and drama. Then it always turns on you. We got this gal that's kind of infamous, and a lot of my viewers might know who she is if you go back. Her name is Brutally Lauren. She's living in Indiana or somewhere around there. I don't know. She's living in the States. And she tried to get incorporated with the Triple R Hate Club with Aloe and all these people, This woman her show is absolute hate and revenge and drama like you never seen before. She's been knocked off YouTube probably about 11, 12 times. Comes back on. She was into some bad shit in her life. We don't have to go into that. She was hell on wheels on her show, and she's still going. And just, the lowest of class of people for women that you'd ever see, really. And all she did was pitted people against each other in a big way. Would create controversy just to get controversy on her show. Still doing it today. I'm not going to promote her channel, but that's one of the women on here that was some of the big troublemakers, was Brutally Lauren. And believe me, that title, although she's changed it many times, she was brutal. That was a hard-ass woman who was not happy with her life because she was in and out of drugs and rehab and all this shit. She was. It's a known factor. I'm not attacking her. I'm just telling you the facts. Rehab and everything. And she teamed up with some of the hate crew on here many times. So you may know her. There we go. Look. I remember her chain-smoking, overweight bus driver. Popeye was all sweet. Yes, he was. Isn't that funny? Oh, God, Popeye would be flirting with her all the time. 2 peas in a pod, People take to their likes, to their likeness. And Popeye was sweet on her. Absolutely was. You're so correct. You're so correct. I don't know if I went throughout life at an older age and I'm totally alone or something like him, except for his daughter. But I don't know, man. I couldn't hack it. It would be hard. But you can reinvent yourself. Let's say you do get fucking deported. You don't want to go back to your country. You don't want to live in any other country. What do? Well, smart people will reinvent themselves and they will deal with the situation on hand, not to create more turmoil like some of these people will do. I mean, get the hint. If you were deported or whatever, keep a low profile. Start from fresh. But a lot of people don't do that. Don't do that. The controversy and drama just keeps on keeping on. That's where they make their mistakes. So let's make no mistake about this. I'm not even touching vitamins today, other than my C and my D3 with the K2. That's what I'm doing this morning. Yeah, I do worry about recurrent, kidney stones. Because some of that, when you're taking a lot of supplements, that can certainly contribute. So I'm kind of very cautious what I actually take these days. You have to be. I don't want to go through that again. I really don't. But you know what? The bad thing about kidney stones, unfortunately, they tend to recur again. So yeah, it is true. Just drink a lot of fluids as much as you can. Put lemon in there that helps break up the stones, forming of stones and stuff like that. It's not a fun thing. And if you ever had a good-sized kidney stone stuck in your ureter, or maybe in your kidney, then maybe you'll understand that it's not a pleasurable experience. I've read forums where people were talking about having kidney stones, and there's some women that were talking about it too, and they said, how painful childbirth can be to some women. They said, man, I'll take childbirth over kidney stones anytime. HAG says, Philippine Antics went live with the title, My American Wife's Shady Past. Really? When was this? So wait, George was talking about Heidi, is what you're saying? Wanted to bring up her shady past. Well, he has a shady past, as I understand, doesn't he? I tell you what, seriously, as I said earlier, if I was her, I would get off YouTube. But I know, she's made a very pertinent statement that YouTube is what she enjoys doing, and it's all she has. Because she's not very active because of her weight, and she's got lupus and diabetes and all kinds of shit. And she could easily fall, and she has fallen before and hurt herself. So I suppose you have to do something if you're going to be a latchkey person, whatever, homebound. Like a lot of people in the world that are disabled and in wheelchairs and, like Popeye. What are they going to do? It does get boring. You could only watch so much TV, really. I mean, what can you do? You got to do something. Now, I'm going to be right straight with you, and I always am. There's nothing exciting about my life at all. There's nothing exciting. There isn't where I live. I'm not living in a big city where all these amenities are and all that shit. No, I'm on a fucking island in the middle of the Pacific here. I'm in on a fucking island. An island province. In an island in bumfuck Philippines, And you try to make the best life you can. There's nothing exciting about living here. Not really. There's only so much you can see and do. That's just a fact. But you make the conscious choice of living where you're going to live, knowing the drawbacks, no good hospitals. Sure, that's things I think about all the time. And I get some enjoyment when I go to Cebu. because the malls are there. I can buy things I need. They can't get here. That's a plus. And I'm not one that's traveling all over the Philippines, as you know. But it's by choice. It's a little harder for me to travel around at my age than if I was a lot younger. It's a little harder. The waiting you got to do for the ferries and buses or planes, and it's just a hassle. Combined with the heat and humidity, it takes a lot out of me. And that's one of the reasons you don't see me traveling all over. I'm not a travel show. I'm happy with the status quo. I'm happy with the status quo. Yeah, even just going to Cebu every now and then breaks the monotony of living on an island. And you got to get off your island now and then. You have to. It's a given. It's a given. You got to break the monotony. We all get into routines, and some are happy with their routines, some are not happy. But you do have to leave the island every now and again to kind of regroup yourself. That's what I do. I'm not the younger man I used to be, man, and I realize it more and more every year that goes by. Believe me, I do. Trust me, I do. I'm not as agile as I used to be, but I'm not bad. I'm pretty agile, but I'm not as agile as I used to be. My balance is not probably the greatest. I'll tell you one thing I do. When I go up in a store and you got to go up some steps, I don't worry about going up the steps. I'm very careful when I go down the steps, especially if they're wet. I watch my steps. When I go to DIY in town here, they got these long steps up there. No problem getting up. Getting down, I'm watching my balance. I'm watching my feet. Because the last thing I want to do is have a dangerous fall. Because once you damage your hips and stuff, you're going to go downhill. Because number one, it takes a long time to heal. You're going to be in pain for a while. And hopefully you can get the proper medications to deal with it, which is hard to do out here to begin with. The good stuff. They're not going to give you morphine tablets to take home. They're just not going to do that. It works, though. Morphine works. When I had that kidney thing, when I went to the emergency room, they shot me up with some morphine, and there might have even been, at times, they put the, what do you call in there? What do you call that shit? The zombie drug. Yeah, so if it works. But the one thing you don't want to do as you get older is to fall. Well, it's not like you plan to fall. That's why it's called an accident. Or maybe you're just not paying attention. If you're going to walk into a city like Cebu, other than maybe like the IT Park area, which actually has real sidewalks. The infrastructure is a lot better in the IT Park area than it is in the general Cebu area. You got to watch your step. You don't want to fall. And some people die within a year. You might say, well, how are they going to die because they fell? Well, because your hips and whatever you damage in that area is it's going to be slow healing, and you're going to be very sedentary because it's going to be painful to walk. So if you go through a year being entirely sedentary, then you might die of a heart attack. That's a fact. Look it up. So yeah, try not to be a hero at your age. Realize that you do have some shortfalls. You got shortcomings, and you're not that young man that you used to be. Sure, you think young, dress young, act young, but the fact is, and I'm all of the above, but the fact is you're not young anymore. You just got to face reality. Sometimes you got to face reality. And if you don't, you're living in a delusional world, like some people on here live in a highly delusional world. You got to be careful not to fall. You don't want to go down that. So I am very careful going down steps. I most certainly am. I'm not as sure-footed as I used to be. I remember I was in Carmen or somewhere, and there was a site of a bad accident between a big old wing truck and a car. I wanted to stop and see the remnants of this accident. It was the aftermath. And from the roadway, I'd have to step down a couple of feet. And I had to really navigate my way down just 2 feet, where when I was younger, I could just jump down. No big deal. You're not going to fall, you're not going to slip. But I even noticed, even jumping down 2 feet through kind of like rock and soil, and then the angle of the land could have pushed me forward and have me fall. So I had to navigate my way down just a couple of feet. Doesn't sound like a lot, a couple of feet, right? But I had to navigate my way down because I've done that before. When I wanted to take a piss, I was in a Grab driver cab. Honest, I got to take a piss. So I'm going to go in the woods. So there's a little embankment. I go to jump down that embankment, and I just, this forward, I was like kind of pushed forward, almost into a jog. I mean, I had to get balance. It goes to show you, you're not the young person that you used to be, man. Your balance is off, and you're not as agile as you used to be. So you got to be careful. You don't want to be tied up in a hospital, not only because of the expense, which you don't want to face that. Believe me, I know. I think I quoted what it cost me for that couple of times I had to go to the hospital, some procedures having to do with the kidney stones, the lithotripsy, to break them up. Yeah. It was no fun. And it was costly. So on a financial way of looking at it, monetarily, yeah, it's, but that's what an accident is. You don't plan it. It just happens. Nobody purposely wants to fall or get into an accident of any sort. It just happens. That's why they call it an accident. You're certainly not going to hurt yourself on purpose. Why the hell would you do that? But yeah, I have my limitations. I absolutely do. But at my age, I think I'm a lot better off physically than a lot of people on here. I mean, look at Popeye. Jesus Christ. Look, I'm not saying I'm the best looking person in the world, you know, and as far as my age, I've uh, I've been very fortunate, or maybe it's by what things I do for myself that I look fairly well for my age. I would say that's not rubbing my knuckles against my chest, nothing like that at all. I assure you, because I'm my biggest critic. But I don't look bad for my age. Could be worse. I've seen around. I've seen my neighbor. I've seen a lot of different people that are my age or younger, and they look extraordinarily older than their chronological age. And look at people on here. Look at Don C. Don C looks like he's about 80 years old. Look at the new pictures of Popeye, which is probably taken 3 years back. Look what he looks like. I think he's a couple of years younger than me, if I'm not mistaken. Goes to show you. You make fun of somebody's age, but go take a look at yourself in the mirror. Take a deep look. Don't shy away from the mirror. Turn the lights on high. Look at yourself in the mirror and see what you see. Believe me, I see what I see every day when I have to look in the mirror. Sometimes I turn away. I'm not kidding. I said, that's not me. But it is me. That's a reality. You're not getting younger, you're getting older. And you can't fight old age. You could do your best to keep yourself presentable. You could actually look younger if you eat right and take supplements and stuff like that. Yes, I think that's my saving grace. Pardon the word grace. But I think that is. I'm convinced of it. My daily habits of what I do in regards to nutrition, for the most part, I'd say 75%, give or take, is good, decent food and supplementation. 25% is up for grabs. I mean, it's sometimes some shit food because you're hungry, there's nothing else to eat. I will say one thing: stay away from muffins. Oh, God. Now, no matter how hungry you are, muffins are the worst thing. They contain so much sugar you wouldn't believe it. Even your morning coffee, if you're one of these people who like to load up their coffee, have lattes and all kinds of shit, all the fancy names they give for coffee. When years ago, it was, hey, walk in a restaurant, let me have a cup of Joe, for like 10 cents, 25 cents. Just to get a cup of regular coffee is going to cost you like $4 anywhere. But nevertheless, everything's been fancy: frappuccinos, lattes, caramel, this and that. And you got whipped cream in there, and it already is loaded with so much sugars from the creamers and whipped cream and nuts or whatever it is, and chocolate, or whatever you have in these drinks. There's so many names of these drinks, I can't even keep up with it. I grew up thinking coffee is coffee. And the most you did, my parents did that all the time. They'd put some milk in it. If they had creamer, they'd put it in there. And they would add sugar all the time. I'd watch my parents. No wonder they died in a relatively early age, actually. Relatively. Well, my father was about 73 or something. I don't know. My mother was like 10 years younger. She had to be like, well, she was probably around 65. But I used to hear the cups in the morning, clinking of the cups, like my stirring my tea, clink, 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 every morning. And I'd smell the cigarette smoke because they'd have cigarettes with their coffee. And I used to see how much, sugar that they'd put in their coffee. They didn't know any better. In those days, people weren't health oriented or conscious of their health. They really weren't. My parents were not. But I grew up differently as time went by, and I realized certain things I should be doing and not be doing. And, one bad habit that lingered with me, unfortunately. But other than that, I've kept straight as an arrow. And I'm alive today. I certainly believe two factors, perhaps. One, that I took a different route than my parents did. Two, there might be 25%, and that's all it usually really is, 25% genetics. I've been lucky so far. Knock on wood. Although this is plastic I'm knocking on, it looks like wood. The lever on my chair here. Live day by day until you can't live anymore. Don't fear the reaper. The reaper's coming for every one of us, whether you like it or not. Some, perhaps a lot sooner, because of their obesity and everything else, and what they eat, not taking care of themselves and drinking all the time. People just don't understand about alcohol. It don't belong in your body. Not that cigarette shit does, but alcohol does not belong in your body. Even one drink, what it does to your liver for the duration of you drinking, you would not understand it unless you Google it. And I know a lot of people love to drink out there, man. They don't realize it, or maybe they just don't care. And if they don't care, I don't care. Do what you want with your life. Chain smoke if you're a chain smoker, drink if you're a drinker. Enjoy yourself, right? That's their attitude, right? Is you got only one life, I'm going to enjoy it. And yes, I have met majority of people I met think that way. I'm going to enjoy my retirement, and I'm going to do whatever it is that makes me happy. After all, I don't have to work anymore. It's my retirement. I'm going to drink. I'm going to smoke. I'm going to eat whatever's in front of me. If it doesn't eat me back, I'll eat it. Attitude. And it shows because you see all these foreigners walking around with the biggest bellies. I always joke around, they need their own zip code after a while. And what is that doing? It doesn't mean they care about their partner either or their wife. Maybe they want you to be around a while. And I can say the same thing. Stop smoking, Frank. If you care about your girlfriend that much. Well, that's true. Well, I do care about her a lot, but that's why it's called a habit. And the chemicals in there could be stronger than the love you have for somebody. And that's the truth. The chemicals, the additives they put in there, they've added like 1,000 different chemicals to cigarettes about 40 years ago. Do you remember the Joe Camel commercials? And you remember the Joe Camel on a pack of camels? They dressed him up to look cool. He had sunglasses on and a scarf and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, part of the campaign or something. They did that for a reason. They're brilliant people in Wall Street. They wanted to try to hook children on smoking, to make it look like it's cool to smoke. It started in the old movies in the 50s, really. I think it came to a peak, I think, in the 50s. All these movie stars on there, they all smoked, even the women. There was a time you'd never see women smoke, and it was not appropriate. So when they started smoking, because they were famous, other women started smoking. Just like when Marilyn Monroe with the bleached blonde hair, you know, the cattle of society, all the women that wanted to look like Marilyn Monroe started bleaching their hair. When Farrah Fawcett was around, they all wanted to look like Farrah Fawcett. Nobody could be original. I really appreciate people who are original. You know how I talk about the cattle of society all the time, and I mean that. Be yourself. You could be your own original. You don't have to try to make yourself look like somebody else. As well as I feel that Filipinos should not try to lighten their skin to look more white because it's supposedly more acceptable. Accept and appreciate who you are and what your skin color is. I have no problem with Filipinos' skin colors. I've been with one for now over 9 years. Be proud of who you are. Be proud of your skin color, no matter what it is. It's just your skin. It doesn't represent your internal thoughts and your inside, your heart. And okay, well, the dialogue is going down here, so it's time for me to get off here when that starts happening. So yeah, I thought I'd run a show this morning and talk about a few things, and I think I made my point. People want to be popular, but they wind up regretting what they did to get popular, and now they're facing charges and or getting deported, whatever, prison, and their life is totally turned upside down because they wanted to be popular. They figured the only route I could take to do that, because I have nothing to talk about, and most of them don't have anything to talk about. They cannot carry a show without having commenters on there that will help trigger them into talking about somebody. They're looking for that reason. Look at Barry. He wouldn't have a show at all. He don't have time. I would laugh when he tried to come up with talk. What do you say we talk about? I mean, Barry in politics, that's a big fucking laugh. He tried to get political. The guy has half a fucking brain. Him trying to get or act intellectual, it just doesn't work, and it's never worked for him. Hey, I'm just saying, by demonstration, there's that word you all love. By his own demonstration, he's a moron. He's an idiot. Cyber-libel, cyber-libel. Well, sue me for it. You are an idiot. Now, if it wasn't true, yeah, then that's a terrible insult. But if it is true, you're just stating fact. All right, guys. I got to gather some paperwork for my trial. I got to do some organization today here. I'm so looking forward to next week. I wish I'd be going there today, really, but soon enough. Yes, I'm very anxious to go to court. Most people wouldn't be, but I'm very anxious to go. I'm going to get this shit over with one way or the other, you know. Although it could drag on for this guy for a very, very long time. Self-inflicted, that's all I could say. I'll end off with that. Self-inflicted. Inflicted. Region says what? Do you think you will be given enough time to present your evidence? Well, I don't see why not. They may start off the trial kind of having his lawyer, if he has one, make an introduction to themselves and trying to plead with the court to allow them to put a motion together to address some issues or to try to get plea bargaining. I may not even get to testify because there are other factors that might be discussed, especially he's getting a new lawyer. So I can't guarantee, but I am scheduled. I'm definitely scheduled to be giving testimony. Do you think you'll be given enough time? I mean, there's just so much. Yeah, well, it's sort of like this. They're going to base things on the affidavits that were initially presented, but I am going to have an opportunity to present more. So that's the good part. There's too much. There's too much evidence. There's no possible way that it could all be addressed. His threats and, well, that will be introduced in there, though. Yeah, it will, but even on the testimony, it will. And Regent says, hopefully Barry shows up in person. You get the joy of seeing his face during your testimony. He should show up. Stop being a coward. He should show up. He just doesn't want to pay. Well, he's going to have to pay for the train. Well, okay. I think his attorneys might be a PAO. I don't know. If anything, I think the attorney's going to show up. And he may not. Most of the hearings that were there, he didn't show up. There wasn't that many hearings. Not really. He was on camera, several. I know that. And I'm glad he was in the courtroom at the time. And man, he didn't expect this at all. His mouth was wide open. And he talked about it too later on. How the hell did he get that evidence, he said. This is when on that big screen, the evidence was presented by one of my lawyers for all to see, for the judge to see, for the clerk to see, for the people sitting down in the courtroom to see, and actually seeing him on camera. He was shocked. I don't understand why he was shocked. He knows I recorded shit. He's always saying to everybody, you ain't got no evidence, you ain't got no evidence. And when I actually, which is stupid because I've actually presented some of this stuff on my shows. You know, him calling me what he calls me and threatening me and all that shit. I presented my own shows. He always knows of his evidence, but why was he so surprised when he came in the courtroom and the evidence was presented for everyone to see, and there he was on camera, and he was standing in the courtroom. He must have felt really strange and embarrassed. Some people turned around and looked at him, saying, what the fuck? What kind of a expat is this guy? What a creep. So he did a show afterwards. He goes, how the fuck did he get that evidence? Where the fuck did he get that evidence? Well, I told him time and time again I got the evidence. He didn't want to believe me. He didn't want to believe me. This case is going to drag out for a while if you don't testify on the 7th. I think I will be. I think I will be. It's come down to that. We have to move on with this stuff. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. It just drags him out longer. Sure, I would have to pay my lawyer to go to court. Sure, I would have had to pay for transportation to come to Cebu and to stay at a hotel or whatever. But, you know, it's a dual purpose trip anyway because, as I said, I make lemonade out of lemons. And when I'm in Cebu, I take care of other stuff too. You know, my girlfriend gets to see her mom. I get to go over there and see her mom too. I like her mom. She's like 89 now, bedridden for over 3 years. What a tough bird she is to hang in there like that. I just can't believe it sometimes. A little bit of activity could kill her and her heart. She lays in bed all day. over 3 years. It's horrible. It's not an existence I'd ever want. But it gives me a chance to do some shopping for some food and whatever else we want. People we know that will visit. We know a lot of people in Cebu. Of course, her friends, but her friends are my friends. So, dual purpose. Need more blueberries. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You hit the nail on the head there, Mr. Region 6. Blueberries. Can't live without them. It's like your woman. You can't live with them and you can't live without them, right? Isn't that the truth? Oh, you find out when you don't have a girlfriend or, how lonely it could be in this country. I mean, that's a topic all in itself. I mean, we've been down that alley before, but your existence, the older you get, is a horrible existence. You have to have somebody. If you find yourself alone and you don't want to deal with women no more, you're definitely going to need a caretaker. You're definitely going to need a caretaker. And that's exactly what your girlfriend is. If she's, younger than you, chances are, and she is my caretaker. She absolutely is. And I'm her caretaker. Absolutely. Absolutely. Abso-stinking-lutely. But as you get older, you'll realize how important they are. So a lot of these guys that in too bad shape to be dating or screwing, they're going to need somebody to look over them. So if you're in a financial position you could do it, you are going to hire somebody to do your housework, and you got an extra room as a live-in caretaker / housekeeper or whatever. You need somebody there in case of an emergency. And you're going to find yourself in that position. And you better be really happy and feel really lucky that you have a wife out here or a longtime girlfriend. Believe me, it makes all the difference in the world. And you'll find out. At one point or another, you'll find out. You don't remember what it's like to be single. Oh, I do. I've been single all my life. I may have had a lot of girlfriends. This doesn't mean I was with them forever. My longest relationships were, let's see, I got married, but I was with her for a couple of years before I got married, for 2 years, and married total for 5 years, and total relationship was 7. Okay, then there were other women. Maybe one of them was 1 year. There's one of them that was 3 years, shy of 3 years. I never had long-term relationships, really. I was single most of the time, ever since my divorce. And I was already, in my 30s, mid-30s, my divorce. I mean, I've been single ever since, up until now, because I have not had long-term relationships. For whatever reason, for the better or good. So I know what it is being single. I've been single all my life. Because my relationships, they did not last very long. Majority of it by my choice, a few of them by their choice. I'm usually the one that ended a relationship. Moved on to greener pastures. That's what I did. And here I am today. I'm very satisfied with who I found. I can't be more content. I can't picture her not being with me. I cannot picture that. And if something did separate us, legally or something on that, I'll deal with that too. I was away from her for 14 months with that COVID shit. I couldn't get back to the Philippines from Hawaii. Remember that? I made the best of it because that's all I could do. You make the best of a bad situation. Always have communication. That's important. I knew everything that was going on at the house, how the kids were doing, how the dogs were doing. I knew everything. Because we communicated, and that made it more bearable. You can get through shit like this. You actually can. But you wish that you were a little bit younger to have to go through this. So that's the problem. So if you got deported or something, right? Okay, you get to see each other. Just the next nearby country. That's not a problem. But you make the best out of a bad situation. That's who I am. Okay, guys and girls, we got to go. Nice conversing with you, though. You guys have a wonderful day or evening wherever you are. And let's get it on. You know what I mean? Let's just get this shit going, man. I'm ready to rumble. I've been for a long time. Let's rumble. Let's get this shit over with and Let this river find its source. Let's find it the mouth of the river. Let's go down that mouth of the river. You start from the source and you go to the mouth. Let's get it on. Let's get it going. Let's bring this thing to a final end. And that's what we're trying to do here. Good shoe. You know the right words. Take care. Will you take care too, Mr. Regent, whoever you may be? Thank you guys for listening. Be proactive, people. Good evening, folks. Good to see you too. Well, remember that old commercial? Remember the Roach Motel commercial? You check in, but you can't check out. Well, anyway, Vitaly, the Russian guy, I guess he's in one of those detention centers, and he's probably at this point asking himself if it was worth it. Maybe for the money he makes on his show. Guess he's got a lot of cash. He's rumored to be one of the first prankster YouTubers, actually, or whatever different formats he put his show on. But he's been arrested. And if you saw my short video prior to this, why do I even bother to do a short when I'm going to do a live? But hey, what the hell? There's a guy who was narrating on there saying, well, once you're in there, it's going to be a crowded, horrible situation. And despite having a good lawyer, he's got the money for the best, I guess. I don't know. It's according to what you did. You know, he's certainly classified as an undesirable. I mean, there's no question about that. But he had different crimes, more than one that he's being charged for. So, don't think he's going to like it there. And it is true about these places is that because, justice kind of doesn't look at the clock, you could be in there for an awfully long time just awaiting a trial of any sort. And, we're familiar all with that. So, yeah, you could be in there a long time before you even get a trial. But to get in there in the first place is not something you want, of course. Certainly wouldn't be something I want. But once you're in there, you're like in the land of the forgotten. Because that's what it feels like, and I've seen enough shows and inmates were talking about this. And a lot of foreigners, actually. And they just, one guy was in there for over 10 years just awaiting his court trial. Every time something came up, well, they came up with another excuse, so we had to cancel this or whatever. Well, the docket's too full, we can't fit you in. And of course, the prisoners, they have every right to be upset about that because it's not a good feeling. You're waiting and waiting, and you're living in swill around potentially dangerous people. And if they don't like your personality or anything about you, it just makes it worse. And it's not a comfortable place to be in. Or shall I say, to put yourself in. Because you had to do something to be there in the first place. I mean, they didn't just decide to throw you in a fucking prison camp. You had to have done something. Hello, Master of Puppets. How are you? No matter what, he has to go to Bigoton. The BI announcing said that deportees can only have direct flights home. Home. 0 direct flights to the U.S. from Cebu. Let me see. 0 direct flights home. 0 direct flights to the U.S. from Cebu. So, let's see. Well, the Matthews Cooper. The announcement said that direct flights from home. 0 direct flights to the U.S. from Cebu. There are no direct flights, and do these people getting deported have to pay for that too? Oh yeah, I guess they do. Well, he's got a long time before this guy you're talking about is going to be deported. Oh, no layover. You're saying they're direct flights, no layover. You're saying different here. You're saying the deportees can only have direct flights home. Okay. Then you say 0 direct flights to the U.S. from Cebu. Oh, they have to from Manila only, not Cebu. Well, this Vitali guy, and that's who actually was featured in my short prior to this live broadcast. Yeah, that guy was quite a character, but you gotta weigh out and balance between getting the kind of a negative attention that you're seeking to do and the consequences that follow that. So no matter how much money you're making, sometimes money does not get you out of a situation, unless you're going to pay off people, and the money is attractive enough, you may find somebody to take it. That happens all the time. But if it's not a situation that works for you, you could get more time by bribing another officer or something like that. So sometimes it just don't work out either way. But Vitali, I think that's his name, the Russian guy that was featured in my short, narrated by, it's another YouTuber's channel. Forgot the name of it anyway. It might be on the caption or something. I don't know. But so he was arrested, and he did some really shitty things. He really did. And you see, what happens is, as happened with Vitali, he got carried away with his pranks. Like when he had an officer's motorcycle, whoever it was, a marshal or something, it was, got on it and was, kind of, you know, riding it by the side, by the curbside, and taking people's hats off, officers and shit like that. I mean, that's a lot of balls to do that just to make money and get attention for your show, but it never winds up the way they want at some point. Look at Johnny Somali, and I guess he's in a Thailand prison waiting for some trial of some sort. It doesn't always work out for you, you want that attention. You want to make money so bad on your fucking show. And you got to ask yourself your question, is it worth it? Some people make a couple of dollars from a super chat now and then, or maybe, whatever other monetary platforms you have, they don't usually make a lot of money. So this Vitali guy, I guess he's been around for a long time. It's been rumored that he's one of the first known pranksters. Whether that's true or not, I really don't know. But I don't know. Guy's supposed to have a lot of money. I guess he has like 10 million subscribers. I mean, that's quite a bit of subscribers. But maybe they should pull him off. I mean, YouTube or wherever his platform is, I guess it's YouTube, he should be pulled off out of YouTube, and he won't be making any more money. Get him where it hurts, when it hits the pocket. That's where you got to get him, when it hits the pocket. But Vitali, and people like him and Johnny Somali, people like that, they should be in jail. And then when you down somebody's culture, and we have a real clown on here that, yeah, crazy, 10 million subs, man. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, 10 million. That's like a big audience. That's like 10 times bigger than Woodstock or more. But I can't even imagine well, it's not that everybody's on at the same time. You get 10 million people come on when you do a show. That would be unique. That doesn't happen. However, that's still a lot of subs, a lot of AdSense, a lot of money to be made, serious money. But in the end, you got to think, is it really worth it? Master Puppet says that Deca guy from the UK says that they now can only use their phones for 1 hour under supervision at Bickerton. You have to queue up, stand up straight, and say "sir" to the guard. Oh, I could see that happening with the other clown. Yeah, he hates guards and hates anything. He hates anybody in a higher position, anybody in a position of authority. I could see him saying "yes, sir" to it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess I'm not familiar with him. I guess there are a number of characters out there that they're all trying to, do these, prank shows and all that crap and anything to get attention. They'll even do some daredevil stuff. And I've heard people have gotten killed doing daredevil stuff in the past too for their YouTube channel. Numerous people actually had a big audience too. Cliff divers, whatever you name it. These adrenaline junkies that were gaining an audience based on dares or whatever, just stupid shit. Master says Hunchback can't stand. It has to be driving bummer crazy that you are still free. Well, I'm free until I'm not free. How's that? And I don't think I'll be detained for any reason. He's banking on it, that's for sure. He's definitely banking on it with his girlfriend's complaint. That haven't reached fruition either. There is no resolution. So I was right. They was just pulling my chain. Every one of them lied. The high roaders, even Mick Fisher. Even I seen a copy of it, Mick says. You didn't see shit, Mick. Popeye, Don Seed, the Holy Rollers, and the high roaders together. Oh, yeah, and Jay. We all got a copy of it. Well, Jay made a very critical mistake. I'm not going to talk too much about it except where that's going, but he had falsified a document, and I got the recording of it. He falsified a document and put it on camera, is what he did. And that absolutely is a crime. And that's considered a serious crime. You sure he must be getting drunk right now? Well, he said he was going to buy a bottle before he goes. Knock yourself out. Hope you will always remain free. There's no reason you shouldn't be. No, there isn't, yeah. No, that would ruin my day, that's for sure. But I honestly don't see that's going to happen. My day goes on every day. I'm downtown maybe twice a day. I walk around. Everybody knows me. I'm in the stores. I pass by the police department all the time. I see police officers in the street that know me. It's not like I'm on a most wanted list or something, It's not like that. I don't fear any sounds in front of my house of a horn beeping or some shit like that or whatever. Now, if I see a flashing light in front of my house, yeah, that would be a reason for concern. But it's not like that. We don't have drawn curtains. We don't, our doors open in the day when we're home. It's just like every other day. And this 4 months overstay. Where the fuck am I 4 months? Where the hell am I 4 months overstay? Well, that's Ricky's words anyway. Steven. I still think about that one video that Slick made where he was at Virgie's, yeah, and he did a toast with that dumb smirk on his face about you putting a complaint against him, and he laughed. Look at him now. Oh, yeah, I remember all of that. I was laughing all the way. I'm still laughing at it. I think about these things all the time, actually. Not all the time, but it does come to my mind with his, how many times he had that smirk look on his face like you ain't going to do nothing to me, motherfucker. Well, look how that turned out. Didn't turn out his way, did it? And I don't think the rest of this is going to turn out his way. And let me tell you, if you want to see somebody really fall apart, and you want to see the high roaders fall apart, well, let's just say the immigration decides against any kind of possible deportation. They quash the complaint. Let's say that happens. Boy, there's going to be a lot of crow flying around out there being eaten. Bummer's going to hit his head against the wall. His girlfriend's going to hit her head against the wall. We'll see. That would be a glorious, glorious moment. Glorious moment. Yeah, and I did find out that what his girlfriend did is against the law. Absolutely. It's up to my decision, he said, where you want to go with this. We'll let the Department of Justice just take over. I don't know. But either way, but more so, if deportation would decide against me, and I have to have my lawyer further, because it's an administrative, it actually is an administrative thing. I'm not unwilling to pay, and they know that. There's a big difference between what Barry did and an administrative thing on me. Big difference, night and day difference. He voluntarily did not pay for his visas and exits, all that shit, right? Rolled up into one. This was thrown upon me because of a charge sheet. That's it. It was not my will. I always pay my visas. It was not my will to not to pay. We even went up there with the intent of trying to pay. Made sure I showed my face there. I did what I needed to do. They know I was certainly willing. So if push comes to shove, that will be considered too, because I'm an unwilling, I'm a willing person, but the circumstances are wholly just different than his. It's totally administrative in nature. Okay. Not my doing. I got a good record since I've ever been in the Philippines. So that's really not fair to me. That's not fair to me at all. But life ain't fair, is it? But everybody, pays their price sooner or later. I've been right so far with a number of people that have paid the ultimate price. Now he is. And like I said, I'm going all the way with this. In fact, I went today to have something because my copy machine, well, it's not, well, the printing machine's not printing, it's just copies. And I wrote something up I'm going to use just for court. A couple of paragraphs of something that they'll allow me to say. And maybe a couple of things, it's going to be all set up, a couple of recordings I'm going to bring in with me. And if I'm allowed to do what I need to do, I'm going to do it. Yes, it is testimony time. That's what the scheduling is for. It certainly is. I can't wait. Things are not going to turn out the way he's hoping. Because I do ask a lot of questions, maybe too many, by attorneys. They're probably sick of all my questions. But I always thought they were important questions to ask about this and about that. Because I'm trying to learn how this shit works. The only way of learning is if you tell me how it works. And tell me what you think is going to happen based on your experience as a trial lawyer. And he's a trial lawyer is what he is. Oh, people are joking around. They said, oh yeah, he's just his specialty is not immigration. Well, what people don't, 6 inch, I think I'm exaggerating, is at least 4 inches thick anyway. I think 6 might be exaggerating a little bit too much. Wonder what his new lawyer thinks of him. Does Junior Mint have to pay his way to Picketon? I'm thinking that he does. I'm actually thinking that he does. He ain't gonna like that. He's not gonna like that. Well, he's going to not like anything about Biggie, let's face that. I don't blame him, I wouldn't like anything about Biggie either. But if I ever had to wind up in a situation like that, well, you could bitch and whine about it and say, I don't want to be here, and you don't want to be there. But like I said, any situation that comes up in your life, you have to deal with it with a level head. What is that thing they say? I can't, try to change the things I can't change and blah, blah, blah. And all. And you got to be really strong to face it. And hygiene would be really important. Here's the scary stuff about Biggie and places like that. It's not the people themselves necessarily. It's the disease that floats around there. Well, coming from the people, because it's really unsanitary. And it's actually up not to the institution, it's up to the inmates to take buckets of water and wash the floor out of urine and all that shit, and human feces or whatever the hell is just around there. A lot of people die of pneumonia in there. But the other one, the big one, is that they're always dying of is what's that one? Oh shit. Nah, pneumonia was a secondary thing. Enlighten me. My brain is going on 70, Yeah, there's one thing that's very prevalent in these jails that people are dying from. Too. That's why they hire, the trustees, which are prisoners that do the job for them. You don't blame the guards, do you? Screw that shit. Definitely nobody's going to like you if you're a jail guard. But anyway, that's what's going on in Sin City. What's today? Friday, right? It's Friday. Unless I'm wrong. Okay. 3 days. Yeah. Well, if he decides to go to the court, at least the little doggy will get out of the cell and go for a nice little ride in the car, put the window down, stick his head out, catch the wind, But a little advice for him if he does that, don't spit in the wind, because it just might come back in your face. That's life, buddy. This is where the rubber meets the road. What is the judge, dumb or something? So shit, I maybe shouldn't have said that. I don't think so either, man. This is where, the rubber meets the road.
Fuck the judge. Fuck everybody. Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em all.
Well, I don't know. Some of the things that you said were not cool. And, they are recorded.
I don't give a fuck. Fuck immigration. Fuck the judge. Fuck the system. Nobody's gonna put me in bigoton.
Well, you kind of really have an order on that already.
Oh, fuck the order. Fuck everybody.
Well, you see, with that kind of attitude, man, I just don't think it's going to get you real far. Do you realize your trial's coming up in a few days?
So big fucking deal. I got a new lawyer now. She's gonna set this straight. I'll be going home soon.
Man, I don't know about that anytime soon. You've done some really shitty stuff, man. And did you know that most of this stuff, goes in the hands of the court itself?
Oh, fuck the court. They don't know shit. I didn't do anything wrong. Hey, judge. This is what I'm going to say to the judge. He's a pedophile, judge. And I'm going to stick to that.
Well, I hope you do say that to the judge. And I really hope that you really do got a good lawyer.
My lawyer's the best. I got to give her credit.
Didn't you just get this lawyer? And didn't you just say you went to immigration? And you handed in all these papers to immigration and all this stuff? And isn't that your lawyer's job?
You'd be surprised how much of a participant I am in this matter.
I don't think you could leave the jail cell to do that.
No, he came to the immigration people came to me.
No, wait a minute, wait. What are you saying? Wait. Which is it? You went to immigration. They allow you to leave your cell. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
But didn't you also say that, no, the immigration actually came to see me at my detention center?
I forgot what I said. Either way, I saw immigration, and they told me things, and I told them things.
Okay, if that's what you say so. So you're ready for your trial on this coming 7th?
Oh, you betcha I got the best lawyer ever.
Yeah, I think you're going to need a good lawyer. That's what I think. What's your defense?
Well, you're a pedophile. That's my defense.
That's your defense. Isn't that what got you in trouble in the first place? Hey, let me ask you something.
Yeah, ask away, fuckhead.
Why would you continue to do shows knowing that, these horrible shows you do, knocking me, knocking the system, knocking the Filipinos, knocking, different groups of people like the Muslims?
Fuck the Muslims. They should all be dead.
Oh, man, that's a bad attitude if you're going to be going into Bigotan. Don't you think there might be Muslims there?
Fuck them all. They'd have to go through me. I'm not scared of nobody.
Well, you're pretty cocky, dude. I got to tell you that. You're really cocky. I mean, that's a dangerous place to go in and have that kind of attitude, and maintain that kind of attitude.
They don't know how tough I am. I've been in places like this before. You'd never last in here.
Well, I don't plan to be in there, but I'll tell you what, if I ever was, I wouldn't want to act like you would.
What does that mean?
Well, your cockiness is not going to get you anywhere. But let's talk about court.
Yeah, let's talk about court.
Well, what are you going to say? You think you're going to run up to the judge with pieces of paper in your hand?
Hey, you got a charge sheet, Your Honor. It's a charge sheet. He's an overstayer. Well, I realize I'm an overstayer. Whoops. That don't help me.
Well, yeah, you are, but you got 5 charges on you. And did you notice the paper?
What paper?
What does the entitlement say on there? Does it say Republic of the Philippines against you?
That's bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit. Yeah, you're against a big organization.
Fuck them all. Pardon me.
I'm dying here. Well, you're having a hard time now, bro. Let me tell you, you're going to have a big hard time. When you in Bikiton. Can you say Bikiton?
I don't have to say nothing. I ain't going nowhere. You wait till the court hearing. My lawyer's going to get me out of this. I'll be going home soon.
Oh, God, man, it's been like 2 years. And you've been kind of saying that for 2 years.
That's all right. You'll see this time.
Okay, well, we will see. This, you realize this is where the rubber meets the road. Okay? It's where the rubber meets the road. And I hope your lawyer is, locked and loaded.
Oh, you mean like Brevis? Brevis, he was locked and loaded, you know. When Mick Fisher came by, he was going to beat the shit out of Mick Fisher.
Oh, really? Well, how come he didn't do it at the time?
Oh, you don't know Brevis. He's my buddy. He's a tough guy. Even though he's built like a breadstick, you might be surprised.
Yeah, I guess I would be surprised. He didn't do nothing to Mick, that's for sure. And neither did Ricky.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Dude, it's been how long now, and you just really haven't learned your lesson at all. I don't know what it takes. You're up against some pretty heavy-duty shit, and you take the laws so lightly out here.
These laws are not made for foreigners. This is the Philippines. I should not be on trial.
Well, you should be on trial. What you did was you broke the Republican Act codes. Did I write those codes up? No, I didn't write those codes up. You fucked up, you dude.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, Frank. Fuck you, you're a pedo. Your dick is small. You got erectile dysfunction. You're a chomo.
Well, I mean, look, it's things like that got you into trouble and continues to get you into trouble.
The judge is going to believe me. You wait till I get in that room. I'm going to make you pay. I already got my girlfriend to do a report on you. You're going to get deported.
Oh, really? You're so sure about that?
I have the resolution.
No, you don't. Nobody has a resolution because there has not been a resolution.
I seen the paperwork. My girlfriend has it.
Well, let me tell you something. If your girlfriend had it, it would be all over the internet, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Well, if I were you, I'd save your energy. And you and your lawyer prepare, and let's see how good your defense is.
She's good. I should have chose her a long time ago.
Wait a minute, you just got this lawyer. And what has she done for you so far? I mean, you can't even address any issues in the courtroom. Bummer.
Why is that?
Well, she can't do any, pleading for you. She has to file a motion and hasn't even done that. Where's the cooperation? What happened to your last lawyer?
I fired my last lawyer.
No, you didn't. Showed the piece of paper. Your lawyer fired you.
Ah, that's all bullshit. All AI.
All right, enough of that. Good morning, people. Hello, Dave Knobler. Welcome. Oh, wow. Rain, Deaths, and Dogs. He's going to be in a long time. I'm having a feeling he will. Davey boy. I don't know. You've been gone, Dave? I don't know. From the grave. That's all right. Life's treating me okay. I'm fine. Get all this court shit over with, all these bogus complaints and all this, get all that shit out of the way. I'll do even better. That's for sure. Oh, pardon me. I've been up a while, actually. Yeah, dealing with all this bullshit, I exposed Popeye. So I don't know if he's doing a simulcast with me now, but he didn't the other day when I exposed his current photograph and he went into hiding when people saw what he looked like. After all the shit he talked about me, now he's embarrassed to do a show. Although he might out of spite, but now that people know what he looks like current day, and it wasn't exactly a photo of somebody that, looked their age, or, I mean, he looked like he was 85 years old in this photograph. And he likes to talk shit about me all the time, but, the way Popeye is like if somebody's after him or something, he'll go into hiding, expose his address or any information about him, and well, then he goes silent, and he's been silent a few days now. I don't know. He could be doing a simulcast right now. I don't know. But he's embarrassed. He has nothing to say, really. Usually he'll do the simulcast, and he'll do what I call a little soliloquy at the end of the broadcast, He didn't do it yesterday, and I don't know if he's doing it today. Past 2 days, whatever. That's when the coward goes into hiding. No, he has to go through his embarrassment stage first. I told you, I got this guy pegged. Everything I said about him was true. I mean, he is a coward. This is the way he reacts. He got embarrassed as shit. He likes to hide behind his camera, and never because I always thought there was a reason, because he don't want anybody to know what he looks like and how he aged, how much he aged, and what he looks like. I do go on camera here, and everybody knows what I look like. Good-looking man. I'm a good-looking man for my age. If Frank says so himself, it's a matter of opinion and opining. But, I certainly look better for my age than he does. That much I could say. I'll give myself some credit, Really. Yeah, how unexpected is that? No simulcast. Oh, but he's gearing up for something now. He's probably just creating a skit like he normally does. Oh, yeah. That's his way of retaliating through a skit, because he can't do it on his own on his show through his own voice and whatever, It has gotten so redundant anyway with this guy. He's become actually boring. It's just boring. Even when he does a video, puts something together, and editing. He uses some of the same shit in there all the time, and it's always typical. After my simulcast, the first words he'll say is, "Well, there you go," and that laugh at the end. We got some characters on here, don't we, Mr. Nobler? Yeah. So when rubber meets the road, baby, you better have some Goodyear tires or something there, Barry, in your defense, because I'm going to tell you something, man. Well, you can't afford the Toyo tires, and you can't afford any Goodyear. You're just going to have to get the Chinese tires. Not much traction to it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Loser's back. Popeye has to be embarrassed. I mean, he's old and out of shape, and he thinks he can still threaten people. What a joke. I know. Well, his premise is that, and he said it himself many times, I could say anything I want to, he says, and you're not going to do anything. That's not true. I could expose what you look like and embarrass the shit out of you. I could do that, and I did that. His premise is that, he's like 10, 12,000, whatever miles away, and he's in Florida, he's in the United States. You ain't going to do nothing, Frank. You can't do anything, and I'm going to call you a pedophile just like Barry does, and you're not going to do anything about it. Well, perhaps karma will pay you a visit. Maybe you'll croak or something. Or maybe I do something very simple like exposing what you look like. Well, that's a smack in the face, and apparently it's what it was. Yeah. Loser says Slick might want to think about making a run for it. Not that he'd get far. No, he wouldn't get far. He's so recognizable that it's not even funny. No, he'd never go far. That'd be one of the biggest mistakes, other than dealing with me in his life, is to try to escape from there. Then he becomes a real fugitive, and then there's guaranteed prison and guaranteed everything. Guarantee, 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 guarantee. Guarantee. What is this on here? That would be a guarantee. Not many guarantees in life, but this would be one of them, I would tell you that. Get ready to pack up my bags, going on a trip. It's gonna be a pip. Pack up my gear, get out of here. Go to Toledo and oh. I actually look forward to this shit with him. I actually do. I look forward to this. To see what kind of a fool he'll make himself in a courtroom or his lawyer. They got nothing to go on. I mean, that's it. He keeps on forgetting it's my case against him. It's not the other way around. He doesn't have control of that courtroom, neither does his lawyer. Evidence was already presented as to, why he got the charges on him. It was already presented. That's a done deal. And he thinks that they're going to go with his guilty plea. Well, it's good that they admitted it in front of the judge, so the judge right away knows that he's guilty. Okay, from the get-go. But you still have to go by, the court protocol and all that stuff. And his lawyer, which, I don't know where Barry gets his information or anything, but, his lawyer does a procedure. Like if you want to, do some plea bargaining and stuff like that, they have to file a motion and all that stuff, motion of the ocean. They didn't do that, his last lawyer. Last lawyer gave up on him. Yeah. Look at that beauty queen. Beauty queen, that's what you are. You're a beauty queen. Love you long time. Love you long time. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm so full of people who love me, my dogs, my girlfriend, the kids. I'm a blessed man. Oh, Papa don't like me to say blessed. Or the holy rollers and the high rollers out there. Don't use that word blessed. They'll hold that against you. Oh, Frank, come on. We know you're a religious man by heart. We know you are. You're just playing this out. Okay. Whatever you say. Okay. Let's see. Raiding Cats and Dogs, welcome. He's actually made a boo-boo and underestimates the Philippines justice system. Yeah, I know it does. Miko says, I'm sure Barry rules. Let's see. Rules that he didn't take the advice. Fazio was a clever old lad in many ways. Oh, Fazio was pretty clever. Not clever enough, though, but, he tried to do a case against me with the NBI, but he lost. People don't talk about that, do they? Oh, no, they don't talk about that. It was a 100,000 peso bill for me to do that, but we got the job done. We got the job done. Certainly did. And boy, he was like a crybaby. Just like Ricky said when Fazio was in the police station or whatever it was. He was like a crybaby. They want to take his phone away. He's not supposed to be photographing Ricky in the courthouse or the police station, I think it was. And that was funny. Well, they're here today, gone tomorrow. That's the way it is. I'm here today. I might be gone tomorrow for all I know. But it is what it is, And that ain't no jizz. Let's see. He was also a fool the majority of ways. That he was. God, all the evil shit that Fazio did against me. Out in the scenes and behind the scenes. Some of you guys just have no idea. He was in contact with my tenants, sharing information, pushing this, calling police, this. He's the one that is, in part, was responsible for flyers going out with actually a thumb drive. You wouldn't believe how far he went. Who else was involved with that, I don't know, but it was Fazio. I'm sorry, but, we're supposed to have respect for the dead, but I have no respect for him at all, alive or dead. He did some pretty dastardly things. Oh, Michael Fazio, he did some really horrible shit, man. And he paid for it with his life. Grim Reaper said, it's your time, motherfucker. Now, generally, we want to respect the dead and all that stuff. I didn't respect him when he's alive, and why should I respect him because he's dead? Hey, I'm being frank with you, okay? Why? Give me a reason. All the shit that he did to me. Well, now it's Barry's turn, and I'd like to see him get out of this. I will tell you, I would be totally shocked if he found a way to get out of this mess. I'll be the first to say it, give him kudos, and say, wow, I didn't expect this. I mean, I'll be the first, but I just don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening. There's too much against him. So he can put on his live shows and quack his mouth all he wants, because everything he's been saying has been actually working against him, obviously. But he doesn't have the capacity to understand that what he does, despite his so-called quest for freedom, the freedom fighter, free speech, and all that crap, how has it worked for him so far? Well, you know what? It hasn't. Okay, let's see. Fazio was a troll. He was a big troll on YouTube. Are you kidding? He went under sock account names like you wouldn't believe. What's today? Saturday. Okay, Saturday. All day. Well, I woke up to a new morning. That's a blessing. Okay. Roosters are crowing. Status quo. Business as usual. Just another day in paradise. I was, oh, one of the topics I was going to actually talk about, I can make a double thing on this show here today. Jealousy among Filipinos. That would be a separate show, but I want to just briefly talk about that, if you don't mind. Let me tell you something. I know for a fact that Filipinos are the most jealous culture. I mean, these women are, if they make up their mind that they want you in their life, I've experienced this in the past. They're hellbound on doing that. And as wonderful as a person could be, they will turn on your ass like there's no tomorrow. Vengeance, revenge, things like that. Saving face to their friends. Believe me, I've had some experience in that in the past. Oh, I did. Maybe it's something I talked about. A couple of women, and let me tell you, if they were into you and they seen that another woman was in the picture somehow, oh boy. I've had women actually stalk me where I stayed to see whether or not there was any other women coming up. And I did. And the woman that came to visit me came with actually her daughter. And there was not that kind of romantic relationship with her. But this woman stood outside the hotel just to watch. Even asked the guard, has this guy had women coming to see him? Oh yeah. I won't say who the gal is, but that happened. Oh, believe me, they will go to get sympathy from you, do some crazy ass shit to get your attention. I'm not kidding. I'm not going to elaborate on this and who it was at the time, but that did happen. The woman threatened to kill herself. I'm not kidding. She wasn't going to do that. She sent me pictures of, a mouthful of pills and, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. I can't elaborate, but don't underestimate a Filipina's jealousy, because if she has her sights on you and she decided, I want you in my life for whatever reason, believe me, they do some tactics that a lot of you won't believe, but they do. I know. Yeah, the man thought the world was flat. Well, I don't know. If there's another side of the universe that he's in now, maybe he'll figure out whether the world is flat or round or whatever. I don't know. Maybe dying is a way of, maybe there's another existence out there or something, of reptilians and all that. And I don't know. Hey, I got an open mind. Maybe there are. Maybe he's right. Maybe there are reptilians here. Everybody talks about extraterrestrials. But how about terrestrials right here on Earth that never left? They're right here among us, like the fungus among us. They're right here. I believe that could be possible. It may not be under land masses, but it might be deep in the ocean. I mean, come on, look at some of these creatures in the ocean, in the deep ocean. I'm talking about in the deep trenches, Mariana Trench, and all the deep water areas that go down for miles. Did you see the pictures of those crazy looking marine creatures in there? They light up. Some of them have huge fucking teeth. And I mean, look at the shrimp or prawns that you eat. Does that not look not like alien to you? Look at, octopus and squid. Does that not look alien to you? Looks alien to me. And I was very much into my interest in marine biology and so forth when I was younger. I know a lot about the ocean and a pretty good amount of knowledge about marine life, maybe more than the average person, but by no professional level, of course. But I probably would have took that career if I didn't have a bad ear, because you have to dive and all that shit. I couldn't do that. But those creatures in the deep ocean, holy shit, man, they still have, it's one of the most undiscovered places on Earth is under the ocean, which, remember, encompasses what, about 70% of the Earth's surface or something like that? That's where you got to look. But if you want to find strange creatures, just come here on YouTube, We've got a lot of strange creatures right here. Okay. Loser says, Filipinos, oh God, man, let me tell you. Yeah, absolutely jealous. I live here in the Philippines, married to a Filipina, and she can get crazy jealous at times. Oh, man. The health system failed Michael. No, he failed himself, okay? He was stupid not to have it really taken care of. Can't blame the health system. Well, in part, yes, but yeah, no, he did this on his own, Yes, there's nothing like a Filipina's scorn. Let me tell you, I did experience this. Yeah. And I experienced a little bit of this with my own girlfriend I have now in the beginning. I won't discuss that, but let me tell you, she decided she wanted me in her life. Oh boy. There were times, and I won't discuss, but let me tell you, she exhibited her jealousy, I'll tell you that. Oh boy, did she do that. And other Filipinos, that I managed to get together with, as brief as it might have been. Oh yeah, they got their sights on a man. They don't want any other woman to have him. You remember with the Nika, of course. I hate to even talk about her. But Nika had a romantic interest in me, and I didn't have a romantic interest in her. And while me and my girlfriend were together in the condo, she'd be ringing up the phone like every 30 minutes or something. And I try to be polite as I could to her and say, look, I mean, I'm here with my girlfriend. It just doesn't feel right. I'll tell you what, I'll get in touch with you when I have some time. I've got a guest over here now, being my girlfriend, new girlfriend, right? And she couldn't handle that. Yeah, and that's where some crappy shit came in, where she decided to join forces with some of the evil forces on here, and it got ugly. But nevertheless, understand the situation. She was in a wheelchair and all that, and very hard for somebody like that to date. And I can understand that completely, but I do.
Good morning, Albert.
Good morning.
Whew.
You just come in?
Yeah, I went to go jog. I went to jog today.
You went where?
Jogging.
You went jogging? No bicycle riding?
Yeah.
Where'd you go jogging?
Port.
Oh, all the way to the port?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, that's good. Now go drink some water now.
Yeah.
You don't drink? I don't think you drink. I never see you drinking water. When do you drink water?
I drink water all the time.
I don't know. It's just like your mom. She says she drinks a lot of water, but I don't see her drinking water at all. Yeah, be careful with that. You might be young, but if you get dehydrated, yeah, you could be in trouble. Then you slow down, right? As you're doing right now. You're moving around. You're doing it right. You're learning. I wish I could jog. I can't jog. Anyway, the PI health system failed. Okay. There are good hospitals in the Philippines. Mushroom Man was too cheap to visit him. Yeah, that's true. Fazio was a one hard-headed fool, said Regent. Oh, God, was he? Believe it or not, I tried to help him with that situation with his infection. I gave him advice. I used to write emails to him, and I used to talk about the hyperbaric chamber. They must have something out here like that, even small ones, you know. But he needed to be saturated with a lot of oxygen to kill a lot of that infectious bacteria. And sometimes, you know, antibiotics just don't work as hard, especially when it's advanced infection that he had. I can't forget, it's hard to forget, as gruesome as it was, he showed pictures of his foot and leg or whatever. I couldn't believe what I was looking. I mean, if I get a scratch, I worry. This guy had craters on his feet and shin, you know, whatever, that part. Deep craters, you know, infectious pustules. It was so gross to look at. I wouldn't even show it on the camera to somebody. I'd be too embarrassed. He took it lightly. Oh, seawater will help it out, or distilled water, or maybe if I fast. He was responsible for his own death, just like Barry's responsible for having a court case on him. These people, they do this shit to themselves, and when they don't get the result they want, why didn't that work for me? It's called stupidity. Okay. You don't do certain things sometimes. Listen to advice. Like when the doctor says, don't do that, then don't do that, you know, or maybe you have to do something, you know. If I had an infection as bad as Fazio, here, right here in my leg, I had, bad lighting in here. Well, exercise room, you'll see this in the light. Let me show you a mark on my leg here. Do you see that mark right there? You see that's about the size of a dime. You see that thing there? How it healed? Well, I had an infection there. I had I don't know, my leg hit something. I don't know how it happened, but I had a cut or whatever. And I figured I better go and have this thing checked out. It might be infected, and it certainly was. He put me on antibiotics, some strong ones. I had some pretty bad, there's E. coli and all kinds of shit, you know, was in there, you know. And you can see the way it healed, which is amazing. Usually your skin heals over, and I thought, God, could I have diabetes or something? Why didn't that heal? But no, that wasn't the case. And as you get older, you heal differently. Now that, you know, it's about the size of a U.S. dime, okay, or maybe a centavo, Philippine centavo. Yeah, I think the fasting weakened the immune system. Oh, it would do that, absolutely do that. But you see, I had something like what I just showed you, and I went and took care of it. I didn't try some voodoo shit or some bullshit, you know, distilled water or some bullshit remedy that he came up with and he thought would be a remedy. No, man, he had fucking moon craters on his legs. They're like moon craters, man. And they were deep and pussy. And I mean, when did he figure he had a problem? Look at me, I get a scratch, like you see what happened. I showed you on my leg. That's the coloration. It's a dark coloration. The skin never returned to the skin's normal color. In fact, it's so sensitive. Even a doctor said to me, no, that could return, you know. So I'm always looking at it. And the strange thing is, flies, they take to that. Flies like to go on scar tissue. I don't know if you know that. But I'll get flies sometimes when they're around, and it'll go right for that. Even though this thing has been healed for several years, they'll fly on that because loose skin or whatever on there. And I've had that ever since. It's nothing that'll lighten it. Didn't go away. Pretty trippy, huh? There's even a small little lesion above that, actually, where I had a cut. You see, when you get older, things don't heal the way they normally would. and you know, the mitosis, all that, you know, cells replacing itself and all that, you know, they don't always do it, you know, in the right way. I used to still wonder, it's been what, 3 years or something, whatever, just since I've had this. It's been that long, I don't know.
We need to review the CCTV last night.
Oh, did he have a problem again next door?
No, they got neighbors, the sitting outside.
Wait a minute. Who is outside?
The one, the ladies there, the one always, uh,
Which lady?
the one with,
You're not making yourself clear. You want to review the footage on
the
here.
footage, because the lady there, they always
Passes
out,
by?
yeah, out of mind.
Oh, the crazy lady.
Yeah, this I don't know if the crazy.
And what was she doing?
She's just sitting there at the back
She was sitting where?
and Christian's window there.
She was in our yard?
Yeah, inside the house, inside the yard.
When was this?
Last night.
Last night?
Yeah.
See, folks, that's why you got to have a CCTV. That's why you got to have a CCTV. I mean, that crazy lady was,
Yeah.
she came in the yard last night and was standing at the kid's window
Yeah.
on our property.
Yeah, it's our property.
That is not acceptable. I don't care how mentally ill she is. See, folks, you get crazy shit like this. We have a woman here who is, I'm not sure what she is, autistic or something. And she's known to, she'll even go into somebody's car and sit in it. I'm not kidding. She's been in our yard. She's even tried to get, when we had an overhanging tree that had papaya on it, she'd be trying to get that. She'll pass by people's place, go in their yard, not just ours. You know, how do you know maybe she didn't rip off the neighbors? You never know. Okay, so so you just have to rewind back on this thing. And we'll see what we get on here.
You do?
And when you get that, let me know. What time approximately did he say it was?
You ask Christian.
Huh?
You ask Christian.
Well, that might help you to roll back on this thing and find it. Was she looking in the window or just standing out front of the window?
You're just sitting there.
Sitting there?
Yeah.
Sitting on what? There's
Just,
nothing to sit on out there.
okay, you know already. You just sit on the floor.
She was sitting on the ground?
Yeah.
Damn. I'm telling you, man. John Blaze, another nut, yeah. Yes, we got some real characters here in the Philippines. As I said, we got this lady who, very well known to do some very unusual things, like walk into your yard, sit on your electric trike, open the door of your car if you have one, and sit in your car. I mean, she's, I don't know what she's driven by, the devil or something. I have no idea. She has some obvious mental problems. Well, this is now just come to my attention that she came in the yard, back of the house, last night, and was kind of sitting outside of the kid's window. And the dogs didn't hear her. That's the amazing thing. Well, the dogs were she probably didn't make any noise or anything, but maybe the dogs did sense she was there. But see, crazy shit like that happens around here. And that's why you gotta have a CCTV camera. It's almost a must. Because you don't know what the hell you're dealing with. Well, we're going to have to talk to her caretaker, that's for sure. Because that's not acceptable to me. We're going to put the lock on the gate, which we haven't lately. We've just had a laziness, and I don't want to be responsible for her getting bit by the dogs if they happen to be out when she came in the yard. That would not be our responsibility at all. No. We take security pretty seriously around here. We had no idea she came in the yard. No, we didn't. And the dogs, for some reason, did not hear or censored. That's why you have surveillance. Well, she comes up with this. I'll take a look at it. She has to go back slowly on there. Well, you know, you might say it's an excuse that she has mental problems, but come on my property. That's the last thing anybody should do ever. I got a steel baseball bat waiting for somebody right here. They just have to be on my property. They better have a damn good reason why they're on my property, I'll tell you that. Damn good fucking reason. I can make some allocations for her because I'm not going to hit a woman like, she's not a dangerous person, but I know that to be true. But I don't know anything really. I mean, and she has some mental problems. The whole neighborhood knows her. But no, don't come on our property. That's not right. Oh boy, they just bring that to my attention now. I don't like that. I don't like that. And what if she got hurt on my property or something, some way? Am I going to be liable for that? No, fuck that shit. The dogs bit the shit out of her. But they're very protected. They're not big dogs. Well, they're a good size. I mean, well, yeah, they are. They're not like a German Shepherd. But these dogs are highly, highly protective of this property. I mean, they bark at anything that passes by this house, and they let us know. They're highly territorial, which dogs are usually anyway. But these dogs, off the charts, with being territorial, protecting us. They feel like it's an honor to protect us, and dogs are like that. That's what I like about them. You can trust your dogs. Can't trust anybody else. You can trust your dogs. Well, that's kind of interesting news. Where were we? Okay, you guys started getting to Blaze and all these strange people on here. Yeah, we got a lot of strange people out there, that's for sure. I got to start reviewing my affidavit because I am going to be questioned by my attorney. On the stand. Got to review the facts of the case and kind of introduce something myself. So I hope he does show up in person instead of on Zoom. I have a feeling he's going to do a Zoom thing, but if he does have a new lawyer, well, he can't go to courtroom unless he has a lawyer. So whether he has a private lawyer or whether he has a PAO, appointed by, call it the state, somebody going to be there. But I would think that he would have to be there with a new lawyer and represent her client the right way, and he would need actually to be in the courtroom. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We'll see. Let me go back and check if she's found any footage. It's not like a fancy thing, but you could just hit a button and the last activity that happened on there, boom, it shows up on camera. No, you gotta, like anything else, you gotta rewind back slowly until you actually find the actual timed footage when they were on the property. This girl's mind is very strange, man. Mark's here, says, good morning, Frank. I'm here because you're there. That's my little logo, yeah? Regent says, I know you're preparing for your testimony. Try and fit as much hard facts as you can. Well, whatever I'm able to say. Don't go off on a tangent. It's time wasted. I'm not going to go off on any tangent. He would go off on a tangent. I don't go off on tangents. I handle everything meticulously, especially when it comes to a courtroom. Oh, you can bet on that. Did you find it yet? Oh. Check this out. That's her. Oops, excuse me. Standing I don't know what she's doing, standing in front of the kid's bedroom. That dark figure you see on there. And what is she doing? Just fixing her hair. Check this out, guys. Combing her hair or just...
Come here with the...
What the fuck? See right here, folks. Let's see what else she does. You should note the time on there, so if you have to go back, 46 minutes, Saturday, 46. And what else is she doing? Just playing with her hair or this kerchief or whatever this she has on there. I don't know. No, he hasn't spoken yet, except he did something out of procedure when he run up there with his piece of paper. Look. Gotta charge you here. You know, he did some things out of bound, that's for sure. You're looking at some CCTV footage is what you're looking at right now. And how long was she there?
I don't know until just lying there.
I don't know what goes on in this woman's mind. That's her. Let's get closer here. You're seeing the back of her right now is what you're seeing, her back. In our yard.
Backyard.
Just standing there and not doing anything in particular, really. It's not like she's staring through the window. She's just in the backyard, just standing there. Yeah, that dark figure right here. That's the back. Oh, is he doing a simulcast now, Popeye? Looks like Robert has no bingo today. He's back wasting his time as usual. I'm still checking this footage out. Comes in handy, I'll tell you. Just standing there, man. It's just standing there. Yeah, that's her hair, actually. That's the rest of her body and shirt. And, you know. So what is he putting on there? Is he doing a live simulcast, or what is he doing, Mark?
This white lady.
The ghost figure. And it's just standing there. She's not really doing anything. It's just bizarre. Yeah, this is my backyard. And all this time, she's just standing there in place. Just standing there in place. All right, now she's moved a little bit. I don't think she even knows what she's doing. Just keeps on playing with her hair.
Yeah.
Well, okay. That's interesting, though. Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time. She's been in a lot of people's yards and their cars, and very bizarre behavior.
Excuse me.
But she's not, she's not.
She knows we got a CCTV.
She knows we have
Yeah.
the CCTV?
Yeah, because she looked at the CCTV.
She was looking at the camera?
Yeah.
yet she's still there. She's.
Hindi makakatulog. Okay.
Check this out, man. Still playing with her hair. I don't know. I don't know how long she was there, but I'm not going to stand here with the camera the whole thing. I'll review it some more, but she caused no harm or damage to nobody, but she shouldn't be on the property, period. Our caretaker is not keeping an eye on her, apparently. Playing with her hair. Interesting. She's in her own little world. Mental illness is frightening. Well, we're going to have to speak to her caretaker today. That's where this shit comes in handy, having a monitor system here. And we can check from our phone too, no matter where we are. Okay, she just hasn't even moved. This was overnight last night. About what time was this? 4 or 5, 2 Saturday, 59. Huh. She's not doing anything but standing there playing with her hair and... I'm waiting for her to walk away or something. I want to see when she first came in. We'll have to wind that back.
Yeah, I want to see. There's
Okay.
that one is the back camera.
That's the back camera.
Yeah.
Well, I want to see where she came in the front. Do you want to go back to that or?
Yeah, we just
Okay.
looked at the
Okay.
selfie.
All right, you just check it out. No, we'll keep the lock on that gate at night.
She just climbed the gate, maybe.
She could have climbed it too. I'm just glad my dogs weren't out because they would have done some damage on her. And she'd be at her own fault.
Sure.
Let's see, let's go back. Let's go back on this.
It's not clear, the camera.
Does she want to do something weird like take her clothes off or something? I don't know what the fuck. Okay, if I get some interesting footage, we'll put that on here. But I just want to see how she got. Well, either she climbed or she just, because if she would have done, the what do you call on the gate? You hear it clanging, and the dogs would react to that.
Yeah.
Easily.
Okay. So.
Okay, she comes up. Okay, let's see. In this image, she's not there yet. So you want to go back.
5 na siya diha. 5.
Don't mind me. We're just kind of exploring some of the footage here, Goes to show you where, like my neighbor, he really needs to have... He says he's got a little camera now for that one window. He has they bought some kind of a... They got robbed 3 times. How did they know that she didn't go in there and rob them? Okay, come up with something interesting. Let me know. We'll take a look at that. How she got in. Probably right through the front gate. She might have tried to climb over. She's agile enough. Regent says Sunbelt Home Solutions will be getting a call Monday morning, Popeye. Is that the community association or something? Sunbelt Home Solutions or what is that? Yeah, pardon me for being distracted here. I've just been looking at that monitor, Yeah, just let me know. I'll sip some of my tea. Yeah, so there you are. Camera, you're gonna go to a different camera. Okay, there's the front gate. That's just a bad thing with this system. I mean, you have to, it's not a state-of-the-art system, but it works. You still gonna have to do rewind like anything else, and find the timestamps on here and find the footage on here. Let's see. Okay, well, let me know if you see where she's getting in. Now, we'll keep that lock on the front gate. Makes it difficult for somebody to come over, unless they're that agile. But if she would have came to the front gate, she would hear the clanging of the, and the dogs would have noticed that 100% for sure. So what do you think, folks, huh? You're never really safe. All right, just monitor it. Monitor it. How about that? How about that? There you go, as Popeye likes to say, there you go. There you go. Gotta be careful. The sad thing about the Philippines is that there's a lot of mentally ill people out here that don't get the help they need. And in part, it's two things. It's the money that's involved with such. It's also saving face. And we talk about saving face a lot. Like breakups in the relationships is they don't want to know when a guy breaks up with them, because it's very embarrassing for them. Then you got like mental illness, which here in the Philippines, the families try to hide that. And, food comes before mental health help because it's expensive to see a specialist of any sort, as you can figure out. And, we were talking about issues of jealousy and things like that. Well, saving face is another big factor too. No girl wants to tell her friends that the guy dumped her or something, or, and the family will never talk about, unless it's so obvious that the neighbors know, and you can't help but, knowing this by their behavior that there's mental health issues. But you see, a lot of times out here, they try to hide that. And that's very common out here. Sunbelt Home Solutions will be getting okay. You didn't elaborate on it. Is that like a dissociation for where he lives? Okay. And saving face is a big factor out here in the culture. But as I said, we were talking about the jealousy of Filipinos. It's more than you know. It's pretty intense. There's been Filipinos that have killed their ex-boyfriends out of jealousy, knowing that they were with another woman. Now remember, they were broken up in many of these cases. I remember something was on YouTube, and this girl came by. He got all the boxes outside. He wanted to give her the rest of the shit because he was kicking her out. And inside, okay, I think she found something. Hold on. She came out with a kitchen knife and stabbed him right in front of his fucking house. Okay, what do we got here?
Nothing.
Let's check it out.
Wala gani. Dili lagi wa na check it out.
Okay. This is on the side of the house, and that's the other gate, not the main gate. Over here, that's the other gate for, you know, if you want to come in with a car or something or whatever. Not yet. And that's the electric bike you're looking at here. This is the side of the house. Okay, well, I don't see it yet. That's the bad thing about this. I'm sure they have better systems, you know, but it's just basically you got to rewind. That's what you have to do on here. You'll still get all the information you need. It just takes a little effort. Very slowly, you got to rewind, go back another minute, go back another 2 minutes, whatever. It's not that big of an effort, really. It's on there. You just got to go back on rewind. Okay, again. All right, call me in when you actually see her passing the gate. You saw it already?
No,
Oh, you're just still going through it.
It's just morning naman. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, how early? You think she came as early as...
No,
Oh, that was overnight.
overnight.
It's got fairly good night vision here. I mean, it's... All right, well, call me in if you see it. And we don't have to do a whole show with my monitor on. We can monitor this ourselves. I mean, I don't have to broadcast it, but just make it a point here that security is always an issue here in the Philippines. Especially if people think you got money, you know, your house is fairly nice, you know, and you're white. Okay, and need I say more? They all assume you got tons of money. However, in this case, that has nothing to do with money. It has to do with mental illness. Unfortunately. Yeah, this girl's been known to do this for years, It's nothing new. She's been in many people's yards and just doing bizarre things, going in their car. I don't know why. But she kind of lives in her own world. Like some of these YouTubers do. They're living in their own world. They haven't a clue what the fuck is going on. But in their mind, it's not like you or me. Okay, I'm just making my oatmeal. No berries this time. I'm too lazy to try to defrost something here, but... Just cinnamon, added fresh cinnamon. Cinnamon. All right, guys, you got to be a little more proactive with your dialogue here than this. I got better things to do. I got to eat my oatmeal. Scrape my arteries. Scrape the shit out of my arteries. $22 watching here. What is this, another Barry show where he basically sits there most of the time and nobody comments and then he gets off? Nah, let's not make it another Barry show. I do need some fruit in here, but the cinnamon's good enough. Okay, guys, I'm not going to show you the rest of the footage on the CCTV camera. We'll go over that on our own. We're just trying to figure out her route of getting into the yard. And yeah, we will talk to her gatekeeper, her caretaker, whatever. And believe me, they've been spoken to by a lot of neighbors many times. And I don't know if talking to her, if it gets absorbed, kind of like Barry. No matter what you tell him, it goes from one ear out to the other and just doesn't comprehend it. It could be the situation with this woman. She doesn't comprehend what she's doing. She's not causing any problems. I mean, she's not dangerous, nothing like that. But, you never know. But no, we don't think so, ever. Nah. No matter what your excuse is, just don't come in our yard. Unless you're invited. I take that shit seriously. More than you know. All right, well, thanks for coming by, folks. I'm not going to sit here and do a monologue. Let me eat my cereal and drink my green tea with turmeric, of course. Rubber's going to meet the road pretty soon. Well, this is not a solve all hearing, by the way, on Tuesday, or whatever it is. No. It's just a procedural thing, testimony, stuff like that. Oh, he decided to stream me now? He's a little late, isn't he? Popeye comes out from the dark. Bet you didn't like that photo, did you, Robert? You didn't like that, did you? Tough titty. Tough titty. You say enough shit about me, man. Look, says Popeye is streaming you right now. Let's everybody say hello to Popeye. Hello, Popeye. Oh, look, he'll say different, but he was pissed to see a picture of himself on there. Current. Well, as close as current as you could possibly get. What do you have to say, Popeye? What's your defense on that one? Come on, get all your hate out, all your bitterness. Well, he's been listening to me the whole time. But he doesn't want to stay embarrassed. That's why he felt he had to come on again to defend himself or whatever. That's not me. Or I don't look like that. No, that's you. That's 100% you. Let's see. What's he going to talk about? Did I have an antiquated CCTV system? Maybe he'll throw that in there. He's got to think of something. Oh, he will. Because that's what he does. He digs into his magic bag of insults. And he keeps on digging so deep all the time that the threading is starting to fall apart in there. There's going to be a hole in his bag of tricks, but it's reached that point with him. He has nothing to say anymore except the same old shit he said every single time. Regent says, Popeye claims you complaining about the trespasser will cause you trouble in your neighborhood. Oh, shut up, Popeye. I told you, didn't I say just now, a minute ago? He'll try to find fault with everything I do. The big naysayer of everything, Mr. Negative. Regent says, guy is approaching 40 years out of the Philippines and gives people advice on living and traveling there. I know, isn't that interesting? He's living his life vicariously to all of us, maybe that do live out here. That damn alarm. What else you got to say, Pops? You're going to bore your audience again. How about that cough at the end of your sentence or that little laugh before you begin the sentence? Or is it after? Regent says, Popeye just keeps repeating the same dozen Filipino sayings and is repeating the same stuff about Frank. Well, what did you expect? He's not original, man. He just doesn't do anything original. He's incapable. Mr. Hate, Mr. Bitter. Mr. Bitter. Regent says he contemplated for 3 days if he should return. Laugh my ass off. He will regret it next week. Pardon me. I don't want to sound like somebody else. Regent says Popeye is a dork. Always was, always will be. You can totally tell. Well, that's pretty obvious. The fact was he was embarrassed by me showing a picture of him on here. I didn't break any laws, you know. But, you know, he runs his mouth too much. He's been hiding behind that camera for a long time. He might as well just get on camera from now on. He might as well just get on camera. Everybody knows what he looks like. At least he has that really bad self-image of himself that he doesn't want to actually go on a live camera and show people what a dork he looks like. He's pathetic, I know. You don't have to say much more. He's pathetic. He tries hard, I'll give him credit though. He tries hard, but he just doesn't get it. And he never will, like the other guy. He just doesn't get it. People are bored with Popeye's crap and his little skits. The same rhetoric over and over again. It just gets boring, 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 boring. That photo was posted 2 to 3 years old. He must look much worse now. Yeah, a lot could happen in 2 to 3 years. That's for sure. A lot could happen. But yeah, even I was a little bit spooked. Because the only last photos I seen of him was like 12 years ago or something like that. Then when I seen that one there, I said, holy shit, man. That dude really does look good. You got to that point yet on here? All right, let me know when you do. I'll take a look at it for sure. Oh. You know, the funny thing is about the people that actually watch Popeye's show, and I said it before, but I know it's real, they just laugh at him. They pretend to go along with it, and they add insult, you know, to appease him. And he really thinks that, you know, these people are really supporting him, when they're really not. Just appeasing him. They know what he's going to say because he's very repetitive of what he does, whether it's his little skits or his little soliloquies. He likes when I say soliloquy. He likes when I say that. But there's nothing new that he talks about. That's the thing. I'm in the light now. Little round house. What's the chances you go to jail? I heard both sides of Frank and Barry's saga. No hate, just wondering. I don't think there's any chance of me going to jail because there are avenues that will extend this case out if they came up with a negative decision or something. Yeah. I think that it's slim, if nothing, you know. Even so, I'd get bailed out. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Literally 4 of the guys in his chat now talk crap about him on Discord. Oh, yeah, I bet they do. Pathetic, Robert. Pathetic, Regent says. He is pathetic. And I love him doing what he does because it just sends a message out to his viewers of how fucked up this guy really is. He likes to talk about me, he'll talk about Barry, but in some ways he's worse than Barry, if you can believe that. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at him, man. I'm supposed to be a little older than him, as I understand. But he looks a hell of a lot older than me. He's not doing something right in his life. Maybe it's all the drinking, I don't know. That'll dry you up like a fucking prune. You get into a lot of drinking. That's for sure. Oh, I'm going to pull that thing off. No 7-Eleven here. I don't know why she put it back up. Didn't do any good last night. I don't think the dogs are used to hearing that. As Popeye says, there you go. But the thing is, he's not creative enough. He could be creative with some of his little skits, editing and stuff. But what he presents himself, I have some things I need to do here. I'm not even gonna go. I'm not even gonna go there and listen to his show. Normally I would. I didn't want to hear his voice again, but I knew he was gonna pop on at some time because this, we were talking about saving face earlier on my broadcast. That's what he's trying to do, save face. But he can't save that face. Everybody has a copy of what he looks like. And what a face it is, huh? Yeah, that's a fact. I really hate to embarrass Popeye. Now, if you think this letter is made up, what happened was I lost my actual certificate. And I had wrote to School of Visual Arts to verify. And here it is. Here it is. I just haven't presented it yet. Now, if you don't believe this document, there's a telephone number on there. There you go. Sorry, Popeye. Crow time again. Oh, I'll keep this on screen. Copy it. Copy it. Copy it. If anybody has any doubts about this, there's proof. Yeah, what happened was when I moved from the rental place I had here in the Philippines, and I was packing everything, I don't know what happened to the damn thing. I looked through everything I had, birth certificates, everything, it wasn't there. I was certainly hoping I didn't throw the damn thing. I might still have it. Just haven't found it. It's still packed away. But I had wrote to School of Visual Arts and said, send me a confirmation about this. Just to shove it in a few people's faces. I didn't need to know. I know I graduated with a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Photography, but, just to kind of throw it in their faces. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now. What do you say now, Popley? Did I make that up? Oh, I know they're going to say, oh, what kind of a guy's name is Lucky something, whatever on there. Well, go call Lucky. There's a phone number on there if you want to verify. There you go. I don't make this shit up. There you go. There you go. Popeye's eating crow right now. I can think of a few people eating crow right now. A lot of people eating crow. I had this paper for a while. I didn't feel I really needed to present it. But I was saving it for a special day. Yeah, it came in recently. Well, it came in, on the 1st, actually. It's dated. There you go. Let's put this to rest once and for all. Copy it, whatever you want to do. There you go. It speaks for itself. Oh, you're going to say, I wrote this up. No, there's a phone number on there. It's a name and a phone number. And the information highway on here, they're very good at that. They could call up and verify themselves if they really have that much time on their hands and they want to really know. There it is. Didn't make this stuff up. Oh, this is rich, let me tell you, man. Read it and weep, Popeye. And anybody else. There you go. It just came in a few days back, actually. So I've had it for a few days, but I thought I'd hold on to it and find a proper time. So when Popeye did his live show, and still talking about I don't have a bachelor's degree. There you go, Pops. Sorry to disappoint you, make you look like a fool. But there you go. Read it. Read it. Read it. Read it. Read it. Take your time. Take your time. Can't win against me, poops. You just can't. Now I made a whole bunch of people out there eat crow, yet once again, this document is not lying. It's not lying. Everything's verifiable on here. Phone number included. There you go. Read it and weep. And we're going to keep this on. What do you think of that, Robert? What do you think of that, Robert? All the naysayers. What do you think of that? Dawn. Barry. I love it when a plan comes together. I'm going to put this on mute for a while I tend my business, so you could all gawk at this. Do I ever get tired of winning? No, I don't. I love it. There you go. It's all verifiable. Phone number included, address, whatever it is on there. I got my glasses on. Phone number included. Suppose I made that up too, Robert. Did I make that phone number up? There you go. Maybe we should read it together. Put my goulashes on. Okay, let's see. Do-do-do-do-do. This letter is certified that Frank Battaglia was a matriculated student in the BFA Photography Department of School of Visual Arts from fall of 75 to spring of 1978 and successfully completed the undergraduate credit requirements for a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree, because my credits were also sent over too from the other school, New York Tech. School of Visual Arts has been authorized by the New York State Board of Regents degree of Bachelor of Fine Arts on graduates of 4-year program and to confer with the Master of Arts, Master of Arts in Teaching, Master of Fine Arts, and Master of Professional Studies. The School of Visual Arts is accredited by the Middle States Commission of Higher Education. And there we go. It's accredited in Wilmington, Delaware. The Commission on Higher Education is an institutional accrediting agency recognized by the U.S. Secretary of Education and the Council on Higher Education Accreditation. Further information necessary, contact me at 212-592-2541. What do you think of that, folks? What do you think of that? I'm going to tend to my business. I'm going to let this hang there for a while, and I'll be back. Read it and weep, trolls. Read it and weep. Popeye, you just can't win against me, Popeye. I'm sorry, man. It's not a contest either, man. I speak the truth. If I said I had a degree, I have a degree. And they're not just given to you. I didn't order this from Tijuana either, okay? What can I tell you? Mr. A. Lucky Cheekley, Jr., Director of Academic Advisement. Cheekley. Lucky Cheekley. No, Lucky Checkley. Jr. Let's read the top. This letter is certified that Frank Battaglia was a matriculated student in the BFA Photography Department of the School of Visual Arts from fall 1975 to spring 1978 and successfully completed the undergraduate credits requirements for her Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. Frank Battaglia is a BFA graduate in the class of 1980, okay? And the reason it's 1980, I had moved to Seattle, Washington. And there was still a couple of credits I needed to get in there. Okay. So I had to do this actually long distance. And I said this before. And I'll say it again. That was my story, and it's a true story. I had to complete a couple of credits, and that's why it was 1980 till they awarded me the degree, because I attended from 75 to spring of 1978. No, I don't have a certificate here. This is a verification. I don't need a certificate. I'm fucking 70 years old. I don't need a certificate. You know, this here is a validation. This is a validation. There you go. What beginning? Read. Just read. There's been a lot of talk about I never graduated college, I never went to college or nothing. Shit, I went to some of the best institutions there. New York Institute of Technology for a little less than 2 years. My credits were transferred over to School of Visual Arts. What they could take from the credits there. And there you go. Read what from the beginning? Oh, this was just sent to me on the 1st. And it's not April Fool's Day either. You're a studio potter for 48 years? Seriously. Cool. I tried pottery. I couldn't. Your comments from the top. It says, quick question. Did you ever get tired of winning? No. I love it. What degree did Poopeye say that he had? He didn't. He was on shore patrol, man. Of course, Poopeye has some higher education, right? Yeah. A bottle, maybe. There we go. Read and weep, folks that doubted me. I had this from the 1st. I didn't want to bring it out yet till I figured I could. And no, I didn't make this up. And there's a phone number there that could verify anything. There you go. Can't make up a phone number. You can always call it and find out for yourself if you have any doubts. Love the arts, love the arts. I really wish I could have excelled more in art history. I do know a little bit about art, although I'm not great. I had to believe me, that was whole part of the curriculum. You had to learn about other arts, not well, art history was a prerequisite actually in this school. I kind of liked the impressionist movement, basically. That was my interest of anything in other arts. It was the impressionist. Look at that. Look at that, Popeye. Is he still doing the show? I hope he is. I don't think so. Read it and weep, Nico, Popeye, Don C, the other trolls. Read it and weep. He never graduated school. He ain't got no bachelor's degree. I beg to differ. God, I love it when a plan comes together. Before the certificate comment, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, there you go. We're going to keep this up there for a while. I'll be back. Oh, I was kind of holding back on this till I find the right moment. Well, since Popeye brought it up in his show again, I thought I'd just pull this out of my magic bag. And there you go. Are you loving this or not? Come on, naysayers. Come on. I want to hear it. Oh, Popeye's probably pissed. Oh, shit. He's probably saying, foiled again. Foiled again. Can this document be any clearer than it is? No, I don't have the actual degree certificate. I told you when I moved from the other house to here. But a while back, I put in a request for this just to have it for a special day. And there you go. I hate being on top all the time. But sometimes I go behind, too. What's your favorite position? Here we go. Clearly defines Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. Don't cry, Popeye. Don't cry, Don. Don't cry, Mick. Cat got your tongue, folks? Probably got their tongue. Read it and weep. So apparently, the original document for the transcripts that was presented was not made up after all, Popeye, was it? This verifies it, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Admit it. Crow time. Crow time. There you go. Read it and weep. I had the audio turned off. I wanted to let it hang there for a while. Read it and weep. And by the way, the two colleges I went to, they were highly accredited schools. And go look up New York Institute of Technology. Go right ahead. Look up School of Visual Arts. It's highly rated. There you go. No summa cum laude, but hey, I did something what most people on here have never done. Probably never made it out of junior high like Barry. They kicked him out. There you go, folks. Oh, he has to counteract this now. Popeye's live again. How does it feel that I made a fool out of you, Robert? How does it feel that I made a fool out of you? I was going to say something about my grade point average or some shit like that or something. No, that was not exact on that original transcript on there. No, it wasn't. Anyway, here's the proof, period. Now Popeye feels like he's been doxxed. He feels like he's been, insulted. Great stuff. What is he saying now? Of course he's going to try to attack this. There's a phone number on there, Popeye. There's a phone number for verification. Not made up. It's not a friend in New York or anything like that. He had to go live because he's so embarrassed. He's so embarrassed he had to go live. I flushed him out again. I flushed him out of his little man cave. Oh, he'll have something to say about it, I'm sure. I'm leaving this on, guys. I'm leaving this on. Okay, we've had a lot of activity. We have had a lot of activity today. Here's a picture of the tough guy who takes cigarette ash and colors his attempt to have a goatee. Now that is dorky looking. Now, of course, his face is about 3 times wider now. Oh, let's see. Oh, let's see. Of course, this is Poops. You seen him about 12 years ago, but then you saw him on the more current photograph. Let's go back to the moocher, though. Here we go. We'll go back to the moocher. Minnie the moocher. Yeah, I saw that Barry put a comment in on Popeye's show saying he's afraid of the woman who came in my yard. No, Barry, it's like this, as you like to say. I didn't know she was in the yard, number one. Number two, a disabled woman with mental problems that you could probably relate to. What am I going to do? Beat her up? Right? The worst you could do is beat up some mentally disabled woman. Of course, that might be something that you would do. It was honor among thieves and idiots. And pick it on somebody. What? What do you want? Pick it on somebody that couldn't defend themselves. Perhaps it's something that is more likely you would do. And besides, what am I going to do? I could tell her not to come in the yard again if I see her. If that goes through and she understands it. But what are you going to do otherwise? Well, Poppy, Barry, I'm not afraid of the woman. I'm not like you, both of you, really. Not like you, Barry. And I would express more concern about the upcoming trials. And instead of wondering about, peanut butter whiskey, whatever the hell that is, I think that's the least of your concerns. Or throwing in a comment on Popeye's show, like anybody cared, about me being afraid of the woman who came in my yard. Is that all you got? I think you ran out of insults. That's kind of a big thing to say about you. You plumb ran out. You said it all, and thank goodness you did, right? Because you wouldn't be in that lovely place you are now, would you? No, you wouldn't. See you soon, Barry. Very soon. Wear your best clothing. You might be handcuffed, I'm not sure. It's good for show. Let the judge understand what you're all about. Because handcuffs, I think, is the best jewelry you could ever wear. Soon, Barry, soon. Very soon. Very soon. Okay, let me see. We had all kinds of shit on there today. There was something from MJ to Flipper, Popeye, me. Who else was on there today? MJ to Flipper wants to disclose some information about somebody that attacked a family member of his. Oh, that might be interesting coming up. MJ to Flipper. I still think those muscles he's trying to build up is going to interfere with his tattoos, and can't have that. Can't have that. But I'll give MJ to Flipper the credit anyway, that he's trying to do something for himself. Of course, he doesn't do that for health reasons or anything like that. He just wants to look like a tough guy. The tattoos, you got to have some muscle, right? Isn't that the way it works? He wants to look dangerous. Well, you know what? Even having muscles don't make you dangerous. Look at some of these guys that's got no neck, some of they have to turn sideways, their whole bodies just to turn. They can't even turn their necks. When they walk like Popeye the Sailor. I mean, the real Popeye the Sailor, They walk like a mechanical robot. No, I don't think it's worth building up muscles like that at any age. I at least do my best and do a few things for myself, which is more than I can say for most people on here. It's better than nothing, You've got to build up a little bit of muscle tone as you get older. That's critical. It's actually required. Look at that face. Only a mother can love, and I'm not even sure his mother loves that face. I'd like to see him with hair. But he can't grow hair, and the hair only grows on the side of his skull. And everything in the middle is bald. But I'd like somebody to come up with who's good with the digital shit and editing, to put some hair on this guy. Give him some interesting hairdos, a mohawk, give him a Frankenstein look, give him I don't know, just put some hair on the guy and see what he looks like with hair. I don't know what this shit on his chin is all about, really. I don't even know the fucking purpose of it. Is it to catch his food when he slops it because he doesn't have any teeth? Is it like a food catcher? A spit catcher? What is that? What is the purpose? Does he think it makes him look tough? No, it makes him look like an idiot. Popeye thought he was having a field day with me today, but he really wasn't. He did not want to get into it when he found out that I showed documentation from the college that I did have a bachelor's degree. Somebody mentioned to him on there, but he did not want to go into it. Neither did anybody else. The worst they're going to say, which somebody did make a few comments somewhere, it's a fake document. Well, like I said, there's a phone number on there for all you people out there who have this knack for researching. It's very easily done. Call the phone number. Call the phone number. Yeah, I threw around a little bit of crow today. That I did. See, Popeye had to come on to save face. That's why he came on. Well, you can't save that face, first of all. Let me put that up and foremost. There's no saving on that face. I understand now, and so do my viewers, and even his viewers, why he does not come on camera. I think that's pretty clear. Now, if we go back to the old picture, which is like 12 years old, you see how goofy he looks with the big ears. And I don't have it on my list at the moment here. I would show you that more current photograph of him. He looked like a dork 12 years ago, and he looks like a bigger dork now, but that current photograph of him, he looks really old. He looks really old. He's barely 70, I think, now or something, but the guy looks about 85 years old, or not a day over 80, under 80. There's no doubt about that. Couple of thumbs up here, but nobody wants to talk, but that's okay. I was going to watch and finish this movie I started. I just came back. Gonna have a little pizza tonight. Got them some pork ribs. Oh, yeah. Pizza was my choice. I just bought one. They could eat the pork. They could eat the pork ribs. Oh, yeah. Good news on food. Finally, they opened up a store in Bantayan Town. They're going to have USDA beef. They're going to have this Wagyu beef. They're going to have beef ribs. They got what looks like, God, let me see if I could find it on here. Damn. I got to, besides pastries and all that kind of stuff, they're going to have macaroni salad. Oh, man. And they're going to get all the meat in on the 9th. And their selection was just absolutely divine. I'll try to post some pictures from their menu sometime here, but they're going to have some quality beef, which I've been looking for, USDA beef. They're going to have the really good brisket. And they got this picture. It looks like a big-ass pot roast, and they're slicing this stuff just like you see in the delis in America. Some really good shit, man. Wagyu beef, however you pronounce that. Very expensive. It's going to have all the USDA beef, other cuts of meat, cordon bleu they're going to have, potato salad, a lot of other different stuff. And a neighbor just told me about that today. The neighbor just told me about that. I'll be going there soon enough. They're going to get all the meat in on the 9th, and I'm going to have to run in there on the 9th after I come back from the lovely Cebu in Toledo City. And check this place out, man. Good cuts of beef. I've been looking for a store like that. And you just got to be there to get it. You know, they're going to get their beef in. Most of it's going to be on the 9th. And it's called Maple. Oh, shit. Maple Cove? No. Maple something. It's in Bantayan. And for what I looked on their pictures, we got some succulent pieces of beef there you wouldn't believe. You can't find it around here, ever. Nor can you even find it in Cebu unless you go to a specialty place. But they got some of the best cuts of beef. And it's not coming from, it's coming from most of it. They got that expensive Wagyu beef, whatever. It's really expensive, and I'm not sure why. But they're going to have some real brisket, real good cuts, and I can't wait. Can't wait. There's our boy here. I don't understand what that little OT thing is about. I noticed that most bald guys, they always have a beard because they want to look like they got some kind of hair somewhere. Good stuff they're going to have. I want to try to take some screenshots at least of the products they have in there. I'm very impressed. It takes me a lot to be impressed. If you're going to eat beef, at least eat some good cuts. U.S. stuff, USDA stuff. It's not coming from Australia or New Zealand or from some caribou in the field somewhere. This is some good shit, man. And I'm looking forward to that. Ticker counter. Okay. Popeye's ticket counter. How about a ticket counter for when he fucking croaks? How many days you think Popeye? Do you want to do polls? Who wants to predict when that guy's going to croak? And when he croaks, he's going to croak hard, and he's going to suffer. Hope he does. Popeye tries to be, well, he gets Nico on the show, his adopted son. And Nico, well, as you know, he can't afford to talk about anything. Look at Nico's past. Look at his present. Nico always has something to say about something, doesn't he? He sure does. Look at the life he's actually living. I don't know. And then he said that he was no more, where he went to this water park, whatever, that he was no more than 20 minutes from Popeye. Well, why didn't he go and visit Popeye and do a video together? And meet Popeye perhaps for the first time. They don't do that though. Because Popeye doesn't want to be on camera. I don't blame him after I saw the last photograph. He don't want to be identified, but he's already been identified. Hi, Johnny. Johnny who? Johnny Wad or... Look at that face, only a mother can love. That's my opinion. I can't look at that to tell you the truth. I have to change this. I have to change this to anything. How about the order? How about that order? Oh, there we go. No, that kind of brightens up my screen and it's too bright and I can't see the comments on here. So, perhaps, and what's this? Yeah, one man's been waiting for trial for for 16 years. That was, of course, on counts of robbery, but nevertheless, that's a long time. That's also cutting into, well, okay. It's entitled Inside Manila City Jail, one man's 16-year wait for his day in court. Now, this was 6 years ago, this story. I would certainly hope that this man is out of jail by this time. All right, put his ugly mug on here. Good-looking guy. Have you ever seen him and Joey? If you remember Joey, have you ever seen him together? Oh, man, what a team. Until he decided to hit on Joey's daughter, and that didn't work out real well for you. Barry did it. And in fact, nothing's worked out real well for you so far, has it? More to come. What time is it? It's too early to eat. Can't be eating this early because that's when you get hungry later on. Yeah, Popeye's show was a bust, but see, somebody informed Popeye that Frank produced a document on his show. He has a live one on now, or Frank produced a document. Popeye did not want to comment on it to prove him wrong. He doesn't like when he gets defeated, when I prove him wrong. That document speaks for itself. And all anybody has to do to verify it is call that phone number on there. It's the person who signed the document. And they'll tell you. So another mystery solved. More crow eaten. Frank actually does have a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree after all. Sorry, poops. Sorry to disappoint you for the 200th, 300th time. So sad. Too sad. So sad. Too bad. Of course, everybody has something to say about it. Oh, that's a fake document. No, what they produced as a resolution was a fake document. This order, right here, this order, for him to go to Bickerton, is a real order. Okay, where is it? That's a real order. Feast your eyes on that. That's the genuine, oh, that's the other one. That's the, oh, here it is. Okay, that's the School of Visual Arts. There you go. That's the document. That's what I meant to put up. There you go. There's a phone number. Anybody has any questions? You could ask. I don't give a shit if you call the number. Go right ahead. There you go. Read it, read it, read it, read it. Oh, Don, don't sniffle now. Don't cry. Don't cry, Don. I have proved every one of these suckers wrong for the past how many years? Winning becomes too easy. Take a look at it, read it. I don't know if that little toolbar is on the way on the side. At least it appears on my screen anyway. Read it. There you go. Frank never went to college? Oh, I didn't go to college. You better tell this to the people at SBA. They might have made a mistake. Oh, I know, it's a false document, right? Whatever you say. More crow. They're becoming, just from my show alone. I feel sorry for the crow. But they always got something to say about it. They will never accept anything I say on my show. That's truth. Because it proves that they were wrong, and they made a complete buffoon of themselves. Well, here's proof of the pudding. There you go. Read it. Read it, Popeye. Attaboy. Read it. Read it, Mick. Read it, Don C. Read it, Nico. Go right ahead. Read it, Barry. It's the real deal. Speaking of real deal, anyway, nah, rather not, really. Barry, make your comments to me. Don't go on somebody's show like a coward and put your little comments in. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't give a fuck, really. You have things to worry about. You never learn. You still haven't. Maybe you haven't been doing many live shows lately because you know it's coming, but you still don't learn. You shouldn't even be putting comments on anybody else's channel. I copy everything, dude. And I do mean everything if it has to do with you, especially. You know that by now. I've trained you well. We got 18 in the house. It's hard to tell with the screen on here. It's so bright. To whom it may concern, signature, phone number for verification, all you need. So dispels the myth and theory that Frank never graduated college. Hey, I like the please, and this is exactly what I'm doing here. Love to oblige you. I got to finish a movie. It's hotter than shit out there. I just came in prior to the show. Yeah, we're in April, right? There's no doubt to get better, if you know what I mean. Copy it, folks. Screenshot it, lick it, masturbate over it, whatever you need to do. There's a document of proof. Just came in on the 1st. And don't let the date fool you, April 1st, because it's not April Fool's joke. This document wasn't made up by me. Call the phone number. Verify. Can't get around that one, poops. What a waste case this guy is. I'm surprised. He has to force himself to come on and do that show today. After everybody looking at his mug. Anybody looking at his mug. He didn't look better then. These days, this is a 12-year-old picture. And the most current one, which I can't put on screen, don't have it on my list here, but it's horrifying. The guy looks about 85 years old. He's one of these guys you probably kicked around in the service. He's probably one of these nuisance people. I mean, look at his face, even 12 years ago, I mean, with his thick glasses and just kind of Brillo hair, whatever the hell that is. Might even be a wig. I'm not sure. Anyway, guys, there you go. I gotta watch my movie. Been an interesting day. Did you like my post today? Yeah, I went out of my way for you guys today. Work at. No, I'm no Arnold. I'm no Arnold Schwarzenegger. But, you know, at least I do something for myself. And I'm not taking any steroids or any crap like that. It's dangerous. I have no reason to do it. I'm not going into a bodybuilding contest. I'm not anything near. But building up a little muscle here and there doesn't hurt. No, I don't always sit down in my chair in the living room and waste my life like some people think. I do exercise. Try it. You may like it sometime. Might even extend your life. If you're lucky, you just made to live to my age. Or not. Well, I guess it just really hasn't sunk into our disabled boy's head. Yeah, you're disabled. Yeah. If you could sit at that computer, do the things you do, and you're not disabled. No, you can ride a motorcycle 90 miles. No, you're not disabled. If you could bounce some chick on your lap, fucking her, you're not disabled. Ain't nothing wrong with your back, Jack. Ain't nothing wrong with your back at all, Mr. Fraud. Guess it hasn't really sunk in with him yet. Right here, look at the screen. That's a real order. That's a real order. Right there. Right there. That's an order. Right, Barry? I know you're watching. That's an order, and it's real. That's where you're going. Another coward. You ain't gonna show up at court, huh? Didn't I figure that out? Yeah. You're not showing up in court again. What are you afraid of, Barry? What are you afraid of? I'm gonna see how fat you are in person. Do you need your own fucking zip code these days? What are you afraid of going to court? You're gonna appear on Zoom, huh? That's a coward's way out. I don't appear on Zoom. I come there every single time. Every single time I'm there. I'm not going on Zoom for this trial. Hello, Regent. He started his show saying Shaw came to get most of his things. Denny says he's not being I know he kind of counteracts, everything he says. Contradicts, basically. Everything he says. Like, oh, yeah, he went to the immigration, had to take care of a bunch of stuff. But then he said, it was a show prior. Then he said, no, the immigration came to see him. I know. Right, why is Shaw coming for his things if he's not being transferred, Barry? It's a good question posed by Mr. Region 6. That's a very good question, Bummer. Why is Shaw getting... Answer that. Come on. Do a show and answer my question, Bubba. Bubba Gums. Why would Shaw be coming to take your stuff if they weren't transferring you to Bikiton? Honest question. Simple answer. All required. That's right, Region. Exactly. It's fun listening to him, though. To a certain degree, I mean. Oh, we're going to have a good show tonight, he says. A good show. I haven't heard a good show since he's been on YouTube. He can't carry on a topic matter. It always leads to me. What's the good show? What was it all about? I didn't see a good show. I seen the typical Barry shit. No topic matter, no direction. Same rhetoric. Yeah, he said, he gave them, like they don't have my address, right? Yeah, he said they gave him your address and pointers when and how to pick you up. Well, he gave that to the world. Why would it be a secret to immigration? Why would it be a secret to immigration? Do you think they don't have the addresses of all the foreigners in this country? Boom, hit the computer. Bam, bam, bam. But he's the one that provided it for him. I know. How he contradicts himself all the time. That's funny in it by itself. It's funny. Why would Shaw be coming to get his things, pack his things, if he's not leaving the detention center? Barry. Do you realize how you contradict yourself all the time? That statement alone. And the other one, I went to immigration. How to give him paperwork and stuff. He turns around, no, so immigration came to see him. So which was it, Barry? What you're tripping over yourself is what you're doing. Which was it, Barry? He said you have dogs and they would shoot them. Yeah, I heard him. He's a horrible person. Absolutely horrible. And what did he say? That I said that my dogs talk to me? I never said my dogs talk to me. He's getting as bad as Popeye, all the shit that he makes up. Two birds, two peas in a pod, I guess. And he will be on Zoom as he will be in Bikitan. Yeah, he might actually be going to Bikitan. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow. No, what's today? Sunday? No, maybe on Monday after the trial. Maybe. He lost it. Pathological liar. Oh, no shit. No shit. Oh, man, I forgot to buy gas. Tuesday is going to be an all-day blackout. And the kids know how to, well, the older one knows how to run the generator. But, yeah, well, there'll be an adult here that can figure it out. So, all these goddamn scheduled blackouts, at least it's scheduled, an all-day deal on Tuesday. Yeah, he did lose it, man, a long time ago. Why didn't you get embarrassed, Barry, to catch yourself in so many lies? You got to get your story straight if you want your viewers to believe you, but they never believe you anyway, so why do you even bother? Why do you even bother, Barry? He's talking about me peeing in my pants. Because I happened to mention on one show that I didn't completely let loose of my bladder. I was like I'm in a big fucking hurry, like I'm got a date or something, you know. And that's all I said. And some piss came out, you know. I mean, talking about drops, not streams. Oh, now he's saying I'm incontinent or something. Well, he can't use that word. He can't spell it, nevertheless say it. No, I haven't reached that point yet, Barry, and I hope I never do. But no cigar. Nice try as usual, but you just don't get it right. Let's see. Hugo. Hello, Hugo. The walls are closing in on him. I wouldn't want to go to Bikitini. Well, neither do I. If I could perfectly help it, I will never be going there myself. Hell no. He's going to love it there. You think he's pissed off now? Oh. Oh. I always remember in the past he said, I ain't never going to no goddamn prison. You ain't going to catch me in no fucking prison, man. You ain't going to put me in no fucking prison. Well, he also said that about immigration not capturing him, and he did. He also said that about a prosecutor not finding a resolution to allow his case to go to court, but that happened too. He's been there almost 24 months now, just alone, and guess what? Who knows how long this trial is going to be? So either way, he winds up in Bickerton either way. Is that not poetry in motion or what? He'll be in Bickerton waiting for his trial to be over. Then, when they sentence him, he doesn't have, the great thing is he doesn't have to go far. He goes next door in the same building and serves his next 10 years in there. Isn't that like poetry in motion? I think it is. Poetry in motion. Can't get better than that. I did that with my hands tied behind my back, you know? Well, you know, they got all the reports on him, his violent attitude, all this other shit. They want him locked up. They don't want him in a courtroom. They think he's a nutcase. They think he's a nut job. He is a nut job, actually. Hates everything. Dogs. He has affinity to cats, though. But even cats don't like him. They just mark their territory no matter where he lives. He comes in his room and mark their territory. I can imagine that place smells like a fucking piss hole, man. I'll tell you what. If he don't like where he is now, he sure as hell ain't going to like it in Bikutan, baby. He sure as ain't going to like it. That's for sure. There's the order. Read the order on here. It's on the screen. You guys see it right there. You should. If you don't, let me know. There you go. And of course, I slapped Popeye in the face when I showed a letter this letter, we'll show you right here, which is a letter from the institution that I graduated from. Right here, read it and weep. Tells you I did get the bachelor's degree after all. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? There's one less thing for Popeye to talk about, right? But, you know, of course he'll turn around. I noticed that he did not cover he did not cover that. Nope. Because I had the live show and I put this thing on when Popeye had a show on today. The show did. And some of his commenters, and they said Frank has a show, he's showing a certificate showing that he did graduate. And Popeye just shunned it off. He didn't even talk about it because he got slapped. He got bitch slapped by me is what happened. He got a major bitch slap. Popeye wouldn't know what to say about that. Nor would his constituents like Don C. and Mitch and all the, you know, the rogue warriors out there, you know. Too funny. But there's the order. There's the order. There's the order. Popeye doesn't even have a degree. Nico definitely doesn't. That's for damn sure. Loser says, I can't wait to see how Barry will twist this one. He'll probably say he's just done with YouTube. He's getting off and he's not going to Big Catan. Well, you notice he's trying to change his attitude to prepare for the future about not wanting to return to the Philippines, like, you know, as if he has a choice. But he doesn't have to worry about that for a while because he has to serve some time. Then when he gets out, then they'll send him back to America, and he has nothing going for him in America at all. He said he loved his job as a waffle flipper. He got to travel. He got to travel. You mean from the mixing table for the waffle mix to the waffle grill? Is that his travel? Oh, I got to travel. Working as a waffle maker, you got to travel? That's a good one. God, the guy's a clown. And he doesn't even try. I mean, it just comes out naturally. What a clown this guy is. Major clown. Read the order here, folks. That's a signed order, which means he is going. Going, gone. It's going to be really hard for Sha-na-na-na-na, Sha-na-na-na-na to go and visit him 500, 400 miles away. She's going to have to get herself a, you know, one of them backpackers rooms or some shit. Hostel rooms. Hang around Manila for next 10 years, I guess. She might have to get a job out in Manila. I'd like to see that. Oh, yeah, he'll say he's done with YouTube. And no, he ain't done it. Done him in. I done him in. Sha-na-na-na-na. Sha-na-na-na-na. When the skies are gray. When the skies are gray. California dreaming. Big Catan dreaming. Da-da-da. I walked on by a prison. I just got down on my knees, da-da-da, and I began to pray. I began to pray. It is such an honor, da-da-da, that they bring me here. Pick it on dreaming, da-da-da. I got you by the hair, but you don't have hair. Walked into a church. I passed along the way. I just got down on my knees and I began to pray. I began to pray. Well, he'll pray when he goes in there. He's going to become a real praying man, I'll tell you that. He's going to be a real praying man. Well, he's a praying mantis, so that's a good start. Sha-na-na-na-na, sha-na-na-na-na, sha-na-na-na-na-na-na-na, sha-na-na. How about those muscles of steel today, boys? What'd you think of that, huh? How about those muscles for steel? I tell you, for this 70-plus-year-old man. You think Popeye has any kind of muscles in his arms? Or anything that represents muscles other than hanging fat, lipids? I don't think so. I don't think so. He should have done something good with his time there. Regent says, Obama was told Big Baton Commissary sells knockoff KY jelly. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Regent says, looking thick, solid, tight, Frank. Veins popping out, shoulders filling out. A regular Schwarzenegger. Not quite. But I'm happy with some of the results. It's very gradual. I'm never going to turn out to be a six-pack. No, I could lose 2 inches in my belly. Ain't no six-pack, ain't no one-pack there either. Ain't a half a pack. Veins popping out in ecstasy. Muscles yearning to be free. Releasing the hounds. You look great for your age. I'm okay. I don't boast. I'm okay. Well, Regent. It could be worse. I could look like him or Popeye or something, or one of these goons, or Don C. God forbid. God forbid. God. Dog spelled backwards. Dog forbid. I look okay. I'm not a young man anymore with fuck, I understand that. I'm not that stupid. I'm not that freaking vain. I had my time of being very young. I had my time. Some people, don't even have that time. They died young. I'm very grateful I lived to my age I have now. I mean, I'm absolutely grateful. Some people die with diseases at an early age. The fact I made it to 70 plus, I mean, you can't beat that with a stick, man. You can't. That's pretty goddamn good. You think Barry's going to live to be my age? No. He'll never make it to 60, I could guarantee you that. No. And Ricky maybe's got a possible year in with treatment of some sort, or whatever is going to get him, his heart or liver or kidneys or something, I don't know. He ain't got that long. Oh, hell no. Hell no. I'm not sure who looks older, Don or Popeye. I think Don might have him beat by a hair. Both look like they're in their mid-80s. They do, actually. They do, don't they? And these guys talk about me. You guys think I joke around when I say that these people are just fucking jealous. That's exactly what it is. They're not going to admit that. They don't have their shit together. Don may have a couple of bucks because he's in some industry, whatever. I believe he's not broke. I never thought Don was broke. But he's a creep. And only talks about it and gets on Philippines. He lives in a totally different country. But he's so concerned and so involved with the goings-on in the Philippines. Every one of these fuckers, the minute I come on here, they're on. They're listening. So what are they doing with their lives? They talk about me. Hey, I admit what I do with my life. I have no problem with what I do with my life. I like a good movie on TV. And every fucking foreigner that I've ever spoke to in this town, that was retired, other than the drinkers. That's what they do. They're with their mate all the time, right? They watch movies together. They enjoy their family. That's what they do. But then you got the alkies out there, and they don't even see their wives. And we know a gal right now, big problems with her husband, because, he finds it boring here. So he goes to the bar and drinks, hardly spends any time with her at all. And she really envies me and Gilda's relationship tremendously. 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 And I hear a lot of that out here. The guys are too busy wanting to go bullshit with the other foreigners. Talk about the ones that got away, about the one they're fucking on their wife with, drinking, getting stupid, in a smelly, seedy bar, smoking cigarettes and drinking. What's that song? Smoking cigarettes and drinking. Some country song. I don't remember what that was. I'm not a country song listener. Yeah, well, they don't live very interesting lives. I will assure you of that. It's all smoke and mirrors. I don't hide. I don't have to hide my life. Come on, Jimmy. I don't have to hide my life out here. I'm happy with the status quo. You want to come in, Ginger? No? I'm happy with the status quo. I'm not complaining. Do you hear me complaining about it? Nah. 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 It's as good as any place. Yeah, they do look pretty old, don't they? Popeye, let me tell you, man, he was embarrassed as hell. Embarrassed as hell when I put that photograph out of him. He didn't want to talk a wink, if you notice his past shows. He did not want to talk a wink about that photograph. He avoided that topic like it was a toxin. The same as he didn't want to bring anything up about verification of my degree. And here it is. We'll show you that again. This is justification. It gives a total phone number right there to call. If, you know, somebody has a suspicion about that. There you go. Read it. Suppose I made that up, huh? Like I made that order up that Barry's going to Bickerton. I suppose I made them both up. Yeah, that's what the trolls will say. They don't want to see me win. They hate when I win on anything. They get so fucking ball busted, man. They lose it. Oh, I got to think of something bad to say about Frank. Oh shit, what can I say now? What can I say now? I haven't said before, but that's the problem. Then they start making up things. According to Barry, I'm incontinent. Okay. All right, what else? I got a small dick, erectile dysfunction. I'm a chomo. I'm a child molester. Well, that's why only the best for you, Barry. Bickerton, 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 Bickerton. Let's all say it. Bickerton. Where's Barry going, folks? Spell it out. Bickerton. Bickerton. Say it loud. Say it proud. Bickerton boy. He's the Bickerton boy. He's going to love it. He's going to love the accommodations. Ain't no going to be no brisket there. Oh, speaking of brisket, I was telling you on an earlier show, wow, I found a place just opened up in Bantayan Town, actually, next door. They're going to have USDA meat, beef there, and products. They're going to have this fucking brisket you could die for. You got to see this thing. They were slicing it up like in steaks, just melting, just melting. They're going to have that, what do you call that, Wagyu beef? They're going to have the Wagyu beef. Quite expensive, though. And a lot of other shit there, too, man. Yeah, a new store. On the 9th is when they're going to get a lot of their meats in to kind of start it off. Yeah. All the well water you can drink. Yeah. The tuberculosis situation. Holy shit. They're all getting tuberculosis, and the shitty water they drink, it's coming from that. It's coming from different resources. Oh, he's going to love it there, man. Oh, God. Look, hey, I'll be the first to say, it's not fit for humans. But it's not meant to be a country club either, with ice cube maker, right? With monitors, laptop, Xbox console, coffee maker, hot water heater. No, none of the above. And he ain't going to be able to really use his phone. They may allot him an hour a day, but monitored. Monitored. Hey, come on. See, I talk to my dogs. That's right, I do talk to my dogs. Ginger, honey? Ginger, baby? Come on, baby. Daddy, girl. She loves her daddy. It's nice to be loved. I want to be loved by you, by you, and nobody else. I want to be loved by you, poop-poop-be-doo, doo. I want to be held by you, and nobody else. I want to be held by you. Yes, I do. Poop-poop-be-doo. Yeah, hug a rat, Barry. Hug a rat. Hug a rat. But your girlfriend ain't going to be there very often. Your girlfriend ain't going to be there. Payment time for her fucking report. Payment time for her fucking report. Payment time. Payment time. Payment time. You pay, you pay. Oh, he'll get transferred. It's in the order. All right, I'll put that back on again. It's right here, man. I don't make this shit up. There you go. There's the order. That's a signed order, man. When they take them, but that's a signed order. I can't give you a day on this, but I think he has an idea because, well, that's maybe why he's not coming to the courtroom, because they may actually have him go, let's see, Monday. Who knows how that works? Maybe that's why he's going to be on Zoom. Because, he already said his girlfriend's starting to take his shit. So he knows he's going there. Okay, he knows it. At least he knows it. But he denies it, though, at the same time. Which is it, Barry? It's the same thing with you. You either went to immigration the other day, or then you turn around. No, immigration came to see you. Which is it? Now, somebody hit you over the head, Barry, and you couldn't come to a conclusion whether it was a rock or a stick or a beer bottle. Which was it, Barry? Which was it? And you're not going to Bickytown, Barry, but then why is your girlfriend preparing, Barry, you get your stuff? Because you're going to Bickytown. Bicuttin Mouse. Bickytown. Who would do? Bickytown. That's going to be your address for a long while now. Hey. Who's the leader of the gang? Bicutn. Payment time. Sha-na-na-na-na, and the skies were gray, Stopped in by a church, I passed along the way, and I got down on my knees, and I began to pray. Oh, he'd be praying a lot. Give the boy a Bible. He'll be thumping that Bible like crazy. Sha-na-na-na-na. That's one for you, Shaw. For putting in a fucking report on me. Make it harder for you to see your fucking boyfriend. How do you like that? Am I threatening her, folks? Am I threatening you, Shaw? Sha-na-na-na-na. I could sing anytime I want. And the skies are gray. Bickytown dreaming. And I'm on my way. What a joyous, I tell you, what a joyous occasion this is. We finally looked forward to. And it's finally happened. It's the last stop for the boy. Hear me, son? What about your uncle? Did he die? Are you going to kill me if your uncle dies? What are you going to do, Barry? Are you going to kill me? Wait, the judge hears all this shit, too. Oh, you're going away, son. You're going away. I'm going to ask the judge 3 years for each count. That's what I'm going to ask him. I'm going to make a plea through my lawyer and on my own. After all he's done, Your Honor, I'd like to see him get 3 years on each count. That's 15 years. He'll be dead long before that. Long before that. You know why? 2 reasons. His health ain't great. He's obese. And his mouth, he has a bad attitude. He ain't going to last in Bickytown very long, I'll tell you that. Because this man don't know how to shut his mouth. Henceforth, and so on and so forth, and etc., as they say out here, etc., etc., etc. He ain't gonna have no gay old time. Well, he might have a gay old time in there. He's not going to like it. Let's put it that way. Oh, you want me in there with you, is what he said. Well, I'm going to try to make sure that that never happens, son. And if I wasn't there, that would give me the opportunity just to spread the word around just a wee scotia bit. What'd you say about the Muslims? Because there might be Muslims in there. And what you say about the Filipinos? There's going to be plenty of Filipinos in there, man. Plenty, plenty. And what you say about their culture and their small dicks and uneducated and they're just wash women and shit picker-uppers, you know, and all that good stuff you say about them, education, everything. They're going to love to hear that. And I will make sure, because there are forums for Bikichan, of the inmates. Oh, yeah, by the family of the inmates. I promise my viewers, better yet, promise myself, I will make sure that the message gets through. I will make sure of it. I'm not going anywhere, man. I didn't commit a crime of such nature, and it was all bogus. I don't think they're interested in putting an extra person in there other than the mantis. Oh, he's going to have to be on his best behavior. Oh, he's shitting in his pants right now. Oh, now something big's supposed to happen on court day. And what would that be, Barry? Well, I'm going to do my testimony. That's going to be big. You think somebody's going to run in a room, Ricky or Bree's going to run in a room saying, he's a child molester, he's a child. He has a charge sheet. He's a legal overstayer. Court don't want to hear that. They don't give a shit. It's not what the court case is about. They have to address what's on the agenda. The crime. It's my case against him. That's what they're going to discuss. You think? Okay. Alrighty then. I didn't eat very healthy tonight, though. I had about 5 slices of pizza. But when I say 5 slices of pizza, these are so thin. They're not thick. They're so small. Still, I mean, you know, bread and cheese on it. Not good. But it's not like I eat like that every day. I could cheat now and then. No, I don't think I'm going anywhere, Mr. Region 6. Region 6? Well, Region 7 is the Cebu area. Is your name pertaining to a particular area of Cebu or Philippines? Where you get that name from? Region 7 is the general Cebu area, and it goes to Bohol and some other places. As far as the legalities, you know, you got different legal organizations such as the Cybercrime Unit and other things like NVI and stuff like that. They're all like Region 7. Western Visayas. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Region 7 is around Cebu and spread out a little bit into Bohol and Mandaue, you know, all these different places, you know. Region 7. Very good name, because at least it pertains to something, you know. I can make some sense out of your name. Barry's going to Bikichan. We'll call him BB. Bikichan Barry in long form, BB for short. You're going to love it. If you manage to get lucky enough to get a bunk in there, you know where you're going, Barry? Do you know where you're going to go? Do you know where you're going to go? You're going to go in the top bunk. And know what's interesting about the top bunk? Do you want to know? I'll tell you. Heat rises. That's right. Science. Heat rises. It'd be hotter than a sauna up there. Hotter than a sauna. Or you may get lucky and sleep on the floor. The lowest area of cooler temperatures would be down to the ground, if you understand anything about science, which I doubt. You're lucky to spell your own name. Well, this has been fun. I gotta watch a sci-fi movie. I don't even care. If I've seen it before, I'll watch it again. I don't care. There's a lot of movies out there I'd like to watch, but you just ain't gonna get it on Netflix. They got things that come out on here that have been out since, 2000. They call it new on Netflix. Ain't nothing new. There's a lot of good shit coming up, man. There's Jason Statham stuff coming up, directed by Sylvester Stallone. And it was on the series of Jason Statham. Oh gosh, there's even another one too. Another movie that's a series that's coming out with Morgan Freeman. It was part of that series with Morgan Freeman. Liam Neeson, yeah. Liam Neeson's new movie is on Netflix. It is for free. That was the which one was that now? The new one. It's not the one, I don't think, directed by Sylvester Stallone. Really? No shit. What do I punch in on the search engine on here? Really? I love Jason Statham. Great actor. And Liam Neeson, everything. Great fucking actors, man. And Statham, he's a really good family man. And that guy does know. He does know some martial arts and shit, too. That guy could take care of himself. For real. Oh, man. Oh, I got to see that. Okay, I'm going to have to search this puppy. Let's see. I'm on Netflix now. Let me go to the search box on here if I can. Come on, come on, come on. No. This is called The Arctic Apocalypse Sci-Fi. Well, I got a problem with the remote here. Here we go. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Okay, let me try to get this. Oh, shit. Come on. Give me a break here, man. I'm already on Netflix. Why is this not cooperating? I know why. Hold on. Come on, search engine. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see. Go up to the search. Let me clear out what's on there. Clear. Clear! Okay. Okay. Let's just look up Jason. Hold on, boys. Come on, S. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. Okay, let's see what this says here. Jason Statham, new. I think I found it. Holy crappo. New action. Oh, thank you, guy. You talking about Agent Hitman? Is that what you're referring to? It's called Agent Hitman? I just want to find out what you're making reference to. Is it called Agent Hitman? No, it's supposed to be new. It's called Agent Hitman with Jason Statham. I saw Memories. No, I saw Memories. I saw that. So is there another one from Liam? Liam Neeson? Okay, I got one here for Jason Statham. It says it's called Agent Hitman, Hollywood movie blockbuster. I think that's supposed to be a new edition here. So straighten me out pretty quick. Yeah, I did see Memories. I saw that. That was pretty good. Barry watches cartoons. If it's too intellectual a movie for him, he'll just turn it off. He just don't get what the movie's about. He can't follow things very well. Okay, well, yeah. Let me know in the future if anything new. I don't always know. But let me at least check this one out with Jason Statham. Agent Hitman, it's called. He made some bucks for himself. He has a nice family. All around nice guy, my understanding. I don't know what he's like personally, but comes off as being a nice fella. And did you know he speaks British? That's how good he is as an actor. You would not know he has a really heavy British accent, and he practiced the standard, American slangish, English way of talking. He's good. All right, guys, it's been fun. Barry, you're going to Bickerton, motherfucker. That's where you're going. Shut your fucking mouth, you piece of fucking shit. You're going to rot in hell of that fucking place. And I am going to contact inmates in there and let them know the horrible things you say about Filipinos and their culture. And I'm going to let the Muslims know it too. Oh, you bet. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, bro. And I'm going to do it. Hope everybody else does too. Go on that Facebook forum for the families of expats in Bickerton. Go there, baby. Go there. Do Uncle Frankie one up here. There you go. There you go. There you go. Get ready to rumble. I'm getting ready. I got people to see, place to go, so I'm not going to be on here too long. Might be ready to go now. I'm not sure. Oh my, oh my. Well, lessons will be learned. Oh, and Popeye, I'm really not attracted to you in any form or way, but your slip is showing. You know what I'm saying, Robert? Yeah, gotta go to the lovely Cebu. We're getting ready, Freddie. And in his corner, the undefeated Lion of Bantayan. Call me what you may. I've been ready to fall in love with you. Okay. Not interested, Robert. Not interested. Those damn ants under the table. Get him. Let me get this broom. I'm sorry, it's the same shit, different day. The ant invasion. The famous ant invasion. All right, he's going to come back later. Okay, so we got some time. We're not going to leave too early today. Okay. I can't even sit at the table without looking at the floor and have a little army in uniform order, crawling underneath there. These little fuckers will go for any crumbs they can. You know, like prison. 8:30? All right. Gives us time to whatever. Look at all these ants. That's just underneath the table. I mean, this is crazy. Crazy, I tell you. Crazy like the supposed bed bugs in my old house. You know why?
What, huh?
Okay, let's do this.
Dito. Sa kwan.
All right, well, good morning, folks.
Malasang din ang inyong kwarto eh.
And a good morning to you. By the way, that dish was dry again. I had to fill it up with
Kaya
water.
tanawa dito sa kwarto kay.
My
Sa
God.
kwan, sa
Kids, you gotta love them. Well,
basket.
okay. You don't have to do anything. Well, anyway, again, good morning. Everybody's so hyped up. No, this is not a hearing where something's going to be decided. It's just another hearing. That's all it is. And Bubba Gums says that he ain't going to be testifying today. He ain't going to be testifying today. They're going to be sending me home. Yeah, okay. No, I actually am scheduled to testify. Well, tomorrow, actually. I'm actually scheduled to testify. Unless something else changes, but I see no reason for any change at all. Now, my time. Testify. Oh, okay. So you got the gas? Okay. We're going to have a total blackout again on Tuesday. Gotta go buy some gas. I'm going to have to re-instruct the kids how to start the generator. The older ones should know. And has the smarts to figure it out if he can't. So we've gone over this stuff before with them. Cup of tea, of course. I'm not leaving the house without it. I haven't eaten shit this morning, though, that's for sure. I don't ever want to have to stop by at a McDonald's on the way out there. We always wind up having to do that just to put something in our bellies. No planes flying. No. I don't know what's going on with the airline, but they have no scheduled flights, so we would have took a flight. 5-star, of course. We would have took a flight, but we couldn't. Robert? You gotta make sure you're there. Are you there, Robert? To Robert. Well, Robert, I'm flattered that you're so attracted to me, but I already got somebody I'm very happy with. And like I say, your slip is showing, Robert. There's definitely an attraction to me. I don't blame you. Looking pretty good for my age. Can't say time held out very good for you, though, sir. Anyway, off, Robert. Just continue simulcasting, whatever you do. Makes you happy. Anyway, off, Robert. Okay. Yeah. What's the chatter on Discord, folks? What is the chatter on Discord? People are acting like, well, you never know. I mean, the judge could. I mean, he's already, after my testimony, he already came on camera one time and, they see what he did. And he already pleaded out loud that he was guilty as charged. I mean, the judge could turn around and say, okay, we don't need to drag this through the dockets anymore. I'm just going to make my decision. We'll have a sentencing on the next date, da-da-da-da-da. And, well, where the dice roll, the dice rolls. Could work that way. Could very well. They may have some different plans in mind how they want to work this. But I don't know what else they have to do. See, the thing is, Bummer is under the impression that he's already pleaded guilty, and that's it. End of story, right? No, it was not officially accepted. It was not officially accepted. I told you many times, there's protocols to this. They didn't follow. His lawyer didn't follow. He thinks because he already yelled to the court. Now, it's a good thing he did that, though, because the judge heard it, the court clerk noted it down in the notes. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Well, for me. But seriously, it's not going to make a world of difference for him that the judge is going to say, okay, well, I see, okay, it's almost 7 years, and you're a big troublemaker. We're just going to push you out of the country and not ever let you get back in. Well, that would be easy for Barry. He'd love to hear that, but you see, I just don't think that's going to happen. These issues have to be addressed. They don't have these laws for nothing. And a proverbial slap on the wrist does not apply to everybody. And in his case, it's not going to apply because it's just too complex. It's too complex. Very complex. I'm not looking forward to the traveling, to be honest with you, but, oh, well, you got to get there somehow, Now, he don't want to show up in court. He says, oh, they told me not to show up in court. No, he's just a coward. You're afraid to face me. That's what it is. That's all it is. He'll show up on, take the coward's way out and show up on Zoom. Little Roundhouse, Sarasota. Friends? They were never friends. I don't know where you get that information. Why would they be friends? They never were, they never will be. Friends? Gotta be kidding. Completely the opposite. She don't like her, man. And everything she's trying to do. Oh, she's livid about it. Livid. You just have to trust me on that one. Okay, didn't realize it was muted. I'm sorry about that. I tend to make that mistake quite often. I didn't have too much important to say anyway, just feeding the dogs. And a few thoughts I threw into there. Talking about packing my bag, and when I go to Cebu, I bring everything I need and more. Your shorts are very funny, very creative. Oh, you've been watching them. Ah, you can have a little fun now and then. You gotta make some humor of the situation. Because, truthfully, there is a lot of humor in all this. You got this hillbilly who has a run-of-the-mouth disease, and it's nothing but get him into trouble. And then we watch all his antics on here, and the stupid things he says, the stupid things he does. I mean, that's pure entertainment. Mr. Oyster, Frank, why do you think Discord has 60 plus members and still only 3 Lion supporters? Well, soccer counts too, on there too, yeah. Because they're trolls. That's why. If you really wanted to see what they think really about it, they're not going to come out and tell you. They don't support him. There's only less than a handful of people that support him. They just don't want to make it known that they're in my support. I mean, hell, they come to my channel all the time. I got a guy that writes me now and then, calling me every name in a book, and I know who it is, obviously, but, you know. But yet they watch. And that's what I always tell people. You think I'm this, you think I'm that, boring show, this and that, but yet you watch. My famous words. But yet you watch. And they do. Frank, are you planning a party in Cebu if you get right result? Well, it's going to take time. These are just hearings and, different protocols of court, different stages of court. It's going to take a while, I think. I mean, something incredible actually could happen. A judge could just decide, even on this court hearing, and say, look, I've heard enough. I don't want to clog up the dockets, This guy, he's going to say, well, this guy's going to go to Bickerton. Good. It's a good place for him. I'm going to come up with my decision today. I've already heard him on his evidence on screen and with other introduction of evidence submitted by the plaintiff's attorneys, and how hatred this guy is, and how persistent he is on continuing his crimes, using his cell phone as a weapon he uses it for. The judge could turn around and say, I made my decision already. He can do anything he wants. I mean, there's a protocol to follow, but a judge, keep in mind, could do anything he wants to do. That's a fact. Does anything he wants to do. He's God. Keep that in mind. He is God in that courtroom. And he is. This is the guy that wears a robe. Well, whether he wears a robe. I don't think a lot of judges wear robes in the Philippines. It's too hot unless they're in the air conditioner. But the judge never even comes out. The truth is, the judge, here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. The judge, he's in his back room with air conditioning on, with headphones and whatever, and he's listening to all this. Yeah, not kidding. I've never seen a judge personally, only on camera. Camera. Little roundhouse. By humble opinion, everyone should drop charges and move on, peace and love. It don't work that way. No. This has been going on, Miko, so long. I mean, it takes a certain toll. I mean, my girlfriend wants this shit to be over, as well as I do. But, we're in it for the long haul. Both of us. Shit. That motherfucker messaged her children. Oh, I told you. Mess with her and her family. Big no-no. Big no-no. There's a lot of expenditure of money between all of this, yes. I could use that money for something else, but you start something and basically you got to finish it. That's my mantra. Start it, finish it, get it over with, no matter how long it takes. You don't jump off your horse midstream, so, you know. Yeah, we are very determined people. You got that right. We are very determined people. And I have her support all the way. She doesn't tell me, Frank, drop the case, get this over with, I'm sick of hearing this court stuff. No, she don't. She knows what it means to me, and it also means something to her too, because this motherfucker and his girlfriend is trying to get me deported from the country. So she has a stake in this. I'm not talking about a ribeye either. She has a stake in this matter. Love your life. Well, I love it as much as I can. It still goes on every day, whether I'm having court cases or not. It goes on every day because it has to. I could sit here and being stressed out all the time, but that's not going to help. Because if I get stressed, I don't get focused. And I like being focused. Remember, I take my tasks one at a time. I analyze it, you know, I put it in my mouth, I masticate it, I digest it, okay, and so my whole digestive system is happy with the input and the output. Who says you can't have your cake and eat it too? I get my cake. I eat my cake. I masticate it, I swallow it, and I enjoy it. Mr. Isto, a bummer, a Discord post of a screenshot of the commissary at Bicuton. They sell lube there. I heard they do. I heard they do. Now, although it sounds that the Bicuton boy is taking this very lightly when he does his shows, he's not. You could hear the stress in his voice. It's very apparent. Even my viewers have said that. It's very apparent. Oh, the latest thing he said was, there ain't gonna be no testimony. How would he know that? So he's a lawyer now, too. There's not gonna be any testimony. I'm gonna plead guilty. Remind him. They're just gonna send me home, and that's gonna be it. Oh, so he's making a rule. That's gonna be it. Well, you didn't follow the rules when you almost 7 years of not paying your immigration visas, etc., etc. You didn't follow the rules when you attacked me viciously on social media, calling me a child predator, did you? 2 years almost now in that goddamn place. And do I feel sorry for you? So, no, I never will. He'll get time. I'm pretty sure of it. I can't be 100%, but I'm pretty close. And everything I talked about, my attorneys and everything will be introduced, which already has some of it, but, you know, yeah, he's gonna get presented. See, this is the great setup. He's gonna be sent to Bicuton in the interim, right? He doesn't have to leave. Doesn't have to leave, because when he gets sentenced, he's in the right place to just move him next door. Works out real well. Miko says, in Bicuton, do the prisoners run the prison like a lot of these tough jails around the world? No, you get trustees that run the prison. The guards don't do much. They basically assign prisoners that have been there for a while that they can trust, and they become what you call trustees. The trustees basically take matters in their own hand for the guards. They determine where you're going to sleep, a good place or not. They determine if you have any privileges at all there. And if you start trouble in there, you get to paddle. Or they will totally ignore you when you have a medical situation, which they practically do anyway. So he's not the healthiest person. He's obese. His lungs are fucked up. There's going to be mold in there. There's a lot of, what do you call that's going around? Pneumonia, and also the major one is, what do you call that's going around there? I forgot. Yeah, it's pretty bad. And no, I certainly don't want to be in Bicuton. Not if I could fucking help it, I'll tell you that. But if something happened like that, I mean, I would certainly make the best of it. I'm a stronger person than you know. I could adjust to situations. It may not be comfortable for me. Like this whole thing ain't comfortable for me, going to court, this and that, to answer your question, you know. I persevere it though. I mean, it is what it is. And what are you going to do if you can't change something, you know? And this was not out to set to be changed. I mean, I made a decision on this and I'm sticking to it. 41. Dengue, yeah. But no, the other ones is pneumonia, dengue, and what's the key one there from? It's really bad water that they're drinking. Shit. It's a real popular one. They're having big problems with that right now. Well, you know, all the smell of urine and everything around there, it's going to attract mosquitoes and all kinds of shit. But no, there's one. Oh, gosh. I guess I am getting old because I can't remember this one thing that is very prevalent, you know, in these prisons. No, that's not it. No, I didn't eat anything.
Why you doing it?
Because there's really not much to eat this morning. We're not ready. I didn't make any oatmeal or nothing, so. 'Cause I'm in love with you. God, when I slapped Popeye in the face with that document from the School of Visual Arts Administration, that hit him pretty hard. I'm sure of it. That's why he didn't talk about it on his last show, because when he was doing that last live stream, the stream thing, simulcasting, you know, someone came on there and they totally told him that Frank was on, and he showed a document proving that he does indeed have a bachelor's degree. And then I noticed that Popeye did not want to bring that up at all, and nobody wanted to talk about it. That means people like, you know, Mick and Don C. and that crew. Oh, or Nico, they had nothing to say. You see how that works, guys? When the dishes of crow are passed out, they're very quiet. They're used to dishing out the shit, right? But when the shit comes back in their face, they just go silent. That's it. Thank you. Tuberculosis. That's the word I'm looking for. Tuberculosis is all over these prisons. Yes, they are.
And spy.
From when? From when?
This morning, what?
When you got up this morning?
Yeah. And then.
Boy, they like your blood. I got the cortisone cream. You're going to have to put that on. We're definitely taking that with me. Yeah.
They like my skin.
They like you. But then you're a likable person. Everybody takes positively to my gal. Talking about my gal. My gal.
All likes me.
Even the mosquitoes love her. Miss Ister says, McFish is commenting your letter saying you completed college is bogus. Yeah, that's the expected reaction with Mick and people like that. You know, the high roaders. Yeah, of course he's going to say it's bogus. Well, when I say to Mick and other people, and I said to everybody else, there's a little phone number on there. Mick, Popeye. There's a phone number on there. Mick, there's a phone number.
Nothing to.
You call the phone number, and you find out. You guys are such great researchers, right? Right, Mick, Popeye, Dawn, the Dawn. Call the phone number, ask for the person whose signature is on there. Since you guys are such wonderful resources of information, they just can't handle the fact that I did graduate college. Because they've been pushing this thing about this old bullshit for how long now? And when I actually present the document saying, well, they just fall apart. Commenting what, on my show or on Popeye's show? They just want to don't face the fact that I'm not like everybody on here. I have made some accomplishments in my life. I'm not like all the losers on here. And not everybody's a loser on here. But the general population, I mean, the ones that really, in the Philippines genre, And some of them didn't even have very popular shows. They all ran away from something to come here in the first place. They all had their reasons. They all had their reasons. Brevis, especially. Barry, especially. 41 strong, baby. 41 strong. 41 strong. Now we're talking. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything I could eat this morning. If I had a box of healthy cereal or something, I'd go for that, something light, but we don't. And I don't know. I mean, I could make some oatmeal, I guess. Maybe I'll make a tiny, tiny bit of oatmeal. Maybe that, if anything, it'll clean out my arteries. If anything, I think I have time to do that. Just a wee scotia bit. Just a wee bit of whole grain oatmeal. Rolled oats. Yeah, let me do that. I gotta have something in my stomach. It's filling and is also fairly healthy. Don't need much. This stuff expands. That's what happens near arteries. And that's what oatmeal does. It doesn't take much. Okay. Gotta have something. Okay, anything else anybody would like to elaborate on or share or whatever? Ask me a question, and if I can give you an answer, I will. Let me make something clear. This is just another hearing, and more likely I'm going to be testifying. No matter what his lawyer introduces in there, if it's not germane, has nothing to do with the Germans, Barry. If it's not germane to the, yeah, I got words I could use, Pops. If it's not germane to the situation, then it's not going to be addressed. You know, issues like, he's an overstayer, Your Honor, he's an overstayer. Arrest this man, put him in Bicuton. Well, no, that's not how it's going to happen. This hearing is addressing something in particular. That's how it works. You can't fly in the courtroom with this paper in your hand, wagging it like a madman to the judge and the clerk. But then again, he's not going to be in there anyway. He's just too much of a coward to show up in person. Well, you listen to everything, don't you, Nico? Kerwins. Yeah, you must listen very intently to my show, dude. And you're spelling Kerwins wrong, so you're not a local. That, I could tell you. No, the, oh, you mean the oatmeal? Oh, do I do it? Is this organic? I didn't look at it. I don't know, it's whole grain oats, and it's rolled. It's different, you know. You don't take the regular Quaker shit, I mean, with strawberry flavor or some crap like that. It's all loaded with sugar. It's still carbs, and you kind of want to watch your carbs, but you could have carbs, but just don't overdo yourself with it. I do have generally there's a good amount of carbs in my diet, unfortunately or fortunately. However, you know, medical people, they go back and forth with this all the time, but oh well. No, I don't buy organic vegetables, nothing like that. No. It's a waste of money. And you don't even know that you're getting organic, especially out here. But you hardly ever see too much organic out here, unless you go to a fancy supermarket in Cebu. They have an organic section. You pretty much get what they have out here. You're pretty much forced. Well, you're not forced to eat anything really out here. You could be very selective. All right, just to get it straight, nothing else could be introduced in this court hearing by his lawyer. He probably has an appointed lawyer, more than likely. because his statement that it only cost him $20,000 to retain a lawyer, that's poppycock. Can't be a private lawyer. It doesn't cost $20,000. It's like more like $60,000, $80,000, in certain firms $100,000. Shit, I paid $100,000 for Fazio's thing. He lost his ass. He got pissed. He got pissed. Yeah, blueberry consumption on a handful of blueberries is all you need every day. It's not going to cure cancer. I mean, it's, not everything is curative. Not everything, but like I call it, it's an insurance policy that helps you in some ways, in many ways. So it's better to do these good things than not to do them at all. You should get all your nutrients, everything you need from a good diet. That might have held out how many decades ago? A lot of decades ago, but the increase of pesticide usage, toxic soil, toxic air, GMOs, all that crap, it's taken away a lot of the so-called antioxidants from this broccoli and other things, flavonoids, antioxidants. It's reduced it, so you need more. In some cases, more is better. Can you overdose on antioxidants? Actually, you can. It could actually compromise your system to a point. That's why I don't, as much as I showed you all the vitamins, there's certain things I take and there's certain things I don't take, and I don't always take everything daily. I try to eat a good diet, and I do, actually. I mean, who has broccoli or Brussels sprouts for breakfast? I mean, I'll do that, and I've done that. I could be happy with a can of kidney beans for the fiber and protein from there. It's very healthy. The blueberries are good for a lot of shit, man. For a lot of shit. Why do you think I joke around about blueberries? Well, I'm not really joking around. That's the whole thing. I'm not actually joking around. I mean, look, you people do whatever you think necessary to do with your diet, whatever else. I mean, I don't care. I really don't. But I gotta do things my way. And it's not my way or the highway either. It's not like that. It's not the way I look at things. I could come on here and I could offer you guys some good advice or something. It's you take it or you don't take it. I know a few people out there that have taken my advice. I actually do. So to say I never performed a service on here. Whatever, there's a couple of slices of pizza in there you guys could eat. I don't know, from leftover from yesterday if you really want that. Don't let it go to waste. Okay, so listen. And when I'm finished doing my thing on here, I gotta show you the generator again. We're gonna have to go over that, okay? Make sure. It's going, it may require you to pull it quite a bit to get it going, but because Tuesday there's gonna be a blackout all day. All right, so when I'm finished doing what I'm doing, I'll show you how to operate that again. We'll go over that. Okay. Here we go. Got to instruct the kid on that generator, as we do plan to have an all-day blackout on Tuesday. Yeah, unfortunately, but that's kind of what happens in these provinces. Thank goodness I got the generator, I'll tell you that. You just don't want blackouts in April and so forth in the following few months, because it gets excruciatingly hot and humid out here. It really does. Write a book on food. Drop the charges. I ain't dropping no fucking charges. Why would I fucking do that? So whatever judge wants to do with him, he does. If it's not something that I want, oh well, I will follow and abide by anything that the judge makes a decision on this. That's what it's all about. I don't make the decisions on this case. We just present the evidence, and the judge has to get a good picture of what's really going on. Especially calling a judge dumb. I'll definitely be playing that in court. I'll guarantee you that, little hint. No, I'm not the master of food, because I do eat some shit too. But the important factor is that 75% of what I eat is actually healthy. The other 25%, well, that's a challenge to think that some of the stuff I eat is actually healthy. Even oatmeal is healthy in some ways, but in some ways it's not. But we're not going to go into the basics of oatmeal. It's better than a kick in the ass, and it does have a lot of fiber in it. That helps. Yeah. So I'm no food guru as far as having the ultimate perfect diet, because I don't have the perfect diet, but better than most. I would say that I have better than most. This is too hot to eat. No blueberries in here. I don't have any. That's why I got to buy more. If eating crow is healthy, Don C will live to 100. Yeah, you got that right. Putting these guys to shame, it's such a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Everything they challenged me with to date, I challenged back and I won. Don tried to get me incarcerated in the past, with the NICA situation. That failed. And then onward from there. And everybody ate crow because, well, unfortunately, the gal was using that money for other purposes, went out shopping, bought all the sweets and everything you think of, not any kind of sustainable food. She took her family out to Bohol on vacation. They wasted their money. Don wasted his money, and all the people that contributed, Roberto, all these people. They got fucking served very well, that crow. The truth marches on, man. The truth marches on. The truth shall set you free. Anyway, this oatmeal is usually tolerable as I'll add cinnamon to it and a little touch of butter. It satiates you, basically, for your stomach, so you're not hungry, too. There's not much really more to say about this. It's a trial. And anything could happen on this next trial. It's really up to the judge. He may put an end to this trial tomorrow. I've heard enough. He might say, look, I've heard enough. I'm going to make my decision. He may make a sentence right then and there, but usually they'll schedule another hearing for sentencing. I like it when Barry says on his show, yeah, I'm packing my things, my girlfriend's going to take it. But wait a minute, it was maybe 10 minutes before that statement. He's saying that, I'm not going to Big Caton. I'm not going. Well, he never said he was, get arrested for immigration overstay either. And he said that the prosecutors would not make a resolution on putting a case against him for his 5 cyber-libel crimes. What happened there? What happened? Who knows? Could go on a long time. But I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because he's already admitted in court. It's noted, but prior to that, they've seen him on camera. The evidence was already presented visually. That was noted. Absolutely. So, if you're an odds maker, what are the odds that the judge is going to see this case probably a lot shorter than planned, since he's already scheduled to go to Bickerton? If he wasn't, then why does he admit that his girlfriend, is going to be taking his stuff to take home if he wasn't going to Bickerton? But didn't he say prior to that, I'm not going anywhere? The guy's a chronic liar. What can I say, man? Well, you never know how long it could go on, but I couldn't bet on it. God, here we go again. I know this thing with the ants. I go on the kitchen floor now. If there's even a crumb, I don't care how small, you're going to find, and things are so fast. I'm going to show you something. Can you see this? Can you see how fast they move? Watch this. Look, wait. Look. These little motherfuckers, man, if they were human size, do you realize how fast they could run? Of course, we're used to seeing that these little creatures, and they look very, very fast, but Just imagine if they were human size. Be like the fastest creatures on Earth. See, no sooner did I sweep up some ants underneath the table here, there's a few ants that showed up again. You know, you gotta understand, an ant is so small that even the tiniest molecule of food is like, you know, it's like a buffet to them. You're not seeing it in the way an ant does. Okay, enough about the ants. Sometimes there's things you gotta live with. Whether you're born stupid, you have to live with that too. Okay, what do I gotta do here now? I gotta take some kind of vitamin before I leave here. I'm gonna be exposed to a lot of shit in Cebu. I gotta knock down some kind of vitamins, get some zinc and vitamin C in me. Where's my zinc? Important shit. You may not think it is, but believe me, it is. Okay, zinc, I'll go for 50 mils. Well, how things change, how things change. My goodness, my goodness. Well, Ricky, you're gonna make a trip for nothing tomorrow if you really want to come to Toledo. Because I will not be there. Neither will the bummer. Nobody. Everything's going to be done on cam. And because of the pending transfer, I've been told that we will be. I will actually be having this over my lawyer's office. You go, girl. Yep. My appearance will be in my lawyer's office, keeping close to the money, you know. In the lawyer's office. You want to come join us, anybody? My lawyer's office. Oh, you betcha. You betcha. You betcha. So, yeah, my lawyer says because of Barry's pending transfer, they're not going to have him come in to Toledo. And I don't know, he may not even be on camera, I don't know. But we, meaning me and my legal team, will be on camera at my legal team's office. That's right, my legal team's office. No court hearing. My agreement. I still have to pay the fee. I said, so we don't have to travel, do I still got to pay that fee? He says, that's your agreement. Well, this is the associate, you know. He's going to suck me dry anyway. That's okay. It's kind of a long trip to go to Toledo. So no, I will not be in a courtroom tomorrow, Licky and company. And you're pulling my leg anyway, like I'm an idiot. Because there would be actually no purpose at all for you to come there. Either way, number one. How about that? How things change. Yes, I just got notified. Just got notified. Look at this California king size bed. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Damn. A big old mirror. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All lacquered up and, oh, yeah. A nice little suite we have here. How sweet it is. You're my heart, you're my soul. God, you could dance in this room. This is like 2 units put together, man. 2 units put together. Look at the bed. Look at the bed. I'm going to lay in it. Oh, look at this. Nice. Yeah, I can see myself. Look at that. Look. Look. Oh, yeah. This is a lover's bed, that's for sure. This is a lover's bed. Yeehaw. So, I won't be in court either tomorrow. How about that? No. No. This is probably the best place in IT Park I've ever had. For these smaller units. This is a double studio unit. And it's, it's nice. It's actually nice. Better than some of the shit I've been renting out here. You're my heart. You're my soul. Because of Barry's pending Bigaton transfer, they advised us not to come into the court because he won't be able to be there. And even wondering if he has a lawyer because as of now, he said he had a lawyer, but my lawyer said there was nobody on record so far that has come to his attention as representing Barry. None. Because normally it is this kind of a casual introduction thing. Hi, I'm Barry's attorney. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. No. Not even on record, so... But still, doesn't mean attorney can't show up on Zoom out of the blue, but that's not proper protocol on this shit. It really isn't. Ooh, this is going to be fun tonight. Ooh. You're my heart. You're my soul. Good morning, friends. Good morning. Good morning. 5 star. 5 star. Yeah, things change, man. I think it's going to drag on for Barry. I think so. Because they may also have it so that we just get some of the technical things away tomorrow and my lawyer presents whatever he has to do, and then maybe we do a separate time on the next hearing for me to do my testimony. It could work out that way too. Could. Hey, Parabola, how you doing? I'm in the master suite here. The master suite. The master suite. Hello, master. Master. You're my heart. You're my soul. Oh, I have to rest. It's been a long trip. It's been a very long, uncomfortable trip. Very long. Look at this. This is like a fucking king size, like a California king. And I got the hearts coming. Fit a whole family of Filipinos on this damn thing. No shitting around. I'm telling you. You're my heart. You're my soul. Damn. Lots of room. Lots of room. Anyway, that's all I can really talk about. I won't be going to court tomorrow. It will be from my lawyer's office and on his computer, and he'll do his thing on camera, and for appearance's sake, I'll be there to show that I am cooperating and I am showing up to court. If I knew that, I would have just stayed home. But no, I have to do some shopping and shit anyway. Parabola says, wait all day for your show. Watered garden. I don't wait all day for my show. Walked 3 miles. Went to shoot pool. Returned. I found a license. Oh, and soon going to get the grill going. Now I'm happy. Like cutest game. Well, I'm happy you found me. I'm happy you found me. Look at this. Fucking like a California king on this puppy, man. Canopy bed. That's the mirror in the front you're looking at. Hello. Hello. Oh. Cubs. Okay. That's the story. That's all I can tell you, man. So, yeah, apparently he is going to. Apparently he is going. And that's why the court said not to come in, because if he can't come in the courtroom, and then he's got to get settled in. He's got to get settled over in Bikiton and go from there. So yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, but I'm glad I didn't want to have to really have to ride all the way up to Toledo. That's kind of a good thing for me, to tell you the truth. You know, that worked out real well. I think that worked out real well. Oh, it's so comfortable, this bed. Oh my gosh. It's actually a good mattress too. I'm surprised. 5-star. Well, compared to Licky. Oh, Licky, did you still want to go to Toledo, you and Brevis and company? You're certainly welcome to. In fact, you do that. You do that. Nobody gonna be there but them chickens. Isn't that funny how things work out? Well, good luck tomorrow. Honestly, is the best policy, as the Clash once sang about your rights. The future is unwritten. All our future is unwritten. All our future is unwritten. It's all unwritten. We don't know from day to day, no matter how old you are or how young you are, you know, your day could be coming in 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 days, 5 weeks. You just never know. 5-star. That guy lives a -5. I know. Is that funny? He don't have no big old canopy bed like this where I'm staying. Look at that. He lives in a fucking... It's almost like a Section 8 housing in Mandawi. You know? It's a known complex there for low income. He ain't making no $8,500 a month. He'd be living in something worthwhile to bring a chick over, you know? But I don't think he brings any women to that place. I really don't. Well, he can't get one anyway. He's having a hard time lately. You're my heart. You're my soul. Please don't get a song in my head, because I'm telling you. Like that song from, what's his name, Nardonis, Into the Night. Jesus Christ, I can't get that out of my mind. Because he sounds like Steve Perry. He has this kind of a haunting voice. And this Nardonis guy, you know, he just sounds like he could do a Steve Perry just right on, you know. He kind of has a haunting voice, and someone that you could listen to. All right, so ends the broadcast. We got things to do, people to see, places to go. Do what I do, a little cameo, and you could... you already see my little short video on the unit here that I'm renting. Ladies and gentlemen, so no court hearing tomorrow in the court. No, sir. No, sirree, Barbaroni. Nothing in the court. Nobody. But chickens are going to be in the court. Nobody. Nobody. Everyone going to appear on camera. That's it. Because the Barry's pending, which means they're in the process of putting him up to Bikichan. Maybe today he's gone already. Or tomorrow, I don't know. But he's going to be there. It's a for sure thing. Yeah, now we know it is. Are you happy? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Okay. I gots to go. I gots to go. Thank you, folks. You've been swell. No, thank you. This is the reality. And there's a dog, pretty tired. Somebody put a piece of bread there, but he's not even taking that. He's alive, but he don't look like he's in good shape, though. And this is unfortunately the reality. Probably needs water. If somebody could get a water bowl or something, I would absolutely do that. Certainly not going to put my hand near its mouth, but it means I'm going to have to diverge myself to get some water for this dog. It's probably dehydrated. And this is the same as the human condition here too. This dog is pretty whacked out. Okay. Blew in his face. Hey boy. That's a girl. I wish I had some water to give you. Another dog hiding right underneath there. Hopefully somebody will give him some water. I just got out of the store now. I'd have to get in line again. Alright, we're just showing you street life here and what it's all about. And people and animals, both. I'd help you out, boy, girl. I didn't buy anything to drink, so I can't do much. Yeah, I'm down there at Robinson's here. I have to stop down over here because there's a particular mercury I deal with. This is over in Robinson's. And there's the famous perch. Okay. Here we go. Chris in Cebu, well, he gave up this position. It's all mine. Can't save the world, guys. I don't normally pass up dogs like that, but I had to blow in his face to make sure I got a reaction. Because nobody really cares, you know? Nobody really does. Everything is survival, to each his own. That goes with people, goes with animals. This is the perch. The perch, the perch. I gotta go grab a taxi somewhere. I had stopped in Robinson because I was going to be in the area. Didn't buy any shoes, no. Didn't. I didn't like the prices there. For the same crappy quality of what I'm wearing that's falling apart. I'd rather get a cheap pair of shoes that fits and buy some good insoles for it. So basically, this is life. You're looking at it. Some people turn the other way, turn the other cheek, but I don't generally do that. But there's too much neediness in the streets here. Okay, I gotta go hail a cab over here. So, with that being said, I'm done. Give you another minute. Street life.
Okay, that's it for now, boys and girls. My shoes are falling apart on me as I speak, so I'm gonna get some shoes somewhere here. Oh, I'm so tempted. So the shorts and stuff I need. I really like to find stuff made out of cotton. Now my girlfriend, she breaks out with a lot of shit, and she might be developing some allergies to various types of, I don't know, could be polyester, could be whatever. Well, shit happens, man. I need to find shorts, more shorts. I need to find some shoes. If you think I'm kidding, I'll show you the front of these in a minute. You know what I mean? Got some Skechers here with memory foam. I wore the wrong shoes here is what I did. They were coming apart. That's $2,800 for the Skechers. There's a nice looking pair here. How much for that? $37.95. There's maximum cushion here, Skechers. Ooh, that sounds good. Shit, 3,500 pesos. Talking $74 for Skechers, and even they don't last. Some of my best shoes by really good brands. Hello, were not lasting on me. I'm just trying to see what you have here. It's almost like buying there's another one, Cloud Foam Comfort, whatever that is. I know I can't wear the shoes I got, I can tell you that. So you're talking $3,800 for a pair of shoes that are not going to last you very long. I don't care if it's name brand or not. It's just, you're going to wear these things. Some Adidas here. Some Adidas. Again, that's still, you could be paying $3,500 for a pair of shoes. Yeah, it's just for shoes. Okay, what else do we have? I'm just checking this all out. I really didn't want to spend 3,500 pesos on shoes. I didn't think I'd have to buy these shoes when I was here because, I mean, what the hell did I know? The front end of my shoes falling apart. This one's over. Whoa. 4,495. Not even sure of the name on this thing. Just, and 40% off on selected items. Oh, seriously? I mean, like, seriously? I could tell this was made of a foam core or something. You gotta look what you're buying, seriously. This one's over 6,295, and I can't warrant that. I just can't. I mean, I can afford it, but that's not really the point. Whether I can afford it or not. It's if it's not gonna last, then I'll get a cheap pair of shoes that'll wear out, just like I do my sunglasses all the time. I sit on them, they fall and break. Yeah. All 38. So yeah, I am a bargain hunter because I know damn well that I'm gonna wear through this stuff. And what is this? Foam core. Huh? Some over 4,000, 5,000 pesos on this shit. I know I could break down and just freaking buy it. It may turn out to be that way. But truthfully, I don't know. You want to see something? I'm going to show you something. Come here. Look what happened. Now, is it worth tripping and falling? That's the question. No, it's not. I will get shoes. Maybe not in here. And these shoes I've been wearing, man, I gotta tell you, they didn't cost a whole lot, but they lasted me a while. But, you know, if you're gonna wash them in the wash machine, well, that's kind of what happens. I don't know. I'm just gonna look around here, I think. I think these shoes is just not worth it, or else I'd buy it. I have no problem. If it's something I like, I'll buy it, but if I know that the wear and tear is going to be, you know, if it's going to be short-lived, and I just really have no
no intent to purchase it. Fun tees. Huh. Oh, I'm always glad to take you shopping with me. I said I do go out alone. I'm actually not with Gilda right now. At the store. Really? Would I lie to you? Buy 2 t-shirts for $500. Well, unless it was something that I was interested in. Every moment matters. Here's a good one. Every moment matters. Big Ben Towers. Well, yeah, they're going to put something on sale that nobody really, wants. Marvel tee. No, they're not on sale. Buy 2 t-shirts for $500. Priced at $2.99 each. Fun tees. I didn't see anything I like so far. Star Wars Stormtroopers? I don't think so. Something Barry would wear or something. Fuck that. Oh well, I'm doing nothing better. My day's going to be freed up tomorrow more than I thought it was. In actuality. Because I don't have to go all the way to Toledo. Wow. Oh, is this cotton? Because I just want cotton, man. In light of a lot of things, skin allergies and shit going on, even with her. Yeah, let's see. $243 for a basic t-shirt with a little bit of lettering on it. I'm just showing you what these things are going for, whether I buy it or not. You gotta have a bigger selection than this. Okay. All these comic shits. X-Men, Marvel Comics, X-Men. Who wears that shit? Well, I guess people do. And would you really want to wear a fruity shirt like that? Unless you're a fruitcake, I guess maybe you will. Plenty of out there that probably would wear it. Venom. Oh, I could give that one to somebody. Venom, yeah. No doubt about that. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything I like here. I need more shorts. I go through shorts like you wouldn't believe. Star Wars. What is all this shit? New Pats, New York. What the fuck is that? Batman. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There we go. Well, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything that really speaks out to me. Nothing is speaking to me. I always need more socks, though. Oh, here we go. We got the charcoal socks here. No stink. It has charcoal in it. Yeah, I might buy some of those. Man, I go through socks like nothing. I assume this fits everybody. Ankle. 450 pesos. You get 1, 2, 3 pairs of socks. Let's look at the others. Hey, I'm a bargain hunter like anybody, I really am. Okay, what do we got here? Leisure socks. Charcoal technology. They're about the same price. Just looking at the socks. If I could find anything I want. Sock control. Alright, thank you. 308. Made by Original is FUBU. Always need socks. That I could definitely tell you. Alright, what else am I going to look at here? I'm, doing something for myself, but I'm touring around, letting you guys just see prices around here. I'm always good for shorts, but I don't know where to find some good shorts. Okay, so I had to get a pair of shorts here. Alright, thank you. Where's your cashier? Down over here. Oh, okay, here we go. I don't know, for now, we haven't really done any shop. I'm just out on my own here, just kind of looking around. How to get some medicine for my love. Of course. Gotta take care of her, man. You're my heart. You're my soul. Okay. Well, I think that's it, really, for now. Pretty much. Now it's time to get to reality. No shoes yet, but I will leave here with shoes.
Thing is, I couldn't even give these shoes away. You can get some shoe glue, but I mean, come on, really. See what I mean? Processed cheddar. Oh, give me a break. Gotta have some cereal for breakfast. Oh, well. Well, that's about it for now. Okay, I don't think I have that much data left on here. Having a little problem. Oh my God. Barry, you know, you prove yourself every time you open your mouth, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, looks that bad from here. Every time you open your mouth, you made a fool out of yourself as usual. God, you had to look. Hope Ricky doesn't get rid of the show. No, I didn't bother to record it. I got kind of tired of listening. Barry was just running his mouth off. He acted like he was a 5-year-old autistic child. I mean, it's the best way I could explain it. Like a 5-year-old autistic child. Someone that needs to be on lithium or something. Anything. Unbelievable. This guy lives with himself, and I just don't know how. I just don't know how. They were all, every single one of them on there. All the fucking losers in one place. All the fucking losers. I couldn't. Well, I can believe Barry, because he's like that, but they were all acting like children. And these are the guys, you know, the new world order of YouTube, you know, the hierarchy that are sitting there and making a lot of insinuations and judgment on everybody else, but you gotta listen to it. You gotta listen to it. You never believe it. Oh, no. Trying to get hit on here. Someone's trying to hit on me. I will tell you something. Worth listening to. Just worth listening to. Reminds me of the old days. Barry, man, you got some serious farting issues, man. By the way, your lawyer's not even registered. This new lawyer. If she does show up, it'll be like impromptu on the Zoom or something, or wherever, because my lawyer don't have any record. And he's supposed to. Oh my God. And then Barry was going on again. Oh, you know him. I'm not a liar. I don't have to apologize to nobody. But I will, all the contradiction, but I will when I get back to USA. And he still thinks, again, he still thinks he's going home soon. After this hearing or something. He still thinks. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. God. I don't know, man. I don't even sometimes feel like I should give him any credit at all, even talking about this guy. He totally lost it. And he certainly lost it on Ricky's show. I love sitting back in the background and listen to these YouTubers all just go at each other's throats, and that's what they did on Ricky's show. That's exactly what they did. It was fun being that fly on the wall for a while and just listen to Barry be himself, and you know what that is. He's a very complex person. I'm being very polite when I say he's a complex person. Delusional, his behavior, his talk. The guy is just totally out of his fucking mind. Then he's talking about women going for this and going for that, right? He's got a woman he's supposed to love. You remember his wife, girlfriend? How'd that work out for you? And he's over there talking about other people, and where is he?
Almost 2 years he's in a slammer. And he's going to go to Bickerton. And he's over there, you know, putting flame to the fire as if he's on the side of all goodness or something. Oh my God. It's worth listening to for about maybe 15 minutes. If you could handle it, really. It's really hard, even for me to handle. Because me and Gilda were laying on our big California king-size bed with the canopies and nice love nest that we have here. And we were just laughing. Because we caught Barry in so many lies. Well, I mean, that's what he does best. And he says he's a vlogger. You ain't nobody, Barry. And you know what? Where did he get this learned behavior? Did you see where he was attacking people? No, I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going to shut up. And the way he says to me all the time, no, I'm not going to give up on you, Frank. I'm going to go after you, and I'm going to call you names every goddamn show. Well, that's why you're in trouble, Barry. That's exactly why you're in trouble, man. And you don't learn. You don't have the ability to learn. Maybe they should put you in the fucking funny house with the white jacket on or something. Because, man, the way your behavior is, man, that's how you come off to people. Well, his father did a number on him, I'll tell you that. His father did a number on him. Woo, doggy. He did a hell of a number on him. That's probably the way it was when he was a child. His father told him to shut up. Right? And it's Barry arguing, no, you shut up. The other guy, all immature, by the way. No, you shut up. This is Barry. No, you shut up. And he goes, I'm not going to shut up until you say very nicely to me, oh, the apple from the tree, you know, the apple not far from the tree, you know what I mean? So you say, please shut up. So just to shut him up, they said, please shut up. Oh, okay, that's better. Then they came back on him and said, shut the fuck up, Barry. and they went off on him again. Oh, man, it was a freak show. Ricky's show was an absolute freak show tonight, man. An absolute freak show. With a bunch of freaks on the panel. Oh, my goodness. I love when Barry shows his true colors, but he does every time he... I don't know. Then he's kissing. Oh, my God. Is he kissing Ricky's ass? Oh, is he kissing Ricky's ass? Big time. Sticking up for Ricky, because he don't want Ricky to be on his bad side. But Ricky's not on his side, period. Nobody is. Nobody's on Barry's side. He kisses everybody's ass, Barry. Ricky's the one person he don't want to fuck with other than me on here. And, you know, he's screaming off all this shit on Ricky's show. Ricky's just loving every bit of it. Yeah, I see your comments on there, Parabola. Right on, brother. That loser on Flintstone's show, he's a psycho. Oh my God, that's what I'm talking about. I'm the man on the streets right now. Oh my God. Well, I've seen your comments and other people too on there. Right on, brother, right on. Yeah. I know this. Hello, Hector. I don't know, what else can you expect from Slick? I don't know, man. He was going on. I hope Ricky keeps that show on. No, I didn't bother to record it. I just didn't. And by the way, my data's pretty low, so if I kind of cut out on you, that's why. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it was absolutely Joe. Romper room time is right. Unfucking believable. Well, pardon me. It was believable for Barry. Just that guy ain't got a snowball's chance in fucking hell of ever seeing freedom. If anybody deserves it, he is the guy. He is the one. He is the one. Absolutely. When he sees himself in Bickerton, he's getting ready for it. He's kind of trying to avoid the issue like he's not going anywhere. But that's why the court said that we're going to do this on a Zoom, because they're getting Barry ready to go to Bickerton as we speak. He knows what's going on. Then the other day he says, oh yeah, you know that manifestation, Frank? I burned it. I burned it. Yeah, you burned it. They're going to allow you to burn something in the detention center, right? fucking idiot, man. Yeah, he burned it. Wow, quite a show. And me and Gildo's just laying there, right? I guess her daughter's hearing all this shit too, because her daughter's visiting. And we just kind of, making some comments to each other and laughing. And there goes Barry lying again. He's talking about chicks, what he wants from a woman. But he's supposed to have this woman that he loves. Her name is Shaw, right? Sha-na-na-na-na, when the skies are gray. He's over there talking about woman, what he wants in a woman, talking about pussy and everything. Meanwhile, this chick is probably listening, and she wants to be with him. Go figure, guys. I gave up on that. Barry and Ricky were swapping each other's assholes out. Yeah, they were. That definitely was a romper room, man, if I ever heard one. Remember the old days when Popeye and Allo got into it, and other people, and even when, what's his name, the Gak got on, and Popeye was drunk and yelling at the Gak, and Gak was drunk and yelling at Popeye. These are the good old days, man. Well, this is a good show to remember. If you want to see Barry's psychology, this was the show, a key show to prove it. He sounded like a freaking 5-year-old. You would never know that this man is over 50 years old. He sounded like a little romper room kid. Barry is 50 going on 51. But you wouldn't know it. Boy, is this guy fucked up, man. And they were, humoring him, really. So, he kept on doing the same names he goes to beat everybody else. And what does he say all the time? Famous line, you dick sucking, cum guzzling, motherfucker, whatever. Him and dicks, I'm telling you, man, he's really infatuated with guys' dicks. Like all the time on all the shows he's done, he's always telling people to come over and suck his dick. It makes me question. His sexuality. It really does. By his own demonstration. It makes me question his sexuality. Everything's about dicks, man. Exactly, Frank. He's out of control. How he's made it this far, I'll never know. I don't know how he's made it. No, thank you. I don't know how he's made it so far. I really don't know myself. I don't know. He's hiding it. He's in total misery. He's in pain. He's in pain, man. I don't know, some reason, his delusional mind, he thinks he's going to be out of there on his way home. That is not going to happen. Paraboli says it's okay. If he's away, he'll need it in prison, yeah. Oh, I could take a lot of shit, he says. Man, he was frustrated as hell on Ricky's show. He sounded like a fucking 5-year-old, man. No, you shut up. No, you shut up. No, you shut up. No, you shut up. How old are you, fucking dude? Act your fucking age. Stop playing fucking game consoles. Grow up, Barry. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, man. I can see what went on. He talked about his old man, right? Didn't he? Unpublic, right? It's public, right? Everybody heard it. We know something bad went down with his dad and him and his family. No wonder this kid wants nothing to do with him, man. Hector. Ricky was showing the BI order in his previous lives that he now says the BI is still in the process of preparing. Brevis is muttering, busted under his breath. I'm not sure what you meant. There is no order for me yet. There's nothing like that. We're not even there yet. The order I put on Barry was real, that he's going to be shipped over pretty soon to Big-Kitan. It's a definite. There's no doubt about it. It's a written order, signed order. And he even said on his earlier show today, or whatever it was, his girlfriend is getting some of his stuff and all that. So in other words, he's preparing for it. He knows that he's going to be shipped out to Big-Kitan. To Big-Kitan. Big-Kitan. Now we can call him Barry Big-Kitan. Because he's going, baby. He's going. He's going. Barry, I know you're listening to everything I put on here. Well, why don't you listen to this punk-ass motherfucker? You're a pimp is what you are, a punk-ass motherfucker. All your life you've been fucked up. Oh, then they started asking about, you know, what he said about Sheila. Oh, he tried to deflect on that one, didn't he? He tried to deflect. Oh, I never threatened to show any nude pictures of her. He sure as fucking hell did. We all heard that. We all heard that, Barry. Barry, you are a waste case, man. You're the kind of person, if you drop dead, nobody's going to give a fuck. Oh, goes, oh yeah, when I get to America, I have a place to stay. No, you don't. Let's sort of find a wax-covered cardboard box to help you with the rain or something. Nobody. Your family don't want you there. Nobody. You don't have any friends that want you there. You've been nothing but trouble in your own home state. They're glad you're in the Philippines, and they're happy to hear that you're... They're not helping him. He doesn't have an uncle that gives a fuck about him, his 8-foot-tall uncle and all these stories. How about the dog one? All right. How about the guy on the fucking tree they tied him up to, the uncle? I mean, this guy comes up with stories. You know, if he could only redirect and turn it into a creativity, and if he learns how to spell and write and, you know, and arithmetic, then maybe he could put a book together and actually do something with himself. But it would have to be under fiction because nobody would believe it. I mean, we listen to him and we're scratching our heads. Can somebody be this dumb and stupid as this guy is projecting himself when he comes on his live streams? He came on, he was so bored out of his mind, he went on Ricky's show. And Ricky's not really pro-Barry. He's never been pro-Barry. The only reason he did a fundraiser for Barry was to make money. He could buy Apple a phone. Buy his girlfriend a phone at the time. He threw Barry some chump change is what happened. That was it. Yeah. He's coming on Ricky's show trying to, like, you know, smooth things out. He's trying to smooth things out. That's what he's trying to do, smooth things out. And Ricky's over there acting kind of coy and all that. He's being a little bit mellow with Barry, but he knew Barry was going to get into a tantrum. That's exactly what he did. He went into a tantrum. Very easy for Barry to get into a tantrum. I was loving every minute of that. Every minute of that. I hate to say it, I didn't record it, but I didn't need to. You know, I was the proverbial fly on the wall, and me and Gilda was just listening to this. Well, that was fun. Quite entertaining, I must say. Quite entertaining. He showed his true colors again. Is Ricky still on? So who did he have on? He had CW, who used to give him money. He pissed off CW. He had the idiot in Baguio on there. Yeah, Eric or whatever. Yeah. And Eric started to be nice to him at first, but then it turned. Everything just kind of turned around. Everything turned around. I'm not going to shut up. You shut up. Shut up, Barry, they said. I'm not going to shut up until you say please. Does this sound like something from childhood? Sound like there could be a connection here, folks? I think so, for sure. Boy, he had a bad upbringing, I'll tell you that. Any kid who was smoking cigarettes at age 8, I mean, what does that tell you? There was no discipline in his family at all. Well, the problem was, maybe there was too much discipline. Maybe he got the shit beat out of him constantly by his father, and who else? Maybe the mother was in on this. I don't know. I know the father was. Did you see something that was passed around? His father's little track record in prison for second-degree sexual assault. You've all seen that, right? Yeah. Sometimes the apple don't fall far from the tree sometimes. Why don't you sing that song, Barry? She was only 16. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Talk about free entertainment, man. I understand to a certain point why you guys go for all this drama because, man, I'm telling you, there's entertainment value from it. It doesn't take much for Get Barry to be riled up. It doesn't take much at all. Tell him the truth about himself, and he falls apart. Falls apart. Just totally loses it. He's talking about he never lies, he never done bad to a woman. Then the CW, whatever I think it was. And Don C was on there too, of course. Don Cunt, you know. That's exactly what he was doing. I gotta go, guys. D-Day tomorrow, baby. D-Day, D-Day, D-Day. Be there, Barry, or be on camera or something. Do your plea without your lawyer or whatever. I'm not sure what you think is going to happen tomorrow. But I'll tell you one thing I know. You ain't going anywhere. And you ain't being sent home anytime soon. You can talk all you want on your show and lie to people. I know. I'm involved in this case. I got the case against you, Barry. I know what's going on. And you ain't going anywhere. Anywhere. Now that was funny. The gerbil running around IT Park to try to find me. Meanwhile, Barry is writing all these comments now. You're going to Bickerton, you're going to Bickerton. Well, you see this order on here, Barry? See this order right here? That's where you're going. Oh, that's a done deal on that. We know you're going there. Pack up your bags. Get ready to go. Life in Bickerton is going to be awfully slow. Well, we at least know he's going to Bickerton. That's a given. Of course, Barry had to make his comments on there like he's part of the boys club, kissing up to Ricky again. Well, what is he going to do? There's a few choice comments for Barry that was on there, too. Ricky running around IT Park like a fool. That was worth seeing. He takes a cab from Mandawi to go to IT Park just to see if he could see me walking around the streets. Is that sick or what? Yeah. So he acts like I'm deported. He tells people I'm deported. How can I be deported if I'm here? What marvel of science? How could I be deported if I'm right here? I'm right here. Well, Ricky makes another fool out of himself anyway. He's pretty much used to doing that. People are actually giving him money. That's what's amazing thing. Then right away, Jay comes in. Could you simulcast this? Well, if he did that, he's in extra trouble. He can't simulcast a Zoom hearing. And if he does, that's points against him. Then he turns to Jay and says, all right, send me a PayPal, send me a PayPal, send me a PayPal. Look, Jay is not that happy with Barry. Okay, they may go back together a while and share their women and all this debauchery and stuff, but Jay is not totally pro Barry. That's for sure. Anyway, good things to do. Man, Barry was really off his rocker on Ricky's stream. Well, yeah, of course. What do you expect? He is off his rocker to begin with. He's over there trying to get PayPal, and you know, he got jealous of Ricky making some super chat on there. Gotta admit, between last night and today, it was really funny. Like a little gerbil running around IT Park to try to find me. Yeah, like I said, and then what? How did you know I'm not going to cold cock him in the fucking face? He doesn't know that. Because if I'm supposed to be deported, right, then I have nothing to lose, right? All this, he takes a cab from his rickety apartment in Mandawi area all the way down to IT Park to try to see if he could catch me walking the streets so he could talk to me. And, like, what's the purpose? What would he expect? Gilda may decide to give him a kick in the nuts or something. You never know. But anyway, I got things to do, people to see later on. And we're going to see if Barry has a lawyer or not, because, as I said, my lawyer has no record of a new lawyer entering the arena. As I said, this is going to be what I call an impromptu thing, where a lawyer comes in, maybe a PAO. Oh, I've spent a lot. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. The guy that's not getting his SSI, whatever it is. Oh, I got a lawyer and I spent a lot of money on that lawyer. Well, if you did, where's that money coming from? And why do you need PayPal if you got that much money? Loser says Barry is so in love with Shaw that he said that one girl on Ricky's stream to come upstairs with him as he has something big for her. Mr. Romantic. Yeah, I heard that. I hope Shaw's listening to this. I really hope she does. That's the man of her dreams. Sha-na-na-na-na, and the skies are gray. Walked on by a church. I passed along the way. Had to get down on my knees. And I began to pray. I began to pray. He's going to do a lot of praying when he's in Big Guitar. See this order right here on screen? So that's the real thing. So if he has any doubts about him going to Big Guitar, I mean, this is a signed order. Anyway, I got to go. Yeah, he talks about women. And he's got this woman, he says it's her rock. It's his reason for being. He's so in love with her. But he's talking all this stuff about other women. Well, pretty much he's listening to this. Love my ass. Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, we'll see what gets accomplished today. Yeah. No, nobody's going to Toledo. Unless his lawyer makes an appearance there. And Barry's just on camera, but no, we're not going there. We're not going there. All right, guys. It'll be interesting. Barry's comments on Ricky's show, that was funny, too. You're going to Big Guitar, Frank? No, son. It's guaranteed. Look at your screen. You're going to Big Guitar. And you're going to get the paddle at some point. That's what you get being a bad boy. Enjoy the trip over there when you do go. You get a nice airplane ride. Yeah. In the sky. Looking at the clouds. Then the reality sets in when you enter the facility of Big Guitar. Then reality will set in for you, cockroach. It sure will. He's going to have to be responsible for 500,000 pesos, and the order still goes for him to. The order still goes for him to go into Big Guitar. He's still going to Big Guitar, but he is going to. There'll be a letter of undesirability that the lawyer will be writing up, so he will never come back into this country. But in the meanwhile, he is going to Big Guitar. He will remain in Big Guitar until he comes up that he owes to immigration for his overstay.
So either way, it's kind of working out for me because we could bring a conclusion to this case, but unfortunately it's not going his way the way he was hoping. The judge, Barry, pleaded guilty under advisement of his attorney, is what happened. And that's how it works. It had to be under agreement and advisement from his attorney. So that being said, no, not yet, Nico. I'm just figuring this case. No. So Barry is going to be heading to Bickerton, and he's going to remain there until he can pay 500,000 pesos. It's been determined on damages to me. And that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted him to get deported. That was the whole idea. But I'm getting a little bit of both worlds, because he is going to go to Bickerton, and he will remain in Bickerton until he can pay the damages that the judge has awarded to me. There was two damages, 250,000 per case, and then there was damages again of 50,000 per case for damages for him that he did to me. So yeah, not working out too well for him as he thought, because he will have to remain in Bickerton for quite a while until he can pay that 500,000. But then also, don't forget whatever's left of the fines and penalties for immigration. So we're talking about a lot of money here that he has to come up with. But I am relieved. I don't have to go to court anymore. This is coming to a conclusion. My attorney agreed somewhat on the terms with my advisement on the side while we were doing this thing. I was at the attorney's office with his associate while this was going on camera. And there's going to be the eventual deportation of him will not happen until he pays all these charges and damages and all the penalties owed for his immigration overstay, but he's going to have to spend it in Bickerton. The order still goes through. And on top of that, my lawyer is writing definitely a letter of undesirability, which means that when he does eventually get deported, he's going to be not able to come into this country ever again. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Gilda's my hero. She trolled Ricky so bad, you precious. Yeah, it was made over Zoom. It certainly was. I'm not sure what Barry expected. Barry thought he was going to get an immediate release and all that he wouldn't have to pay all these charges, but his lawyer came up with a solution that my lawyer and myself wasn't totally against. The whole idea is that you pay, and he has to pay damages to me. This goes in my pocket, that's right, 500,000, and he gets to leave the country after he goes to Bickerton. For how long, I don't know, but he is going to Bickerton. There's going to be an undesirability order at no charge from my lawyer, no charge, never to be able to come into this country again. No, they didn't need us. Yeah, they didn't need us. There's no reason to have to go to court anymore in regards to Barry. He may tell you something different. Of course, that's Barry, he lies, but you're getting it from me. You're getting it from me right here, right now. I'm sure he's going to be doing a show seemingly celebrating, but there's really nothing to celebrate, because he's going to have to come up with 500,000 pesos. He also is going to have to come up with all the fines and penalties, I'm sure, that he owes immigration. They're not going to let that loose. And the beauty of it, he'll never be able to come into this country again. He's never going to be able to set foot in the Philippines anymore. So this is kind of bringing a conclusion to this case.
So basically, your lawyer and Barry J. lawyer came. Yeah, we came to an agreement on this. Uh, yeah, I've been proven truthful on Barry's case, of course. That's why Barry's getting. That's why Barry he admitted guilt. You know what it means by admitting guilt in a case? That means he is convicted. That means there is a conviction. And when you have a conviction, you will never be able to come into this country again. Hold on a second. Okay, I gotta wait for my other lawyer to come in. I thought I'd give you guys the first hand on this. They weren't able to actually see the stuff going on in there. But yeah, he's officially convicted of a crime in this country. Will never be able to come back again. But unfortunately for him, the order still stands for him to go to Bikitan. Still stands for him to go to Bikitan, and he's going to be in there until he comes up with all the money that he needs. If he's able to raise that money, he might have to go through Social Security that he's been saving, or a very generous supporter that wants to put out that kind of money and never see it back. But that's between him and his supporters, him and his God. And but he's going to go to Bikitan. I asked my lawyers, I see no question. They already got the order in, they're going to renovate the place anyway. So with that being said, I have to cut this short. I don't know when it'll be transferred. I don't really know. Do you think some of the big shot people around Barry will come up with the money? Hey, that's their deal. The case is over, man. That's done. He will never be able to... I mean, that was my original plan. But I didn't want him to get away with some of this shit. The original plan was to have him deported. That was the original plan. Well, it worked. He's going to be deported. And he's not going to be able to come to this country because he's now convicted. Well, we're waiting for... Hold on. Okay, sorry, I had to talk to my girlfriend here for a minute here. Anyway, we're just waiting for a taxi to go back to IT, but yeah, we'll come back and see you later. Yeah, there's going to be a written order for, there's going to be a written statement to push on the undesirability thing. Since he already pleaded guilty, then yes, he will get an undesirable listing for sure. For sure. So that's good news for the community, actually. He didn't get sentenced to X amount of years, but according to how long it takes to... okay, it's like this. Let me just sum it up. He served 2 years. I got him off the street for 2 fucking years. That actually worked for me. That worked for me alone. As far as I'm concerned, he already served his time. He did. That worked for me. I was winning from the beginning. Okay, but now he's going to have to go to Bikitan, no matter what. And it was never discussed that he wasn't. It was never discussed that he wasn't. And until he could pay all those fines, penalties, damages, and everything, he's going to remain there. Regent says, wow, so let's get this straight. Bummer, spent 2 years in detention. You got awarded $500,000. He remains incarcerated until he pays you, then gets deported and blacklisted for life. Yes, that's a win. That's an absolute win. It's not really time served. No, he's going to be in Bikitan. I haven't heard of any change on that at all. They're going to, renovate the place. So there's a court order from that judge. In fact, there's a court order. The judge is aware of it, of course. He wrote the order, so I signed the order. So basically, the judge says that no, he's not going to release him. He's going to remain incarcerated. And they had agreed on camera to the judge that he's going to have to pay these damages. He is officially convicted of a crime, officially.
and he will never set back in this country ever again, which is going to be backed up by, to make it further, it's going to be backed up by a label of undesirability. Hold on. So I think that worked out rather well. Yeah, I'm happy with it. Because, don't forget, my lawyers on the side were asking me questions. Would you agree to this? Would you agree to that? And I had to say on that. So, yeah, I would say it worked out pretty well. Because I'm pretty much getting what I wanted. After all, there you go. It's over. This case is over with Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. He's going to Bickerton. He'll remain there until he can come up with all the money. And he'll stay there even beyond the money, the fines and penalties that he still owes. And this is going to amount to maybe, who knows, over $750,000 total on this. And he might have to deplete his Social Security bank account or something.
What?
But then he'll be broke when he goes to...
What's 750,000?
Well, he still owes fines and penalties to immigration. They're not going to allow him to get away with that. I don't think that's going to happen. Yes, they won't let him leave until he pays. Well, Ricky boy, you know how they used to say, you pay, you pay? Well, the man that you've been supporting is paying. He's going to pay. He's going to pay one way or the other, because the only way he's going to get out, is to pay me $500,000 pesos. $500,000 pesos. And if he could raise that, God bless him, he'll be on his way. But it's a one-way ticket. It'll be a one-way ticket, never to come back into the country again. I think that's a win all the way around. Yeah, back visa dues. You got that correct. It's a winning ticket. That's what I got to say. I'm sure Barry will probably do a show if he's not doing one already. But you're hearing it from me. Don't mind what he says. It's not a victory for him at all. Oh, no, not for me. It's not a victory for Barry. Not even remotely. What the hell is that on here? What are you kidding? I don't go for those shoes. Good morning. We're just looking. Am I going to have enough crow to serve all these people? I'm not sure. Ladies and gentlemen, glad to make this announcement. The case is basically over. 2 years incarcerated already. 2 years incarcerated. And now he's going to have to go to Bickerton, and he's going to have to stay there even longer until he comes up with all this money. All this money. Does he have a benefactor that would put out that much money? I don't know, man. Maybe. Maybe not, but I don't see anybody, whether they like me or not, that would want to put out that much money, not on him. I'm sure they can find a better purpose for the money. So either way, he's going to jail. It's not a win situation for him at all, the way it turned out. So I'm pretty satisfied with it. Because to be honest with you, I was happy that he just spent 2 years in that fucking rat hole. That was victory back then. That worked for me, even that. But then, I was so happy to hear him officially plead guilty on record, which means he has a conviction in this country, which translates into bye-bye, Philippines. Okay. They pay, they're paying. There's no freedom for him. Oh, he'll eventually make it back to the States. He may have to use up all the money he saved and was going to live on. But whatever. I have to get off here. I got a few things I need to do. I'm waiting for a taxi here. So we're going to conclude this. It will probably be on later. I'm sure you'll hear something from him on there. But I'm giving you the skinny on this, the full skinny on it. He lost, basically. He didn't win the case. Great fight, but it was so easy on my part. So terribly easy. He had no choice but to plead guilty. His lawyer went over all the stuff and said, the best I can do is try to negotiate to try to get fines and penalties and so forth, which is still it's a conviction, man. It's a conviction. Nothing else to call it. He lost. That's it. Fish heads for Bummer. More than likely, no, because the court order still stands. The judge did not say. But the judge did say
you stated there.
that he's not going to be releasing him. And the judge said that right on camera. I'm not calling for his release. Now, if the lawyers agree on these terms, which they did with my input, of course, because I have to put my own input on this. His associate lawyer in the office, and actually the key lawyer, Alan, was at his house. He wasn't in the office yet, so he did this from his house. And his associate lawyer was with me over at the lawyer's office. But we communicated by cell phone with the main lawyer while he was actually on camera. Barry went to put on his glasses to look very important. Your Honor, They asked, how are you going to plead? I plead guilty. I plead guilty. Well, because you are guilty. He had no choice. Judge saw the evidence. Judge knows he was guilty. So where did they have to go with this? Regis says Bummer's only way out of this is his family to bail him out. I actually think they want nothing to do with him. Yeah, exactly. No one is going to let Bummer $10,000. Yeah, never know. He might get lucky. You know, roll the dice. You might have some sucker out there willing to pay. But then there's also, I certainly imagine that he still owes a lot of money on his fines and penalties for almost 7 years. I would imagine he's going to have to pay that off too. So it's not that easy for him. He is going to get his wish, go back to America. Eventually he was going to anyway. So there you go. But right now, he's going to remain incarcerated, whether it's going to be in that detention center or the judge is going to follow out the order of him going to Victorton, and it's a signed order from the judge. So either way, he's going to be imprisoned. So, victory. Maybe the Bitcoin millionaire will help him out. Yeah, there's his chance. Jay Stillman is the Bitcoin millionaire who lives at home and borrows his mother's car like some 16-year-old. Maybe the... Yeah, I gotta have a victory celebration today, that's for sure. Yeah. Victory, baby, victory. I'm getting pretty much everything I want, except I was kind of hoping that the judge would sentence him to so many years per count. And that's why Barry is licking his lips and drooling, saying, oh, good, man, I don't have to spend 10 years in Bigton. But it might be 10 years before he could pay that. I don't know. But, you know, the way I see it is any time he spends incarcerated, any time he spends in Big Guitar, it's okay with me. I'm not that greedy in that way. I mean, he's already put 2 years in that rat hole he's been in. I mean, that alone was payment enough if I really want to dig down deep on this. Okay? Well, I'm not going to say where I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to have a good dinner tonight. Okay, I'm going to conclude this. I'll be on later. I see a cab coming here. So, all right. That's it. Case is over. Came to terms. I agreed with my lawyers.
Okay, and we agreed on some level with his lawyer to put an end to this and put the guy out of his fucking misery. Oh, I could have pushed for more. I could have pushed for a lot more than that. See, if the judge had seen all the other evidence, believe me, he would be serving time. Okay, I gotta go. Hey, celebrate, folks. It's over. Now you gotta listen to him. Then you're gonna listen to something with Ricky. Everybody's gonna have something to say. This is gonna be all over the internet. All over the internet. Yeah. The big news that everybody's been waiting for. Everybody's been waiting for. Well, thank goodness it ain't dragging on. Now I just gotta deal with his girlfriend. Now that it's over, I can deal with her. And boy, we will. Boy, we will. Because that ain't over yet. Hell no. Hell no. I was waiting till this case was over, man. Frank, the merciful, he bent the knee and gave Bummer an out of his torture. You know what? Here's how it works. I could have told my lawyer, no, I'm not going to accept that. I was right there. I could have said, no, I'm not going to accept that. But we decided, let's end this case, you know, and let's move on and let the court system work. Yeah, he's going to wind up in Bickerton. Yeah. No, that taxi didn't work. He's going to wind up in Bickerton. And he'll get out. He'll get out. He'll be able to go home, broke, probably. But he's going to remain there until he can pay all those damages, fines, and that's it. That's my show. There we go. Now the talk begins. Barry will do his show, Ricky will be on. There'll be a lot of talk about this. Go right ahead. It's over, baby.
Yeah, okay, bye.
Bye. He's going to Bickerton. That's just it. I'm trying to lie already. I mean, geez, I have nothing to lie about in this. I brought you a play-by-play of what was going on in this case here. Don't you think that's strange that he said people hold on? There was somebody downstairs or something? Oh, then he claims that somebody gave him 50,000 pesos. How many people believe that? Oh, just like that. Somebody shows up with 50,000 pesos. I don't buy it. Somebody just shows up with 50,000. I think maybe immigration was downstairs and maybe they're going to escort him to Bickerton. Because all of a sudden, he got off abruptly. You know he had a lot to say. You know he would have had a lot to say. He would have continued on, boasting more about it, saying somebody gave him 50,000 pesos. He would have been boasting for a half an hour on that. He wouldn't just get offline, not as far as I could see it. How interesting was that? How interesting was that? Yeah. That was interesting. He just got off and he removed the video. What he had to say on his show, and I did hear it, don't buy everything he says. He's far from being able to go home. He's far from. And 50,000, if somebody actually gave him 50,000, it's not going to make a dent in what he's going to have to pay out. Somebody came downstairs. Was an immigration coming to pick him up and escort him to Bickerton? I don't know. Well, either way, he'll come on if that's not the case. But I think if somebody offered him 50,000, he'd be jumping up and down. And he'd be on camera. But all of a sudden, he removed the show. He deleted it. What happened, folks? What happened? Nah, he's trying to declare a victory, or the trolls are. Where's the victory? There is no victory on this. There's none. How is it a victory that he spent almost 2 years in a detention lockup? Now he has to pay, me 500,000, not 250. It's not even about the money, guys. It's just that the end result of all of this is him not going to be able to come back into this country. That's what it was from the beginning. Everything else was icing on the cake. So yes, it is clearly a victory. It clearly is. But keeping in mind too, fines and penalties from his overstay. It just goes on from there. It just goes on from there. He's over there claiming victory. There is no victory. I'll be home soon. Anyway, he's claiming that a number of people have given him donations. Gilda, I'll be out over here outside. Yeah, wait a minute, 5 minutes. Okay. He's claiming a false victory is what he's claiming, basically. I'll come right back in. Yeah. He's claiming a false victory. I don't see where there's a victory in this at all. There is no victory. Of course, the trolls are going to claim that there's a victory. And Barry, again, in his sick mind, his warped mind, thinks that he's won some kind of a victory, that he's going home. Well, here's the thing. He ain't going home anytime soon. So why don't we kind of straighten this record out. He's not going home anytime soon. Now he's making claims that he's getting donations. Well, tell you what. Oh, and Ricky, it's not civil. It's not civil, it's criminal. Barry actually has, boom, it's a conviction. And by such, and I don't know how that's a victory, he's not going to be able to come back in this country ever again. That'll be written in stone. In actuality, anyway, I've been busy. Bought some new shoes. Yes, I did. Some victory shoes. Yeah, I was listening, well, as much as I could anyway. I was listening to Ricky's show in portions. And the trolls were all thinking, oh, big victory for Barry. There is no victory for Barry. It's my victory. And it was from the beginning. And it still is. You're never going to see Shaw again. That ain't going to happen. Once he is deported. The whole reason and rhyme for the case, yes, was to see him get out of the country. But I didn't want it to be that easy. Because, you know, he had to pay his dues. Which 2 years incarceration, and then permanently blacklisted, and then, of course, prior to that, to have to be responsible for $500,000. Hey, it's not 250,000 pesos. It's 500,000. Okay. I keep on seeing that figure of 250 being floating around quite a bit. It's 500,000. Now, eventually, well, okay, he will be going to Bicatan, and that's where he'll stay. And then when he does raise the money, then he'll be able to go back, but the question is, back to what? And they're so sure that I'm going to lose on his girlfriend's complaint. Nothing's written in stone, remember that. And I've got avenues to actually approach that. So, you don't see me worried about that shit. I'm glad that this is over. This is something me and my attorneys discussed 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. We talked about alternatives. And yes, we could have fought that and said the man needs more jail time, but he's going to get it in Bicatan, whether he likes it or not. So he's still going to get a taste of Bicatan after all. After all. It's win-win for me. There's no victory here for him. There's no victory for him. And Jay, shut the fuck up. You Aborigine gorilla Jay. Shut the fuck up, Jay. Do something about those squinty eyes of yours. Do something, anything. Shave your fucking gorilla chest. Stop playing around with dildos in your shower. Embarrassing, Jay, embarrassing. No, Barry, there's no victory, Barry. No matter how you look at it. Of course, Ricky's gonna run his mouth, of course. Because that's what he does. He's a rouser. He wants to rouse people up. There is no victory here. Not for him. How do you spend 2 years in lockup and call it victory? I won even back just for that. Now, by admitting guilty, it's called a conviction. And when you have a conviction, you don't have the ability to come back into this country. Isn't that what I wanted? If that's what I wanted, we got 2 years locked up in detention. There's only one clear winner here. Guess what? That's me. That's me. A liar, a chronic, well-known liar who's trying to make himself look good, but unfortunately, Finn, it's not as good as he thinks it is. He tries to tell his viewers. Nor would, of course, Ricky or his conspirators. No, just wait for a few more people to show up here. Hi, Barry. That's got to be you. Well, listen hard, Barry. Listen hard. The victory is mine. You got a conviction on your record now. That you do. Say goodbyes to Sha-na-na. Say goodbyes to Sha-na-na. Okay, what Barry has to realize is that until he could pay all that money, it's $500K, it's not $250K total. And that really doesn't really measure in how many hundreds of thousands he owes, of course, in his fines and penalties for almost 7 years of overstay. You got to factor that in too. Now, until he pays what he owes, he can't be released from the country. You got to understand, the plan all along was to get him incarcerated, which I did. And the case against him guaranteed that. Well, he deserved a case against him, is what I'm saying. It's just the way it worked out. Fortunately. So he'll have to come up with that sum of money before they could do anything. But they still, again, there's still a court order to go to Big Kitan. There's still a court order. And I don't think they're changing that. From the language and everything, no, it's not going to be changed. And from my lawyer, that is not going to be changed. So he will get his taste of Big Kitan after all. Now, for those of you out there that support me and say, well, gee, I was hoping that he would get X amount of years. That's okay. Because the case is over. He's already put in 2 years lockup. Many are forgetting that. So basically, if he has to pay all that money off, and if he can't pay it, he remains in Big Kitan. But the main thing, one of the goals was to get him into Big Kitan. That was one of the goals. I would have liked to see him in there a few years at least. But until he pays his dues, he's not going anywhere. That's the point. So I hear the trolls gathering around the fire chanting, and they're yelling victory for Barry, I don't see where there's a victory. I don't see where there's a victory at all. I got that bastard off the streets for 2 years, man. That was a victory alone, just for that. Just for that. Now he has to satisfy what amounts to over 500,000 Philippines pesos as a judgment on him. And keep in mind, he pleaded guilty. He's now a convict. His conviction. And once in the future he is able to leave the country, he will never be able to come back to this country again. And that's what it was originally all about. That's what it was all about. So, of course, nut jobs like Ricky and so forth are going to be turning things around as they usually do. Yeah, like they had a resolution already done, which they never did, on Barry's esteemed girlfriend's complaint. Not case, but complaint. And they all bullshitted their way to get the victory subs and a little bit of super chat money. The claim of victory that hasn't even happened yet in regards to Barry's Sha-na-na-na-na girlfriend. So much for that. Did you hear where he was talking about other women, where his girlfriend was probably listening last night? Believe me, once he doesn't need her anymore, it's done. I think Barry feels that she served his purpose to him, and that was it. Hello, Hector. Does part of the fine of 500,000 go to the court? No, goes to me. Goes to me. My understanding, anyway. Yeah. But the thing is, if he doesn't pay, you remember Barry saying, I ain't never going to give you a cent. I'm never going to give you anything. You're not going to get 1 peso from me. Well, buckaroo, if you want your freedom, you're going to have to dish out. Or you're just going to stay in Bickerton, which is your next step. That's the way it works. Nah, there's no victory for Barry. All a bunch of hype on Ricky's channel. That's all it was. Just a bunch of hype. As everything has been for the past several years, there's all been a bunch of hype. What's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to this? What's going to happen to Barry? It's the main thing. The case is pretty much officially over. I don't really have to spend any more money on this case. I don't have to make trips to Toledo. All that shit. It's over. But it's not really over for him. He's ready to pack his bags and go home, is the way he's sounding on his show. He's ready to pack his bags. Well, he's going to pack his bags, all right, but it's not going to be to go home. It's going to be going to Bickerton. So look at it this way. At least he's going to get a taste of Bickerton. For how long it takes for him to pay off all these fines. He's making claims that several people made donations to him. He was thanking, who was it? He was thanking Jay. He was thanking Brevis or somebody for the large donation. Well, let's see. Pass over the money to me. Because when he gets money off anybody who donates, they're putting it in my pocket. Thank you, trolls. Thank you, donators. Because that's going to go into my pocket. Isn't it beautiful the way this works? Let's see. Hector says, that's right. No deportee can leave until all fines are paid and sentences served. You got that correct. Yep. That would be correct. So there's no celebration in regards to Gary's. Well, Barry was, the one thing he did not want to do was go to Bickerton. But the funny thing about it, he's going to wind up there anyway. Prior to him coming up with all the funding that he needs to pay the damages. Well, if he's paying damages, does that mean he won? He obviously lost in court and pleaded guilty, so he lost. Where's the victory? He's acting like the case was thrown out the window or something. No, he lost. On record, noted on a calendar, he lost. It was not a victory for Barry. It was not a victory. And then the further part of my